10 years ago, Jade visited the guild for the first time as a young adventurer. Garnet, the guild receptionist, caught his attention with her calm and graceful presence, inspiring Jade to return to the guild every day. Jade trained and fought monsters, determined to grow stronger. On his very first quest, Jade defeated his first enemies and imagined becoming a great adventurer, eager for each new challenge. Each defeated monster left behind mana stones, which Jade collected as he steadily advanced. Jade learned that defeating monsters caused flower petals to grow, absorbing ether into his body and making him stronger. He discovered that each adventurer class had unique petal patterns, and as an enhancer, collecting mana stones from damaged monsters, Jade realized he needed care and precision to maximize his rewards. Determined to improve, Jade aimed to reach the hero rank. Returning to the Royal Capital Guild, he reported his progress and continued training, eager for the next challenge. Jade approached the guild window, realizing he needed to show Garnet the mana stone to receive his reward. He finally saw Garnet up close, her calm presence and graceful appearance capturing his full attention. Jade was overwhelmed by her beauty. Seeing her name tag, he learned her name was Garnet and felt his heart race with admiration. In that moment, Jade realized he had fallen in love, inspired by her charm and his own determination. Jade approached Garnet at the guild to have her check his mana stone, feeling nervous and eager. Hearing her voice, he was struck by its angelic tone. He decided that becoming a hero or the greatest adventurer no longer mattered. Garnet was his priority. Jade accepted another quest at the guild, motivated by the chance to interact with her more. Determined, he resolved to take as many quests as possible, all for the sake of growing closer to Garnet. Jade hurriedly completed his quest, eager to return to Garnet and show her the results. 10 years later, he faced massive enemies on a mountain path. Other adventurers struggled against the threats. One elder adventurer prepared to finish the battle in a single strike, relying on his companions for support. Despite their combined efforts, the enemy's strength overwhelmed them. The adventurers realized they needed to flee immediately as the battle grew dangerous. They narrowly escaped falling debris and collapsing terrain. The elder explained that the secret technique he used saved them, surprising his companions with his skill. Jade, now a rank 10 adventurer, arrived at the scene and checked on them, ready to assist. The others were shocked to see Jade. Jade arrived in time to help defeat the golem. He explained that as a rank 10 adventurer, the others admired his skill and discipline, recognizing that Jade was worthy of the kingdom's treasure. He treasured the sword because it had touched Garnet. Garnet and the others observed Jade's performance, realizing that anyone could become strong like him with dedication and constant effort. Jade explained that his perseverance came from love. The elder understood, acknowledging that Jade's love for others and desire for peace guided his determination. Jade's dedication impressed everyone. Returning to the Royal Capital Guild, he carried a massive mana stone. Fellow adventurers admired his humility and selflessness, recognizing Jade as a hero who remained grounded despite his achievements. Jade nervously waited his turn at the guild, determined not to chicken out despite his anxiety. He cherished these moments with Garnet, when he could quietly admire her and speak with her directly. Handing over the mana stone, Jade introduced himself, showing both respect and excitement. Seeing Garnet, he felt overwhelmed by her cuteness. Her focused expression inspecting the stone made him flustered, realizing even a rock could make him feel jealous of her attention. Jade watched Garnet meticulously inspect the mana stone. She completed the check and handed him a reward, leaving him wishing the moment could last longer. Jade reflected that their 10-year acquaintance had always been strictly business. He nervously returned the check to her, sharing a quiet, meaningful exchange. Their eyes met, and Jade felt the weight of his admiration and affection. Jade excitedly received a new quest, thrilled he had another chance to interact with Garnet. Garnet instructed him to return the mana stone after completing the quest. Jade reflected on how their 10-year acquaintance had been strictly business. He nervously handed over his check, sharing a brief, meaningful moment with Garnet. The scene shifted to villagers learning about the upcoming subjugation force. A young girl wondered if Jade would ever confess his feelings, curious about the hero's hidden love. Jade completed the monster subjugation and ensured the village was safe. Villagers cheered, grateful for the hero's help. The villagers offered him food and shelter, praising his courage and dedication to their safety. Jade thought about returning to the capital to report to the receptionist, eager to share his progress. A girl warned him that the vegetable-stealing dragon was still active, drawing his attention to a new quest. Jade questioned the villagers carefully, trying to learn where the dragon had gone, preparing for his next adventure. Jade followed the villagers' directions and spotted a potential location where the dragon might be hiding. He reassured the villagers, explaining that investigating the dragon was part of being an adventurer. Jade considered the situation carefully, wondering if the dragon might only target vegetables and not pose a bigger threat. As he approached an abandoned mine, a mysterious voice warned him not to move further. Jade tried to locate the source of the voice, preparing cautiously for a confrontation with the dragon. Jade discovered a young girl inside the abandoned mine, startled and alone. He approached cautiously, wondering why a child would be in such a dangerous place. Jade considered that the girl might be the source of the mysterious voice he heard earlier. He realized she had mentioned dragons stealing vegetables, connecting her story to the ongoing quest. Jade confronted the girl carefully, suspecting she might actually be a dragon in human form. The dragon threatened Jade, warning him to leave all food or be devoured in its original form. Jade stayed calm and asked questions before being eaten, curious why the dragon took a human form. The dragon explained its human form allowed it to survive by eating only vegetables, avoiding starvation. Jade noted that this behavior was unusual for a dragon. Feeling a mix of pity and surprise, the dragon revealed it restrained itself in the village because its small form prevented it from fighting effectively. The dragon warned Jade to leave or face being devoured in its true form, growing agitated. Jade asked calmly why the dragon chose to take human form instead of attacking. The dragon explained it could survive on vegetables in this small form, avoiding starvation. Jade reflected that this behavior was unusual and almost pitiful for a dragon. The dragon panicked at the mention of adventurers, but Jade reassured it that he wouldn't harm it. Jade realized the dragon didn't seem malicious, sensing her intentions were not harmful. He cautiously asked if the dragon could be a white dragon, protected by the kingdom. The girl confirmed she was a white dragon, and prepared to prove her true form. She transformed, revealing her majestic white dragon body to Jade, who watched in awe. Jade confirmed silently to himself that she truly was a white dragon, fully majestic and real. The white dragon explained that her species was protected because a dragon once saved the kingdom long ago. Excited, the dragon decided to act as a good white dragon and accompany Jade to the capital. The next day, the dragon dressed in new clothes, ready to visit the king. She nervously confirmed she was prepared for the audience, trying to appear confident. Jade and the dragon approached the monarch, ready to explain their purpose to the king. The king asked Jade if he was ready to lead the nation, surprising him. Jade explained that he brought the white dragon to gain protection status. The dragon introduced herself nervously, emphasizing that she was harmless. She reassured the king that she was self-reliant and capable of taking care of herself. The king acknowledged Jade and the white dragon, praising their service and importance to the country. The king worried about leaving a dragon unattended in the capital. Unsure of what to do, Jade assured the king, taking responsibility for watching over the young dragon. The dragon expressed gratitude to Jade for helping and protecting her, promising repayment. Jade asked the dragon for a name, giving her the choice to pick one herself. Jade decided to call the white dragon Doromi, a simple name for his new companion. Doromi happily accepted the name given by Jade, smiling brightly at her new identity. Jade guided Doromi through the town, pointing out the Adventurers Guild for her first visit. Doromi observed the guild, feeling uneasy as it appeared intimidating and potentially dangerous. Jade instructed Doromi to stay put while he reported the quest to Garnet at the guild. Doromi had a bad feeling about the guild, sensing that it might be a place full of trouble. Doromi peeked through a window, curious and worried about Jade's activities at the guild. Jade reported the completed quest to Garnet, smiling as he recounted his adventures. Garnet observed Jade, noting how happy he seemed, as though enjoying life like a child. She admired Doromi from afar, thinking the dragon looked like a lovely companion for Jade. Doromi realized the town and guild might not be as intimidating as she had feared. Jade arrived to take Doromi home, apologizing for keeping her waiting. Doromi was excited to return, singing joyfully as they walked together. She asked Jade why he hadn't been home, and he reassured her he would come more often. Doromi asked for a name, and Jade confirmed she could choose one herself. Their new life began as they returned home together, Doromi and Jade ready for their adventures. Jade walked home alongside Doromi, the female dragon he had grown responsible for, enjoying the quiet evening together. Doromi admired Jade's courage, noticing his excitement whenever he came out of the guild, and felt the adventures were truly fun. Jade caught sight of Garnet, the guild receptionist, looking stunning as always, which made him feel completely blissful. As they continued walking, Garnet examined a mana stone, shining even brighter than before, while Jade followed closely. Returning home after a long year, Jade felt nostalgic seeing familiar paths and realized he still remembered the way perfectly. Jade and Doromi arrived at a sparkling new house with a heart-shaped roof, signaling a special purpose. Both Jade and Doromi smiled widely, excited to see the result of his long-planned effort. The heart on the roof and door symbolized Jade's love for Garnet, meant to be visible to everyone. Carpenters admired his thoughtful design, noting the genuine care and affection behind every detail. Jade welcomed Doremi inside, proud of the house, and ready to share his love with Garnet. Jade explained that the house's lights were powered by mana stones, illuminating automatically upon arrival. The bathroom was designed with comfort in mind, even allowing Doremi to bathe in her full dragon form. Jade proudly revealed the bedroom, crafted from the finest materials with a soft, inviting bed. Doremi explored the walk-in closet, amazed by the collection of cute clothes and 28 wedding dresses. She discovered her personal favorite dress, marveling at its beauty, while Jade shared in her excitement. Jade explained that every item in the house was chosen for Garnet, ensuring she could wear anything she liked. Doremi, amazed, wondered about the wife Jade mentioned, curious about the connection to the wedding dresses. Jade froze as he realized the situation's awkwardness, questioning his own behavior in front of Doremi. He worried about confessing his feelings to Garnet, unsure how to act. While Doremi observed quietly, Doremi ran off excitedly, eager to explore the house further, leaving Jade to follow and prepare for their next activity. Doremi enjoyed a long, bubbly bath, relishing the warmth and comfort of the house. She stepped out refreshed, praising the cozy design and preparing for a restful night. Jade, imagining sharing the bed with Garnet one day, felt both excited and flustered. He resolved to continue going to the guild, hoping to eventually achieve a happy married life. Jade recalled their kind neighbors, grateful for the peaceful surroundings that complemented his careful preparations at home. Garnet appeared unexpectedly, catching Jade and Doremi by surprise as they walked outside. Jade stared in shock, trying to process his sudden presence and the emotions it stirred. Doremi led Jade toward Garnet, both moving closer while Jade remained bewildered. Jade panicked internally, overwhelmed by happiness and confusion, struggling to compose himself. Garnet greeted them warmly, while Doremi had already approached first, leaving Jade flustered and speechless. Jade struggled to maintain composure, feeling nervous and unsure how to start a casual conversation with Garnet. He noticed Garnet's simple casual outfit, realizing it was the first time he saw her like this. Jade tried to stay focused, wanting to introduce himself properly while admiring her beauty. He nervously greeted Garnet, his heart racing as he repeated, "Good evening," in embarrassment. In his mind, Jade imagined this moment as the beginning of their budding romance. A cherished goal, Garnet explained that she had moved recently and wanted to introduce herself. Surprising Jade, Jade realized Garnet was indeed his neighbor, giving him even more reason to return home often. Doremi suggested they go buy food, eager to continue their adventure and daily life together. Doremi introduced herself properly to Garnet, while Jade also shared his name and smiled warmly. Jade was ecstatic that Garnet remembered his name from the guild, imagining it as the happiest day of his life. Jade thanked Garnet for remembering his name, admiring her diligence as a guild receptionist. He panicked, struggling to think of something to say next while trying to remain composed. Jade offered to hold Garnet's bag, hoping to be helpful and polite during their interaction. He realized he was flustered by her underwear, feeling conflicted and embarrassed about his own thoughts. Doremi encouraged him to praise the bathroom, suggesting he share the house's features to Garnet confidently. Doremi warned Jade to be careful, while he screamed internally in panic. Jade admitted his feelings for Garnet, embarrassed that he blurted it out accidentally. Doremi confirmed her love for Jade, encouraging him and reassuring him he wasn't alone. Doremi suggested he gift Garnet a flower to show his gratitude for her help. Jade realized Garnet liked gardening, and resolved to find a rare flower as a special gift. Jade and Doremi traveled through the deserted plains, wondering how much farther they needed to go. They completed a quest to subjugate a king scorpion and looked up toward their next destination. Their true objective appeared, the massive mystical world tree, glowing majestically against the sky. Doremi stared in awe at the size of the tree, amazed by its scale. Jade learned that the star flower, their goal, was located at the base of the world tree, among the cliffs. Jade had spent 2 weeks visiting flower shops, asking for the rare starflower as a gift for Garnet. He marveled that the starflower only bloomed near the world tree, feeling both awe and determination. Doremi realized that reaching the flower required climbing a cliff, and Jade calculated the long journey ahead. Jade hoped Garnet would be delighted with the flower and urged Doremi to hurry so they could bring it home. Doremi held onto Jade's shoulders as they climbed, moving swiftly, and Jade reassured her it was faster than flying. A scream echoed from above, startling Jade and Doremi as they climbed the cliffs toward the starflower. Doremi urged Jade to hurry, sensing something urgent and dangerous happening at the top, while Jade focused on climbing swiftly. Jade heard a scream echoing across the rocky cliffs. He rushed toward the source, sensing danger nearby. He spotted Garnet and another girl struggling as something moved violently above them. Jade prepared to climb fast. The young girl panicked, raising her arms, as Jade sprinted toward her to offer protection. A giant hornworm threatened the girls, its massive body poised to strike. Jade knew he had to act. Without hesitation, Jade charged forward, determined to save Garnet and the other girl from imminent danger. Jade attacked the giant hornworm, delivering a powerful strike that sent it crashing to the ground. Garnet and the other girl watched as the monster writhed, realizing Jade arrived just in time. The girls thanked Jade and his companions, overwhelmed by relief and gratitude for their protection. Jade noticed the flowers growing nearby and pointed out the rare starflower among them. Garnet and the other girl praised Jade, noting the barrier they raised had preserved the flowers safely. The girls expressed their joy, feeling like their dream had come true after Jade's help. The young girl praised Jade for being courageous during the fight, while he smiled modestly. Jade showed the starflower beginning to bloom. Happy the plant survived unharmed, he and the girl walked home together, planning to gift the flower to Garnet. Back at home, the flower drooped, foreshadowing the challenges of keeping it alive, despite their efforts. Jade and the girl stared at the drooping starflower, concerned it might not survive. They tried watering it, hoping it would revive, but the plant barely responded. Despite their efforts, the flower continued to wilt, marking their first small failure. The girl suggested cheering it on, encouraging Jade that positivity might help the flower recover. Together, they motivated the starflower, calling it the best flower ever, and urging it to fight. The girl realized the starflower was still wilting and worried it might die completely. They decided to give the plant to Garnet, hoping her knowledge of flowers could save it. Jade reluctantly agreed, holding the fragile flower carefully as the girl encouraged him. They arrived at Garnet's house, waiting patiently for her to finish her bath. The girl reassured Jade that Garnet wouldn't be scared, and he prepared to deliver the flower. Jade reassured the girl that he wasn't scary, while they both tried to calm their nerves. Garnet emerged from her bath, her wet hair making her look even more beautiful to Jade. They apologized for disturbing her, and the girl handed Garnet the starflower carefully. Jade presented the flower with sincerity, asking Garnet to accept it as a gift from them both. Jade explained the flower's condition, confessing it had already begun to wilt before they arrived at her house. Garnet examined the starflower closely, her face almost touching the fragile plant. Jade and the girl watched nervously. Garnet admitted she loved the starflower, making Jade's heart race with excitement and surprise. Jade felt a rush of emotions, overwhelmed by the word love, while holding the gift. He asked Garnet if she could help the flower recover, trying to remain calm. Garnet explained the flower couldn't survive away from the world tree, apologizing that she couldn't save it. Jade apologized for giving Garnet a fragile gift, asking if it was still okay to give her the flower. Garnet was surprised he still wanted to give it, showing concern for the flower's condition. She accepted the flower, deciding it would enjoy its last moments with her care. Jade hesitated, realizing she didn't need the pot, but held the flower gently anyway. Garnet planned to press the flower into a bookmark to preserve its natural beauty. Jade watched happily as Garnet pressed his gift, the starflower, into a bookmark. He thanked Garnet sincerely, overwhelmed that she was turning his gift into something lasting. Jade realized the flower had wanted to express gratitude, making him feel the gesture's deeper meaning. Garnet calmly accepted the flower, showing appreciation for both Jade and the young girl. She promised to treasure the flower always, preserving its beauty and the thought behind the gift. Jade bid Garnet good night, feeling flustered as he left her house. Garnet thanked him for the housewarming gift, making Jade's heart race in surprise. Jade reflected on their plan's success, realizing the flower was accepted without a hitch. The girl and Jade celebrated their successful delivery, relieved everything went smoothly. They made playful promises to each other, strengthening their bond with joy and laughter under the night sky. Jade and the young girl celebrated under the night sky, excited about their upcoming meal. The next day, Garnet was shown at her desk, quietly using the pressed starflower as a bookmark. Jade noticed her using the flower and felt a warm sense of satisfaction. Garnet's subordinates admired the handmade bookmark, asking if she had used it before. Garnet explained she had received some flowers recently and pressed them into a bookmark because they were beautiful. Garnet admired the pressed starflower, noting its beauty while holding it as a bookmark. She explained the flower had come from her neighbor, causing Jade and the girl to feel curious. Jade wondered about Garnet's neighbor and what they were like, imagining the person who gave her such a thoughtful gift. Jade reflects on the half-month since he gave a flower to Garnet and sets out on a quest from his town. Jade and his partner Doremi leave cheerfully and reach the guild, completing a small task along the way. With the task finished, Jade enters the guild hall and prepares himself for the important day. Jade checks the date and resolves to visit Garnet's window on the 18th. At the guild's reception, Jade sees Garnet, gives his name, and waits for her response, captivated by her presence. Alina Clover, the guild receptionist, begins inspecting Haruto's quest report from the Chimera subjugation, carefully reviewing his achievements. As she examines the documents, a strange growling sound emerges, catching Haruto's attention and causing him to pause. Haruto looks around, puzzled by the noise, trying to figure out where it came from while observing Alina closely. He realizes the sound is coming from Alina's stomach and understands she is hungry, noticing her subtle reaction. Haruto finds her blush and quiet demeanor endearing, thinking Alina's small, honest gesture makes her even more charming. Haruto thinks of a joke to ease the tension while Alina Clover finishes processing his quest report, noticing her subtle reactions. Alina hands Haruto a check for 30 million gol, and he feels a mix of gratitude and nervousness. He eagerly decides to request another quest the next day, expecting Alina's stomach to growl again. Later, Jade walks through the streets at night and encounters a young girl who calls out to him. The girl excitedly invites Jade to celebrate his record achievement, insisting they go out to eat, full of energy and joy. Jade and Doromi arrive at a quiet restaurant, noticing they have the place entirely to themselves. Jade reflects on how long it has been since he last ate at restaurants, while Doromi eagerly chooses what to eat. The restaurant owner recognizes Jade and warmly greets him. Impressed by his return and Doromi's excitement, Doromi orders a large serving of meat and seafood, recalling how delicious the restaurant's dishes were last time. The chef brings out a beautifully prepared stew and herb-grilled seafood plate, delighting both Jade and Doromi as they prepare to enjoy the meal. Jade and Doromi excitedly prepare to eat, amazed by the large servings in front of them. The restaurant owner watches them happily as they start enjoying their meal, noting their delight. Doromi and Jade savor every bite, commenting on the delicious meat, seafood, and the aromatic herbs enhancing the dishes. The owner invites them to sit wherever they like, appreciating their presence in the quiet restaurant. Meanwhile, Garnet appears, catching Jade by surprise, hinting at a reunion or new encounter soon to unfold. Jade is shocked to see Garnet in the restaurant, his heart racing in surprise. He wonders if she followed him to have dinner together. Feeling both nervous and excited, Garnet orders her usual meal, revealing she is simply a regular customer, calming Jade's worries slightly. Jade observes Garnet's choices with curiosity, wanting to see what she normally orders while the owner watches. Jade realizes Garnet consistently orders the seafood platter, catching him off guard and adding to his flustered state. Jade worries he disappointed Garnet, feeling guilty for disrupting one of her simple pleasures. He decides to get fresh fish to satisfy her, insisting he will handle everything himself. Jade asks the restaurant owner where he can buy some fish, determined to make Garnet happy. The owner explains that finding fish is difficult, revealing the challenge Jade must face. Jade learns that dangerous monsters are sinking fishing boats along the coast, realizing the task ahead is formidable. Doromi is upset that a monster is keeping all the fish for itself, disappointed she cannot have her favorite seafood plate. Jade resolves he cannot let the monster deprive Garnet of her few pleasures and decides to act. He asks Garnet about a subjugation request for the monster and learns there is a rank 6 quest available. Jade analyzes the ranking system and realizes the quest would take time to become available to him if he waits. He worries about breaking rules by taking a lower-ranked quest, but considers not turning it into an official quest would be problematic. Jade decides to kill the monster if it attacks him while fishing, reasoning it would not violate guild regulations. He resolves to venture into the ocean, ensuring Garnet can finally enjoy her favorite seafood. The next day, Jade and Doromi arrive at the port, looking out over the sea and feeling the fresh air. Doromi is amazed by Jade's massive villa in the port city, nearly mistaking it for a castle. Inside, Jade explains how he came to own the villa, and both admire the gorgeous sunsets visible from the property. Jade imagines that Garnet would be enamored by the beautiful sunset view from his villa. He envisions a romantic atmosphere forming between them as they admire the scenery together. In his daydream, Jade and Garnet share a romantic moment, silhouetted against the setting sun. Jade laughs at himself, realizing the daydream is a fantasy, and imagines buying a villa impulsively. Returning to reality, Jade explains to Doromi the real reason for coming to the villa while hiding his delusions. Jade prepares all the fishing equipment he needs for a sea expedition, ensuring Garnet and Doromi can enjoy themselves. Doromi asks if the gear will be used to catch the monster, while Jade excitedly confirms it's finally time to use it. He explains that even if the monster doesn't appear, they can pass the time by fishing and still catch plenty of fish. Jade envisions having a casual dinner with Garnet, enjoying the owner's freshly cooked meal from the previous day. He hopes that by catching fish, Garnet's affection for him will increase, making the day both practical and romantic. Jade tells Dorami they are heading to the harbor, excited to begin their fishing expedition. They arrive at the fishing harbor, observing the busy workers and ships preparing for the day. Jade notices the tension in the atmosphere, realizing the monster is affecting the fishermen, and Dorami spots their boat. Garnet and Jade board a small boat with a boom tent, ready to sail and enjoy the sunset. Jade reflects that the sunset is less important than watching Garnet, and Dorami teases him about his admiration. Jade, Dorami, and Garnet step cautiously onto the boat, feeling the instability of the vessel as they prepare to go out to sea. A nearby fisherman warns them not to venture into the ocean, startling Dorami and making Jade alert to potential danger. Jade observes the worried expressions of the fishermen, realizing the monster is causing tension and fear among the harbor workers. Jade and Garnet arrived at the dock, preparing for a journey at sea, despite warnings. Fishermen cautioned them about the recent sighting of a kraken, insisting the voyage was too dangerous. Jade refused to listen, determined to continue, believing the small size of their boat could avoid detection. They implemented a risky plan, using the boat as bait to navigate past the sea monster. Garnet worried about Jade's safety, knowing he would face the challenge alone if necessary. Jade spotted a ship and urgently tried to negotiate its use for their dangerous mission. The captain demanded full payment, but Garnet insisted Jade's strength would protect them. Onlookers recognized Jade and realized the hero himself was preparing to face the monster. Jade clarified he was there to fish, not formally take on the subjugation quest. He prepared to use himself as bait, confident in his ability to defend himself and complete the plan. After the dangerous journey, Jade and Garnet returned the favor to the fishermen, thanking them for their help. The villagers marveled at Jade's kindness, noting that the hero still thought of others. The fisherman offered Jade the use of his boat freely, trusting him completely. Garnet and Jade sailed into calm waters, preparing for a peaceful fishing trip. Garnet felt the thrill of the moment as her fishing line got a bite, sharing a quiet, joyful adventure with Jade. Jade caught a fish and proudly showed it to Garnet, signaling a successful start. Both prepared to get serious, determined not to let the other outperform them. Dorami struggled, catching no fish, feeling frustrated and a bit discouraged. Garnet encouraged Dorami to switch spots, trying to help her improve her luck. Finally, Dorami hooked a huge fish, struggling to reel it in while excited about her catch. A massive marine scorpion suddenly emerged from the water, towering over the small boat. Dorami panicked, screaming in fear while holding the fishing rod. Jade recognized the creature as a dangerous sea monster, analyzing its size and threat. Dorami desperately tried to fend it off, flinging whatever she could to scare it away. Jade stayed calm, relying on his magic to fortify the boat and prevent it from sinking. Jade leapt into action, striking the marine scorpion with precision and strength. The massive creature was defeated, sinking back into the depths as the water calmed. Dorami cheered in relief, celebrating the success of their daring adventure. The fishermen watched Jade, Garnet, and Dorami with admiration and gratitude. Jade and Garnet returned to the dock safely, and the villagers finally enjoyed fishing in peace. Dorami felt hungry as Jade suggested they stop at a restaurant after the fishing trip. Jade walked through town, thinking about where Garnet might be enjoying her food. He finally spotted Garnet and excitedly approached her, eager for a conversation. Jade proudly showed her the fish he caught during the expedition. Dorami recounted the adventure, explaining the monster and challenges, while Garnet listened with admiration. Dorami proudly recounted how she stayed calm and stared the sea monster down during the battle. Villagers acknowledged Jade's bravery and the successful delivery of fresh fish after the expedition. Garnet and Jade discussed plans for the next day, ensuring they would return to the guild. Jade admitted he had been worried about Garnet when she didn't come to the guild. Garnet expressed surprise and gratitude, and Jade quietly reflected on his feelings for her. Jade realized Garnet had actually been worried about him, surprising him deeply. He wondered if she thought he was unreliable, reflecting on her concern. Garnet expressed that she didn't see him as the heroic Jade, but more like a little brother. Jade was shocked and flustered, trying to process her words and the affection behind them. He felt happiness and warmth. Realizing Garnet's casual familiarity came from years of seeing him grow, Garnet reflected on how grateful she was to be treated like a normal person by others. Jade realized that Garnet's view of him as a little brother didn't mean there was no chance for something more. He was struck by the thought that he might have no chance with her, despite not being related by blood. Jade decided to go to a restaurant for dinner, thinking about how to interact with Garnet. By coincidence, Dorami and Jade planned to go to the same restaurant, hoping to try the fish from their trip. Garnet agreed to let Jade try some of the fish they had caught, and Doremi invited her to join them for the meal. Jade noticed Garnet's scent and presence, quietly appreciating how pleasant she seemed. He observed her from the side, noting the natural allure in her demeanor. Walking shoulder to shoulder, Jade felt as if the moment resembled a date he wished could last forever. Finally, they arrived at the restaurant, completing their journey from the docks to a shared, peaceful dinner. Doremi returned with Jade to the village, excited to see Garnet every day. The villagers welcomed them, and Doremi mentioned the fish they had caught on their trip. Garnet handed the chef flowers as thanks, surprising Jade with her thoughtful gesture. Jade realized Garnet was expressing gratitude for all the meals the chef had prepared for them. Doremi watched curiously as Jade tried to understand the situation, intrigued by Garnet's sudden and meaningful action. Jade reflected on how he planned to eat with Garnet every day to get to know her better. The retiring chef offered his savings to Jade, asking him to think of it as a retirement gift. Jade and Garnet sat closely at the counter, their elbows nearly touching, sharing a quiet moment. The chef expressed happiness that Jade enjoyed the meals, despite the restaurant closing forever. Doremi and Jade tasted the food, savoring it and smiling, enjoying a rare peaceful moment. The three of them shared a short moment of happiness, quietly appreciating each other's company. One evening, after completing their quest, Doremi ran to Jade and their friends, eager to share the events of the day. Doremi excitedly described how she and Jade had defeated a Hydra, with Jade striking the finishing blow while she watched his back. Encouraged by her friend's admiration, Doremi recounted more details of their adventure, highlighting Jade's quick handling of the quest report. Hearing the praise, Jade felt embarrassed and overwhelmed, unsure how to react to all the attention. Despite his reaction, Doremi cheered their success, and suggested they head to the guild to report to Garnet, proud of another completed quest. Jade thought about Garnet as he walked, feeling that his life had been improving lately. He imagined being able to have private conversations with her and maybe asking her out one day. At the Royal Capital Guild, Jade prepared to report their recent quest with Doremi by his side. He noticed how Garnet had become popular among the other adventurers and children in the guild. Seeing Garnet, Jade admired her beauty and elegance, feeling both awe and motivation to grow closer to her. Jade approached Garnet at the guild to submit the quest completion stone, feeling nervous but determined. He reminded himself that things were different now, and he could remain calm and composed around her. When Garnet coughed unexpectedly, Jade panicked, worrying that she might be sick. He fretted about her condition, unsure if it was serious, while Doremi and others watched. Despite his anxiety, Garnet completed the inspection, and Jade's concern lingered as he mentally prepared for the next quest. Jade hesitated as Garnet worked, worried this might be their last farewell, and not wanting to bother her. Doremi noticed Jade's tension and asked what was wrong, prompting him to consider Garnet's well-being. Jade thought about a medicine that could heal any illness instantly. Determined to protect Garnet, he resolved not to sit idle while anyone suffered, vowing to do whatever he could to help. Doremi, worried for Garnet too, offered to assist Jade, and he gratefully accepted her support in caring for his friend. Jade decided to find a skilled apothecary and set aside a large sum of gold to get medicine. He and Doremi arrived at the apothecary, where rows of mysterious jars filled the shelves. Doremi panicked when she noticed the strange contents, fearing they could be dangerous. The apothecary reassured them the jars were safe for medicinal purposes, calming Doremi slightly as she inspected them. Amidst the uneasy moment, Doremi smiled mysteriously, leaving Jade startled and unsure who she was really being at that instant. Doremi panicked as she saw the apothecary's gruesome experiments, fearing for her safety. The apothecary explained she was dissecting monsters for research and reassured Doremi. Though the young girl remained frightened, Jade recognized the apothecary as someone he had met before and recalled her guidance on making medicine. The apothecary introduced herself as the physician who owned the shop, while Doremi met her granddaughter. Jade explained he had come seeking medicine for someone in need, initiating a serious conversation with the physician. The apothecary explained that her previous assistant had retired, leaving her to handle medicine preparation alone. Jade realized the problem. Her skill and ingredient blends were exceptional, capable of producing almost any medicine. Doremi and Jade emphasized that a girl was suffering and needed urgent help, relying on the apothecary's expertise. The apothecary confidently assured them she could take charge and handle the patient herself. Jade described the girl's main symptoms, including coughing and throat discomfort, so the apothecary could prepare the correct medicine. Jade insisted the girl's condition was unusual and couldn't be treated with typical cough medicine. He explained that she had been coughing a lot, giving all the details he could to the apothecary. The apothecary suggested that perhaps no special medicine was needed, doubting the severity. Jade pleaded urgently, insisting that she needed help and couldn't wait. Finally, The apothecary agreed to try a treatment, asking for any other symptoms to ensure proper care. The apothecary began preparing a remedy, telling Jade and Doremi she would make it immediately. Doremi handed a bottle to the apothecary, unsure of its contents. While Jade assisted, Doremi realized the bottle contained dragon blood and panicked at its unusual and dangerous nature. Jade reassured her while managing Doremi's squeamish reaction, keeping the process on track. Finally, the apothecary completed the medicine, providing a cough suppressant and fatigue treatment for the girl. The apothecary informed Jade of the price, which was far higher than normal due to rare ingredients. Jade was surprised but accepted the cost, recognizing the value of the medicine. He and Doremi prepared to deliver the medicine to the girl, unsure if she would be home. Jade knocked at Garnet's door, determined to complete the treatment as soon as possible. Seeing Garnet alive and well, Jade breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she had survived. Jade presented the medicine to Garnet, explaining it would help with coughs and fatigue. He urged her to take it immediately, worried it might be too late otherwise, though Garnet insisted she was already fine. Jade learned that Garnet had already cured herself, realizing she hadn't been as sick as he feared. Despite this, he insisted he was worried because Garnet was special to him. Jade clarified, embarrassed, that she was special as the guild receptionist, emphasizing her importance in his life. Jade reflected on how close he had come to confessing to Garnet, realizing he needed to know her better first. He explained that while there are many receptionists, Garnet was different and special to him. Garnet accepted his words, acknowledging her unique importance in his eyes. She asked about the medicine, ensuring she could take it safely. Garnet confirmed she would use the medicine immediately, showing trust in Jade's care and concern. Garnet invited Jade to come inside, suggesting he could see the flowers she was raising. Jade froze in surprise, realizing that Garnet's invitation might mean she wanted him to visit her personally. Alvin, an adventurer at the guild, is surprised when the kind woman who raised him invites him to see her flowers. Overjoyed, Alvin struggles to calm himself, realizing the woman he loves is inviting him to her home. He follows her inside, trying not to grin too much, afraid it might make her uncomfortable. Alvin sees her home for the first time, amazed at how tidy and beautiful it is. Overwhelmed with happiness, Alvin imagines sharing a meal at her table one day, cherishing the peaceful moment. Alvin notices a flower wilting and feels concerned, realizing its condition needs immediate attention. He, Garnet, and Surin quickly apply a special medicine to save the plant, acting carefully and urgently. The flower begins to revive, growing healthier and more vibrant, bringing relief and happiness to the group. Garnet thanks Alvin and Surin for their help, and they respond warmly, pleased to have assisted. Surin expresses her hunger, signaling, it's time for a meal. While Alvin reacts with a mix of amusement and care, Garnet invites Alvin to join her for dinner, suggesting a new restaurant she's been considering. Alvin is overjoyed, realizing that Garnet inviting him to dinner feels like a dream come true. Garnet gracefully signals that it's time to leave, and Alvin follows attentively, his heart racing. Alvin looks at Garnet with admiration and excitement, eager for the meal and their time together. They head out together, ready to enjoy the evening, and a few days later the story continues. Alvin wakes peacefully, remembering the amazing dinner he shared with Garnet the previous day. He reflects on how well he and Garnet got along and the happiness from their time together. Suddenly, a strange rumbling sound echoes from the house, alarming Alvin and causing him to panic. He rushes through the house, calling out to Garnet to check if she is safe. Garnet appears urgently, asking for Alvin's help, signaling that a serious situation requires immediate action. Garnet directs Alvin to the second-floor bedroom, signaling that help is needed urgently. Alvin realizes that the strange noise has disturbed Garnet deeply, wondering if it could be an intruder. He instructs Surin to stay close and keep watch while he investigates, staying cautious. Surin responds quickly, preparing to protect Garnet while Alvin ascends the stairs. Alvin encounters the intruder and confronts them, determined to defend Garnet's home and ensure her safety. Alvin surveys the second-floor bedroom, noticing it is unusually messy compared to normal. He realizes that Garnet must have fought the intruder here and needs to find the assailant quickly. Alvin checks carefully around the room, considering that the intruder might be hiding under the bed. He prepares to investigate under the bed, cautious that it might be tight or difficult to reach. Garnet stands close to Surin, seeking comfort and reassurance after the tense encounter. Surin reassures Garnet, standing close to comfort her while Alvin feels jealous, wishing he could help too. Alvin notices a spider on the floor, realizing it's the cause of the commotion and Garnet's fear. Garnet is startled and in shock at the sight of the spider, frozen for a moment. Alvin approaches carefully, determined to handle the threat and protect Garnet. He attempts to flush the spider out, frustrated by its clever hiding under clothes, preparing to act quickly. Alvin struggles internally, embarrassed as he accidentally brushes against Garnet's clothes while trying to reach the spider. He reassures himself that he must handle the spider and protect Garnet, ignoring his awkward thoughts. Alvin finally catches the spider, preventing it from escaping and resolving the immediate threat. Garnet and Surin watch calmly, surprised but relieved that Alvin handled the situation safely. Alvin apologizes for overdoing it and breaking the bed. Garnet smiles, forgiving him and expressing gratitude for his efforts. Garnet expresses gratitude to Alvin, saying she's glad he is her neighbor. Alvin blushes and covers his face, overwhelmed and flustered by her kind words. He notices that some household issues remain, acknowledging they still have problems to solve together. Alvin worries about breaking Garnet's bed completely while she sleeps, feeling responsible and anxious. Garnet offers him her bed, while Alvin and Surin insist on sleeping on the floor or sofa to help, showing their care and friendship. Garnet thanks Alvin and Surin, expressing her gratitude for having such great friends. Alvin realizes he is officially Garnet's friend, feeling overjoyed and excited by her words. A few minutes later, Garnet brings out a new expensive bed, surprising everyone with her generosity. Surin insists they cannot accept it, offering to trade beds instead, to be fair. Alvin is flustered, realizing it would be too idealistic to simply take her bed. But he appreciates their thoughtfulness. Alvin is overwhelmed with gratitude, as Garnet and Surin allow him to use Garnet's bed, realizing it actually happened. Garnet assures Alvin that he can rely on her anytime, especially if another spider appears. Alvin cries, tears of happiness, moved by Garnet's kindness and trust in him. He celebrates internally, feeling immense joy that he is part of this moment. Alvin lies in Garnet's bed alongside her and Surin, feeling completely content and thankful for the day. Alvin notices Garnet's scent while lying in her bed, feeling a strange closeness and overwhelmed by the moment. He imagines being embraced by Garnet, hoping for peaceful, comforting dreams through the night. The next morning, Alvin wakes exhausted from staying up all night, realizing Garnet didn't let him sleep. Meanwhile, Surin prepares for a journey to the capital, determined to pursue her own adventurer dreams. She sets off with excitement, hoping to become an adventurer like Alvin, full of ambition and energy for the new day. Lilaruka felt exhausted after a tough morning battling monsters. Jade and another adventurer rested nearby, waiting for the train to return to the capital after completing their quest. A young girl approached them, staring intently as if needing something important. She hesitated, then asked if she could look under their feet. Jade and Lilaruka were surprised, realizing she just wanted to check something small beneath them. The young girl approached Jade and Lilaruka, finally holding something in her hands. She checked carefully, revealing that she had lost something important and needed it back. Lilaruka realized she had lost all of her money, her expression filled with shock and disappointment. She explained it was only her second day on an adventure, already facing a major setback. Despite the loss, she was determined, hoping her first quest at the Capital Guild would still happen. Marin, a young girl nearly 12, introduced herself to Jade and Lilaruka, reminding them of their own early adventuring days. Jade offered to help her by buying a train ticket to the capital so she could pursue her first quest. Marin insisted she would repay him later, determined to prove herself as a responsible adventurer. Grateful and excited, she thanked Jade, ready to start her journey. With a place to stay and support along the way, she prepared to travel to the capital with Jade and Lilaruka. Marin asked Jade about a young receptionist at the guild, curious about her role and abilities. Lilaruka explained that the girl had the support of a flower crest, making her more capable than most. She detailed the hierarchy of crests, showing how enhancers, attackers, and support units were ranked. Inspired by Jade, Marin declared she wanted to become an enhancer just like him. Jade was taken aback as Marin looked at him with determination, ready to follow his example. Marin asked about Jade, curious if anyone had met him before in the capital. Jade sat quietly in the vehicle, traveling with Lilaruka and Marin. Marin stared at him, realizing she was seeing Jade in person for the first time. She noticed the fully bloomed enhancer flower crest, confirming he was the real Jade. Marin expressed admiration for Jade, inspired by his hard work and wanting to become like him. Lilaruka noted that Jade had not heard about Dorami's past adventures. Marin listened eagerly as Jade recounted thrilling tales of her journeys. They arrived at the capital, and Marin's sister came to meet them at the station. Marin vowed to work hard and become a great adventurer just like Jade. The group prepared to rest for the night, ready to continue their adventures the next day. Dorami settled into bed, stretching and getting ready to sleep after a long day. She felt hungry and restless, realizing she couldn't sleep with an empty stomach. Jade hurried to prepare food, making sure Dorami was comfortable and didn't drool on the bed. The next day, Marin and Garnet arrived, surprising Jade and Dorami with their unexpected visit. Marin thanked Garnet for her help and support, showing gratitude for lending money and guidance. Marin was introduced as Garnet's younger sister, surprising Jade. Jade remembered that Marin's sister often spoke highly of him, making him curious. He was delighted to hear he had been called a super hard worker by Marin's sister. Jade expressed his happiness, promising to help and support Marin in her adventure. He reassured Marin that there was no need to rush in repaying him, showing understanding and encouragement. Garnet acknowledged that Jade had helped her more than he realized. Jade, moved by her words, declared that they were friends. Garnet smiled softly, showing appreciation and warmth toward Jade. Dorami and Marin cheered, happy that Garnet and Jade had become friends. Jade considered asking Garnet out in the future, encouraged by her kindness and their growing friendship. Garnet offered to share a meal another day, as Jade and she had just eaten. They agreed to meet later, smiling and heading home together with Marin. The next morning, Jade was surprised by an unexpected knock at the door. He squinted at the sunlight streaming in, wondering who could be visiting so early. Garnet appeared at the doorway, arriving to visit Jade's house and surprising him. Jade pinched himself, unable to believe Garnet was standing in front of him. He noticed she was wearing a skirt, which looked different from her usual outfit. Jade tried to commit the sight to memory, though he felt awkward staring. He struggled with wanting to look but knowing it would be inappropriate. Garnet calmly pointed out that he was in casual clothes today, gently catching his wandering eyes. Garnet explained that she only wore her guild uniform at work and changed into casual clothes at other times. Jade asked if she was going to work after this. Curious about her plans, Garnet prepared to discuss something important with Jade, asking for a few minutes of his time. Jade agreed, ready to listen attentively and patiently. Garnet considered her words carefully, and Jade awaited her explanation, anticipating what she might say next. Garnet arrived early to talk to Jade and apologized for waking him up. She asked if he had a request she could help with. Jade realized Garnet had come specifically to confirm something important with him. He offered to help her personally, emphasizing that they were friends and she could rely on him. Garnet explained that the favor was about Marin, surprising Jade with the request. Marin's mother asks Dorama to watch over Marin for the day. Dorama is surprised, but feels honored that she trusts him with her daughter. Dorama is deeply moved. He realizes the weight of Marin's mother's trust, and feels determined to protect her. Marin's mother thanks Dorama and emphasizes that only he can help. Dorama gladly accepts, noting he was already planning to report his quest. Dorama reflects on 10 years of hard work and feels that his dedication is finally paying off. Now, only he and Marin are involved. He asks about Marin's status. Her mother tells him she is still asleep and will wake her up to inform her of Dorama's help. Garnet asks Dorama if she looks strange in a skirt. Dorama glances at her, feeling unsure and flustered by the question. Dorama reassures her that the skirt suits her well, clarifying he meant it as a compliment. Garnet feels touched by his words. Garnet expresses happiness at his praise. Dorama admits he feels awkward when she wears a skirt, but explains it is a present from Marin. Dorama reflects on his love for Garnet and mentions Marin, noting she is his only sister and cherishes both of them. Garnet explains she only wants Dorama to be happy. Dorama realizes Garnet's concern for Marin and that she doesn't want Marin to become an adventurer. Garnet warns Dorama that becoming an adventurer brings constant danger. Dorama promises to take care of Marin and keep her safe. Dorama reflects on balancing Marin's dreams with Garnet's wishes. He decides to support Marin fully, while ensuring her safety. A few hours later, Marin cheerfully greets Dorama, excited to spend the day under his care. Dorama and Jade plan to show Marin the capital, promising a fun day together. Marin becomes thrilled at the idea of touring the capital, her excitement shining as she anticipates the adventure ahead. Marin, Jade, and Dorama set out together, and Marin reacts with excitement as they approach a new destination. Marin expresses admiration for Dorama and declares she wants to be like him someday. While asking where they are going, they arrive at a boutique. Marin is amazed by the store and its displays, exclaiming with delight. Dorama notices Marin exploring happily and is pleased to see her enjoying the boutique. Marin wants the same clothes as Dorama, but Dorama offers to adjust and fit her dress himself, ensuring she doesn't worry about money. Marin entrusts Dorama to help her choose clothes. She's excited and eager to explore the options. She admires different white outfits, including a robe, skirt, and one-piece dress, feeling enchanted by them. Marin struggles to decide because all the clothes are appealing and suit her well. Dorama and Marin agree on some choices, enjoying their shared excitement and ideas. Marin looks at shoes, handbags, and jewelry, imagining putting pretty rocks in her bag as decorations, fully enjoying the shopping experience. A few minutes after shopping, Marin and Jade celebrate buying items they like, cheering. "We bought it." Marin fills a bag with pretty rocks and small treasures, while Jade notes how cute and thoughtful the items are. The girls exchange gifts as proofs of friendship, giving rocks and a hairpin to each other with excitement. Marin finishes preparing her gifts, feeling satisfied and proud of her choices. Dorama compliments Marin, telling her she looks cute with the hairpin, making her smile with happiness. Marin reacts shyly and giggles, overwhelmed by the playful teasing and support from Dorama and Jade. They visit the armory to buy equipment. And Marin feels the space is cramped but exciting. Finding the right equipment proves challenging, as some items are hard to see or carry. Dorama and Marin inspect weapons and gear, asking the shop clerk for assistance with fitting items. Marin lifts a mithril shield, surprised by its light weight, while Dorama notes its strong material and value. Dorama explains he is well known in the armory and can get items at a cheaper price. Marin and Jade figure out how much money they have, hoping it's enough for lunch and the equipment. Dorama asks the shopkeeper about the cost of a mithril shield, ready to buy it. The shopkeeper explains that the price of mithril has increased over the years. Dorama pays 5 million gall to cover the cost, and the shopkeeper agrees happily, impressed by his reliability. Marin is excited to receive the mithril shield, and notices she still has some change left over. Dorama remarks on their luck with the low price and prepares to help Marin try the shield on. Marin proudly shows that the shield fits perfectly and feels ready for adventure. She smiles, determined to become a great adventurer, using the shield. Marin and Garnet walk hand in hand, dreaming of the future and imagining Dorama getting stronger and closer to Garnet someday. That evening, Garnet greets Dorama, Jade, and Marin as they return home, asking if they had fun. Marin excitedly shares that she and Jade visited many places and bought matching bags with Dorama's help. Marin proudly shows the mithril shield she purchased at a miraculously low price, amazed at her luck. Garnet reflects on their luck and smiles, noticing Dorama's dedication to helping Marin. Dorama offers to treat Garnet for taking care of her sister, while Garnet politely considers whether she has eaten. Marin cheerfully announces that she, Dorama, and Jade will clean and play together the next day. Garnet expresses concern about leaving Marin with them, but Dorama reassures her that everything will be fine. Garnet smiles, showing trust in Dorama, confident he will care for Marin with all his heart. Dorama confirms he will take care of Marin tomorrow as well, prepared to protect her. They all agree that with teamwork and protective intent, there is nothing to worry about during the cleaning and activities. The next day, Marin arrives ready to clean, bringing her shield with excitement. Jade explains that Garnet already went to work, and Dorama guides Marin on which areas to clean. First, Marin and Jade happily sweep the house, working together energetically and efficiently. After finishing, they admire the spotless house, celebrating their work with joy. While cleaning, they discover a letter, adding curiosity and excitement to their productive day. While cleaning, Dorama finds a letter wedged between some books and gives it to Marin. Marin and Jade learn that the letter is from the king, surprising them. Dorama explains who the king is. The letter is revealed to be an invitation to the king's ball, personally sent to them. Marin and Jade excitedly ask about the event, wondering if there will be lots of tasty food and adventurers attending. Dorama explains he might not attend, leaving Marin and Jade curious and disappointed about the ball. Dorama reflects that his quests take precedence, but he values time spent with Garnet as an adventurer. He thinks about the upcoming ball and wonders if he could take Garnet there someday. Marin suggests Dorama could take her sister as a partner to the ball, surprising him. Dorama notes that Garnet and Marin get along well, thinking it could work. Marin confirms that they are friends after all, giving Dorama confidence in the plan. Dorama reflects that he previously gave up inviting Garnet to the ball because they focused on business. He thinks that now, since they are friends, Garnet might accept his invitation. Dorama steels himself, realizing he must gather courage and man up this time. He decides that his quest is to invite Garnet to the ball, determined to act. Jade decided to invite Garnet to the grand ball. His determination grew as he imagined finally confessing his feelings. Garnet finished cleaning herself, realizing she was messy. Drami and Marin suggested taking a bath before joining the playful preparations. Jade held the invitation nervously. Seeing Garnet at home gave him a chance to practice asking, hoping to gain confidence. He resolved to rehearse his invitation repeatedly until Drami and Marin finished. Jade mentally prepared for the perfect timing. Jade felt his heart race, overwhelmed by nerves. Each practice attempt made him more anxious, yet he persisted in determination. Jade took a deep breath, pretending Garnet was absent. He focused on approaching her carefully, determined to make her accept his invitation. He practiced asking at the door, experimenting with different phrases. His delivery felt awkward, and he struggled to sound natural. He imagined the ball celebration at the king's birthday. Jade tried adjusting his words, hoping to make the invitation convincing. Frustrated, he realized dancing was more difficult than he expected. He wanted to impress Garnet but kept stumbling through practice. Finally, Jade pictured Garnet in front of him. All he wanted was to dance with her, calming his racing heart. Jade prepared himself, clenching his fist. He decided to express his feelings directly, ready to confess to Garnet. He called out to Garnet with determination, inviting her to the grand ball. His voice carried hope and urgency. Jade froze in shock as Garnet unexpectedly appeared. Her calm presence startled him, making him lose his composure. Garnet's quiet expression made Jade's heart race. Her gentle demeanor made the moment feel even more important. Garnet explained she was on break, checking on Marin. Jade realized she wasn't working, and the timing felt perfect. Jade panicked, realizing Garnet might have overheard him talking to himself. He worried she would think he was strange. He nervously asked Garnet how she would describe him. His mind raced, fearing she might misunderstand his intentions. Garnet calmly replied that he was kind and serious. Jade was surprised and relieved to hear her honest opinion. She praised his care for children and hard work. Jade felt happiness and pride, realizing she noticed his true character. Jade was stunned when Garnet mentioned the ball. He realized his practice was over, and now the real moment had arrived. Jade realized Garnet had heard him clearly. He feared he might have interrupted her, but she remained calm and approachable. Garnet agreed to go to the ball with him. Jade was shocked and overwhelmed by her unexpected acceptance. He expressed joy and excitement, unable to contain his happiness. His dream of dancing with her was coming true. They promised to practice together so they wouldn't step on each other's toes. Both felt anticipation and determination. Garnet smiled warmly at Jade. Her expression filled him with courage and hope, solidifying his confidence for the upcoming dance. Jade danced around happily in his room, celebrating that he would finally dance with Garnet at the ball. He explained to Drami and Marin how Garnet agreed to go. They expressed excitement and praised his success. Jade resolved to practice the dance carefully, imagining himself sweeping Garnet off her feet with confidence. He considered which outfit to wear, worrying that Garnet might be blinded by something too bright. Trying on another outfit, he realized some were too dark. Jade was determined to pick the perfect attire for her. Jade tried on another outfit, asking Drami and Marin for their opinions. They suggested one that looked simpler and easier to dance in. He decided on the outfit, feeling satisfied. The choice gave him confidence as he prepared for the upcoming ball. Jade began practicing tirelessly with Drami and Marin. The party was only 5 days away, and he wanted to be perfect. He imagined capturing Garnet's heart with his dancing, visualizing every step and movement carefully during practice. On the day of the party, Jade rushed through town, aware of his responsibilities and feeling nervous, but determined to impress Garnet. Jade told Drami to keep an eye on Marin. He prepared for the night's party while staying focused on his responsibilities. Drami smiled warmly, appreciating Jade's help. They shared a moment of gratitude before continuing their preparations. Marin left for her first quest, heading back home after leaving her parents. She felt excitement and determination. Jade watched Marin leave with a smile, feeling bittersweet but proud of her growth and progress as an adventurer. Drami and Marin decided to throw a small celebration at home, even though Jade and Garnet would be at the castle. Marin expressed determination to do her best today. Jade encouraged her with a supportive good luck, boosting her confidence. They headed to the guild registration office together, walking through the lively city filled with banners and excitement. Marin felt nervous among so many adventurers. She took a deep breath, determined to follow through with her first quest. She completed her registration forms carefully, step by step, making sure every detail was correct as she prepared to begin. Finally, she focused on determining her flower crest type, hoping to become an enhancer, ready to embark on her adventure. Jade and Drami watched Marin's crest form. She revealed her enhancer crest, marking the start of her adventurer journey. Marin celebrated, feeling proud to be the same adventurer as Jade. He congratulated her warmly on this accomplishment. She reflected on her tale as an adventurer, embracing the challenges and excitement of this new chapter. Marin began her first quest, slime subjugation. She prepared carefully, focusing on the tasks ahead with determination. She observed a slime up close, curious and cautious. Its movement reminded her that her journey had truly begun. Jade encouraged Marin to do her best. She readied herself, determined to face the challenges of her first quest. Marin confronted the slime directly, refusing to let it escape. She resolved to tackle it head-on, showing courage. The slime resisted, moving quickly. Marin reinforced her attack, trying to subdue it while keeping her focus steady. She struggled as her dagger bounced off the slime. Drami cheered her on, encouraging her to keep fighting. Marin switched strategies, thrusting boldly at the slime. Her determination and quick thinking showed her growing skill as an adventurer. Marin successfully defeated the slime. Jade and Drami cheered, proud of her accomplishment in her very first quest. Marin celebrated her success, thrilled that her first quest had been a complete success. Her confidence as an adventurer grew. Jade prepared for the ball, checking his appearance carefully. He wanted everything to look perfect for the important event. Drami complimented him, noting that he looked cool. Jade felt reassured and smiled at the encouragement. Jade reflected on the ball and his excitement. His dance partner would be Garnet, adding both nervousness and anticipation to the moment. Jade imagined dancing with Garnet at the castle. His heart raced with anticipation, feeling like a dream coming true. He noted that Garnet still had to finish her shift at the guild. The party would start a bit later. Jade grew curious about Garnet's appearance. He wondered how she would look when she finally arrived for the ball. When she knocked on the door, he eagerly responded. He hurried to meet her, filled with nervous excitement. Garnet appeared before him, her elegant hairstyle and calm presence leaving Jade awestruck as he prepared for their first dance. Garnet appeared in her elegant dress, her hairstyle and jewelry perfectly set for the ball. Jade's heart raced at the sight. She apologized softly for making him wait, her calm and gentle presence intensifying Jade's nervous excitement and anticipation. Jade marveled at the magical moment. Dancing with Garnet that evening felt like a dream, promising a night full of wonder and elegance. Jade arrived at the grand hall, captivated by Garnet's elegant appearance in her white dress. His heart raced with anticipation. Children and onlookers admired Garnet's beauty. Jade felt awed, struggling to find words while his admiration grew with each glance. Seeing Garnet as a bride about to marry, Jade's emotions surged. The moment felt weighty and unforgettable, leaving him deeply moved. Garnet looked toward Jade, seeking his approval. Her calm and gentle expression drew him closer emotionally than ever before. Jade's surprise and joy erupted as Garnet addressed him personally, calling him Jade-kun for the first time, making his heart soar. Jade gazed at Garnet, struck by her stunning beauty. His admiration for her elegance and grace deepened with every moment. Garnet smiled gently, relieved to see Jade's reaction. Her soft expression made him feel warmth and comfort unlike before. Jade observed Garnet's charm from afar. Even standing there, her presence radiated a quiet, captivating beauty that touched his heart. Garnet suggested visiting the fountain. Jade eagerly agreed, wanting to spend time with her and share in small, joyful moments. Jade offered to escort Garnet. They walked together, a silent bond forming between them, strengthened by trust and mutual admiration. Friends waved as Jade and Garnet walked ahead, sending them off warmly. Their smiles encouraged the couple to enjoy their time together. Marin celebrated her first successful quest with friends. Cheers filled the room as gratitude and joy spread across everyone present. The group discussed the quest's progress. Jade and Garnet ensured everything went smoothly, supporting and guiding the younger adventurers. Marin reflected on the congratulations she received. Dorami and friends praised her, marking a meaningful moment of growth and achievement. Laughter and playful energy filled the room. Friends shared milk and snacks, enjoying the day without worry, creating lasting memories together. Marin enjoyed milk after an adventure, savoring its unique taste. She felt rewarded after a long and tiring day. She wanted to buy a gift for Jade using her own money. Dorami questioned if she had enough to afford it. Marin realized most of her funds were spent on candy. She hesitated, unsure how to give her gift. Dorami suggested taking on a new quest immediately. Marin considered it, weighing the opportunity to earn and help. Jade and Garnet walked together on the terrace. Jade felt a surreal sense of happiness standing next to her bride. Jade asked Garnet if the guild closed early. She explained. She clocked out to meet him, sparking his excitement. Garnet confessed she looked forward to dancing with him, enjoying the anticipation as much as the event itself. Jade reassured her that even if they were not great dancers, he would make the experience enjoyable for both. Garnet expressed gratitude, while Jade hoped their dance would allow him to invite her again next year. They reached the fountain. Jade pointed out special seats with the best view, ensuring the moment would be memorable and perfect. Garnet admired the reflection of the setting sun in the fountain. The golden light mirrored her serene presence. Jade smiled and suggested they sit. They shared a quiet moment together, enjoying the tranquil scene. Garnet's beauty stood out even against the gorgeous fountain view. Jade was captivated, unable to look away. Jade thanked Garnet for assisting Marin. He felt conflicted, wanting to stare at Garnet forever, but staying respectful. Garnet reassured him, it was fine. Jade reflected that her presence alone ensured everything was taken care of, giving him peace. Jade noticed Garnet's concern about Marin taking on quests alone. He pondered whether she opposed Marin becoming an adventurer. Garnet worried Marin might follow their father's path. Jade listened quietly, understanding the weight of her concern. Garnet explained her fear, recalling how their father had vanished after years of adventuring, leaving uncertainty behind. Jade asked about their father. Garnet confirmed he was an adventurer who rarely came home, emphasizing the risks of such a life. She mentioned that Marin wasn't born yet when he disappeared 12 years ago. Jade felt the gravity of her caution. Jade reflected on the 12 years since their father disappeared. He understood why Garnet worried about Marin pursuing adventures. Garnet explained she joined the guild to gain information about their father and ensure Marin's safety. Jade learned their father's name was Onyx. Garnet's expression showed both hope and caution regarding his fate. She described a scar Onyx had, asking Jade if he recognized it. He listened intently, connecting past and present. Garnet revealed she met Onyx as a child. Jade realized her concerns stemmed from witnessing his heroism and risks firsthand. Jade recalled Onyx 12 years ago in his hometown, noting the scar on his right cheek and the flower crest on his hand. Onyx stopped by young Jade's town during his travels. Jade eagerly listened as Onyx shared his adventures and experiences. Garnet learned that hearing Onyx's tales inspired Jade to become an adventurer, shaping his dreams from a young age. A 10-year-old Jade expressed his desire to become an adventurer immediately. Onyx advised patience, telling him to wait 2 years. Jade resolved to train and grow until he could travel the world, motivated by Onyx's stories and heroic presence. A young Jade enthusiastically declared he would become a hero. Onyx laughed heartily, impressed by the boy's determination. Onyx introduced himself properly, sharing his name. Jade felt inspired, recognizing the adventurer who would shape his future. Jade reflected that he owed Onyx much of his growth. Without Onyx's guidance, he might never have become an adventurer. Jade wished he could meet Onyx again to properly thank him. He resolved to find him, feeling indebted for his journey. Garnet noted the vastness of the world and the difficulty of receiving news. Jade understood that Onyx could be anywhere, across distant lands. Jade promised to help gather information about Onyx during his adventures. Garnet looked touched, realizing his determination to assist. Jade explained he wanted to repay Garnet for accepting his invitation to the ball. She acknowledged his thoughtful gesture. Garnet smiled, agreeing to dance her best that night, as a sign of thanks and enjoyment. Jade suggested heading to the castle. They shared excitement, ready to make the night unforgettable. As they prepared to leave, Jade noticed something sticky on the bench. Garnet questioned if it affected her dress, showing their attentiveness. Jade apologized for the dirty bench, but Garnet reassured him. It was not his fault. They shared a quiet understanding. Garnet reflected that presenting herself to the king properly mattered. Jade listened attentively, respecting her concern and careful manners. Jade offered Garnet the chance to change dresses, mentioning he had many at home. He didn't want her to feel limited. Garnet hesitated, concerned about using the dresses. Jade encouraged her, saying there was no need to hold back. Jade silently felt relieved that Garnet didn't overthink his suggestion. Their mutual care and attention strengthened their trust before the ball. Jade and Garnet noticed the absence of Marin and Durrami. They wondered if the two had gone to another room. Jade felt a bad premonition. He searched the house anxiously, concerned about where the girls could have gone. After checking, they found no trace of them inside. The worry deepened as night approached. Outside, Marin and Durrami were preparing for a secret quest, unaware of the dangers of nighttime adventures. Jade realized they might have gone to the guild. The urgency to stop them became clear. Determined, Jade and Garnet raced toward the guild, intent on preventing any harm and protecting the young adventurers. Jade and the group returned to town but noticed Durrami and Marin were missing. The streets were quiet as they searched urgently. They realized Durrami and Marin were gone from the house, likely out on a quest. Worry settled over Jade and his companion. Concerned for their safety at night, Jade decided to check with the guild. The building loomed under the moonlight, silent and empty. A guild attendant confirmed Durrami and Marin had come by earlier. They were eager to take on a dangerous slime quest. Jade understood where the two had gone. Relief and worry mixed as he planned to follow and ensure their safety. Jade and his companion noticed a quiet house. Garnet observed a party inside. But the reason Durrami and Marin were gone seemed unclear. Jade decided their current mission was more urgent than any celebration. He prepared to leave immediately, intending to find the missing duo. Garnet worried about missing the party. She understood Jade prioritized the safety of Dorami and Marin over enjoyment and festivities. Jade reassured Garnet, acknowledging her feelings. He insisted the two adventurers' safety was more important than dancing or social events. Both looked at each other, seriously. Jade resolved to follow Dorami and Marin, determined to bring them safely back home. Garnet entrusted Jade with Dorami and Marin. She looked at him seriously, leaving the responsibility in his hands. Jade nodded with determination. He promised to take care of them and ensure their safety during the night. He thought of Dorami and their quest. The night was calm, but the danger of the dark forest loomed. Dorami and Marin prepared for one last adventure. They were determined to make good memories together before Marin's departure. They discussed their wishes. Jade wanted to grant Marin a happy farewell, ensuring her final moments were safe and joyful. Dorami focused intensely, preparing for the night's quest. She reminded herself that she and Jade could handle any monsters ahead. Suddenly Dorami was attacked. Jade and her companion reacted quickly, ready to defend her from the sudden threat. Monsters appeared everywhere. Dorami and her friends realized they were outnumbered and needed a strategy to survive the ambush. The group decided on a tactical retreat. They held hands and ran through the forest, staying close to protect each other. They navigated the dark terrain, looking for the place they had entered together. They planned to regroup and escape safely. Dorami and her companion paused, listening intently. They could no longer hear any sounds of the monsters, giving them a moment to rest. They took a small break. Both were exhausted from running and trying to find their way back to the capital. After resting, they planned to continue. Dorami expressed her gratitude for having someone accompany her on the adventure safely. Marin smiled, sharing how happy she was to experience the journey with Dorami. The moment gave her great joy. Both reflected on the day's adventure. They promised to remember this experience forever, cherishing the bond formed through the quest. Dorami offered Jade some jerky to restore energy. Both were tired, but this gave them a moment to regain strength. The salty food refreshed them. They felt more prepared to continue navigating the dark forest safely. They shared laughter, praising Dorami for her dependable nature. The brief rest lifted their spirits and strengthened their bond. Suddenly, a giant winged bear appeared. Its roar startled them, turning the quiet moment into immediate danger. The bear charged, forcing Dorami and her companion to brace themselves. The adventure quickly shifted from rest to survival. Dorami and her companion screamed in terror as the winged bear loomed above them, its shadow engulfing the forest clearing. They froze, staring at the monster. Jade realized it was a rank 3 winged bear, far stronger than them. Using their knowledge of the creature, they quickly threw their jerky to distract it. The bear's keen sense of smell made it turn its attention, seizing the moment. They ran as fast as they could. The bear chased but followed the bait instead. Terrified, they dashed through the dark forest. Jade guided Dorami toward a nearby cave, hoping to find temporary safety from the beast. Jade and Dorami entered the cave, hoping it would provide temporary safety from the winged bear. The entrance appeared empty. They moved carefully, stepping lightly. The cave's strange smell made them uneasy as they explored deeper into the dark passage. Suddenly, they discovered the remains of a large creature. The sight shocked both, making Dorami and Jade recoil in fear. They realized they had entered the winged bear's den. The cave contained bones and evidence of the monster's presence. Terrified, they decided to leave immediately. They ran from the den, fearing the bear could return at any moment. Dorami and Jade saw the winged bear again. Dorami realized they were too late to prevent danger from happening. She blamed herself for the events, feeling responsible for the unfolding situation. Jade tried to comfort her and strategize. Jade reassured Dorami. It was not her fault. He reflected on how the quest had led them into this peril. He considered using his original form to fight. Dorami's safety became his priority over everything else. Determined to protect Marin, Jade resolved to act. Protecting her was more important than anything, including the danger he faced. Dorami reassured Marin that everything would be okay. Her calm presence gave comfort amid the dark cave's tension. She promised to protect Marin. Marin looked at her in surprise, realizing the strength and resolve in Dorami's words. Preparing for the next challenge, Dorami explained the danger. She removed her outer garments to prepare fully for the fight ahead. Dorami dashed forward to confront the threat. Marin stayed close, relying on her guidance and courage. Dorami urged Marin not to worry. Despite the danger, she would protect her friend at all costs. Dorami revealed her true power, declaring she was a really strong dragon. The cave filled with a bright, intense aura. In dragon form, she stood before the remaining threats. Her size and strength dwarfed the winged bear and forest terrain. The dragon roared, challenging the bear. Its attack collided with the bear, showing Dorami's overwhelming strength and skill. A battle erupted, shaking the surrounding forest. The bear was forced to retreat under the dragon's relentless assault, with the danger neutralized. Dorami prepared to take Maren safely back to the capital. The threat was finally over. Dorami, now in her dragon form, stood next to Maren. She reflected on revealing her true power to protect her friend. Dorami feared her transformation might frighten Maren. She worried their bond would be lost, and that she might never be seen as a friend again. The dragon watched Maren from a distance. Dorami's heart ached, questioning whether her actions had caused irreparable harm. She regretted the turn of events, thinking the situation could have ended differently if things had gone another way. Finally, Dorami embraced Maren. Despite her worries, she expressed her feelings, conveying her desire to stay connected and protect her friend. Jade called out to Dorami, noticing her standing in the dragon form. He watched intently as she faced the challenge. The hero, Jade, responded to the courage displayed by Dorami and Maren. His presence reinforced their determination to continue. Jade noticed an approaching threat in the forest. He shouted for Maren, signaling danger as a mysterious force surged suddenly. A dragon appeared before Jade and Maren. Its presence startled them, blocking their path and forcing Jade to stand cautiously. The dragon's attack failed, as Maren repelled its transformation. Jade witnessed her strength and felt concern, but relief seeing her unharmed. Maren confirmed she was fine, clutching herself from the shock. Jade approached carefully, making sure she sustained no injuries during the encounter. Maren apologized for their dangerous night quest. Jade reassured her, acknowledging the risks, and comforted her, grateful she returned safely from danger. Jade reassured Maren, telling her it was fine, and she didn't need to apologize. He remained calm, relieved she was safe despite the danger. Maren reminded Jade of lingering monsters nearby. She urged them to hurry back, cautious and aware of continuing threats in the dark forest. Jade noticed Dorami-chan in her true form. The dragon's presence surprised him, revealing her full strength while still protecting Maren from harm. Maren reflected on the moment she faced the dragon. She realized she had feared for her life but also felt gratitude and relief. Maren smiled, acknowledging that Dorami-chan had saved her. Jade watched, appreciating the bond between the dragon and Maren, both unharmed and safe after the ordeal. Dorami struggles to transform back into her human form, shivering as she stands before Garnet and the young hero. Garnet gently urges her to put on clothes to avoid catching a cold. Suddenly, Dorami's dragon form grows larger and splits into two heads, radiating intense power. A bright light engulfs the area, leaving both Garnet and the hero awestruck. Dorami appears in her true dragon-human hybrid form, anxious about how Garnet will react. Garnet is surprised but not afraid, seeing Dorami as the same friend she always knew. Garnet reassures Dorami that her monster form does not change who she is inside. Dorami feels comforted by the unwavering support of her friend. Dorami accepts a hairpin from Garnet as a symbol of their friendship. They stand together, united, ready to face the future, side by side. Dorami struggles to shift back into her human form. She shivers as Garnet reminds her to put on clothes to avoid catching a cold. Dorami's dragon form suddenly grows larger, splitting into two heads. A bright, intense light surrounds them, leaving Garnet and Jade stunned. In her hybrid dragon-human form, Dorami fears Garnet will be afraid. Garnet, however, is calm and reassures her she is still the same friend. Garnet explains that Dorami's monster form doesn't change who she is inside. Dorami feels relief and warmth at her friend's words. Dorami accepts a hairpin from Garnet as proof of their friendship together. They stand united, ready to face the future side by side. Maren apologizes to Jade and Garnet, admitting she took a quest that disrupted their plans. Roger reassures them that their safety is the most important thing, and that they shouldn't worry. Maren feels guilty for putting herself and others in danger, while Roger explains that assessing danger is essential for growth. Roger emphasizes that Maren is not weak and praises her decision-making, showing how courage and smart choices matter in adventuring. He commends Maren for protecting her friends, highlighting her bravery and reinforcing their confidence as a team. Jade leads Maren and Dorami, ready to return home, ensuring Garnet knows they are safe. Under the starry night, Maren and Dorami follow, feeling relieved and ready to move forward together. They arrive home, entering the house quietly, unsure of what to expect. Maren's older sister notices them, and Dorami looks on, surprised to see her. Maren hugs her sister tightly, sharing relief and warmth, while Dorami observes the moment, feeling safe and connected to her friends. Garnet smiled warmly as Jade and his companion returned to the guild. Relief and happiness filled the room. Jade and his friend apologized for leaving without notice. Both felt guilty, but neither was hurt during their quest. Garnet reassured them, expressing that she was only glad they returned safely. She believed they had learned a valuable lesson. She acknowledged Jade's constant support, recognizing his dedication and the countless ways he had helped along the journey. Garnet asked Jade to let her know if he ever needed anything, showing trust and appreciation for his efforts. Jade asked Garnet to attend the ball with him next year. Both stood together, anticipating the event. Garnet commented on Jade's love for dancing. He expressed excitement, eager to participate and enjoy the celebration. Garnet suggested they dance together in that moment, right in the room. Jade was surprised but willing. Jade felt amazed, realizing the night had more joy than expected. His heart raced at the experience, finding the hall too crowded. They decided to move to an empty room, ready to dance freely. Jade and Garnet prepared to dance, with the smaller companions watching excitedly in the background. Jade felt a surge of anticipation as he and Garnet faced each other, ready to begin. He asked Garnet if he could hold her hand, and she agreed, sharing the moment calmly. Jade was struck by the warmth and softness of her hand, amazed by her slender fingers. He worried about accidentally hurting her, carefully ensuring she was comfortable as they prepared to dance together. Garnet adjusted her posture, letting Jade hold her hand without pulling. He looked surprised but relieved. They drew close, their faces nearly touching as they moved together naturally in the dance. Jade stared at Garnet, amazed by the moment and the closeness between them. He noticed her scent and the warmth of her presence, feeling overwhelmed by the experience. The smaller companions signaled the music, and Jade and Garnet prepared to start their first real dance together, careful and joyful. Garnet held Jade closely, easing his worry as they danced. He felt comforted by her calm presence. They moved gracefully across the floor, completely absorbed in the dance, feeling the music guide them. Garnet apologized as she stepped on his feet, and Jade reassured her, focused on their shared rhythm. Jade noticed their synchronized movements and their deep concentration, while enjoying the moment immensely. Both continued dancing in harmony, joyful and fully immersed, savoring the closeness and the dreamlike experience together. Jade and Garnet continued their dance, savoring the closeness and comfort they shared, feeling blissful together. Their movements flowed naturally, fully absorbed in the music, and both smiled, enjoying the dreamlike moment. Garnet apologized for a misstep, and Jade reassured her, completely focused on enjoying the dance rather than mistakes. He noted their perfect coordination, smiling at their shared rhythm and the joy of moving together. As the dance approached its end, both felt a deep sense of happiness, grateful for the experience and each other's presence. Jade noticed Garnet blushing, realizing it might be from hunger and concern for the smaller companions. The children expressed their hunger, causing Jade to connect Garnet's blushing to her consideration for them. Garnet reassured him, saying she had taken care of herself to be able to dance, showing her thoughtfulness. Jade thanked her sincerely, appreciating the effort she made for the dance. While acknowledging her care, Garnet confessed her nervousness during the dance, feeling she made too many mistakes, but Jade remained supportive and understanding. Jade noticed his own blushing as he observed Garnet, realizing the emotions of the evening affected them both deeply. Garnet complimented Jade on his dancing, reassuring him despite his doubts, showing her gentle encouragement. Jade expressed his genuine happiness at being able to dance with Garnet, fully appreciating the moment. Garnet blushed, overwhelmed by emotion, while Jade smiled, aware of the shared joy between them. Jade suddenly realized he had spoken his feelings aloud, leaving him stunned and anxious about Garnet's reaction. Jade panicked internally, worried that Garnet might think he had confessed his feelings, though he only expressed happiness about dancing. Dora, one of the smaller companions, unexpectedly interrupted, revealing Jade's obvious affection, surprising everyone and adding humor to the moment. Dorami noticed Jade blushing when she mentioned his feelings for Garnet, surprising everyone around him. She explained that Jade had gone to great lengths for Garnet, like fishing for her favorite dish and giving rare flowers. Dorami continued, describing how Jade even bought a villa in a port city so Garnet could enjoy sunsets peacefully. The others realized the depth of Jade's affection and decided to support him, hoping he and Garnet would become a real couple. Jade was caught off guard as Dorami and friends enthusiastically offered help to bring him and Garnet closer. Jade felt uneasy as he faced Garnet, realizing that something serious was about to happen. He noticed that Garnet's expression was calm and observant, making him worry that she had understood everything. Jade hesitated, trying to gather the courage to express his feelings, feeling the weight of the moment. Both stared at each other silently, the tension building as neither spoke, but understanding passed between them. Finally, Garnet quietly asked if Jade truly liked her, leaving him surprised and nervous, yet determined. Jade stared at Garnet, his heart racing as he realized the moment of truth had arrived. He tried to speak, but his words came out uncertain, leaving him frustrated with his own vagueness. Garnet asked if he truly wanted to establish a relationship with her, forcing Jade to confront his feelings. He admitted internally that he had loved her for the longest time, unable to deny the truth. Jade struggled to express himself clearly, while Dorami and friends observed from afar. Noticing his nervous gestures, Garnet looked at Jade calmly, asking him to clarify what he truly meant. Jade thought back to the past 10 years, realizing he had always wanted to confess his feelings. He reflected on the moments he had kept silent, wishing he could finally share his heart with her. Jade worried about what might happen if he failed to speak up, fearing he could lose the chance forever. Clenching his fist, he resolved to confess, telling himself it was now or never. Jade looked determined, finally preparing to speak his heart to Garnet. Garnet asked him to clarify his feelings, prompting Jade to steady himself. He confessed that he wanted both of them to start dating, expressing his true intentions. Garnet smiled warmly, showing she understood and accepted his feelings, easing Jade's tension. Jade, relieved and overjoyed, reacted with surprise and happiness, realizing their relationship could finally begin. Jade confessed that he wanted them to become lovers, finally voicing his deepest desire. Garnet was surprised and asked why, prompting Jade to explain his long-held feelings. He shared that he had been watching her for 10 years, admiring her kindness, cheerfulness, and diligence. Jade described how she always brightened his days whenever they were together, making his feelings undeniable. He concluded that becoming lovers would make him truly happy, leaving Garnet touched and emotionally moved. Jade finally shouted in relief, expressing his overwhelming joy at confessing his feelings. Garnet noted that he was overreacting, but Jade explained it was because he was so deeply in love with her. He swore on his life that he would make Garnet happy, showing his determination and sincerity. Friends and Dorami congratulated the couple, acknowledging the years Jade spent trying to be near Garnet. Jade and Garnet smiled, realizing that the long-awaited day had finally arrived and their love could begin. Jade and Garnet agreed to have a happy relationship, smiling at each other under the starry night sky together. The next day, Marin asked if they enjoyed the capital, expressing gratitude to Jade and Dorami for their help. The friends discussed future adventures, promising to train harder and meet again for new quests. As their bonds strengthened, Marin thanked everyone for believing in her, while Jade reassured her support, showing encouragement and familial care to her. Dorami, encouraged by her sister and friends, felt confident, ready to continue adventures with Jade, and everyone supporting her dreams. Jade promised to always return home safely, regardless of the quest, reassuring his loved ones before departing for adventure. Marin prepared to leave, saying goodbye to her friends while Jade and Dorami watched, feeling bittersweet emotions. Dorami excitedly gave Marin a beautiful rock she had found, wanting to share something special before their separation. Marin admired the shiny, blue rock, amazed by its beauty and grateful for Dorami's thoughtful gesture and friendship. Dorami asked if Marin truly wanted the gift, and Marin happily confirmed, reinforcing their bond and shared adventure memories. Dorami asked Jade to bring her any prettier rock he finds during adventures, excited about collecting treasures with him. Jade and Dorami shook hands, sealing a promise to share and cherish beautiful finds during their journeys together. Marin cheerfully declared it was time for her departure, ready for the adventure ahead while bidding friends farewell. She waved goodbye from the train window, smiling as she began her journey, feeling confident and happy inside. Dorami waved energetically back at Marin, shouting farewell and wishing her safe travels as the train began moving. Dorami sat down, expressing her excitement and emotions, while Jade and Garnet watched, understanding her intense feelings as she prepared. Jade reflected on the farewell, realizing he had managed to send Dorami off with a smile, despite feeling emotional. Dorami invited everyone to visit her parents' house next time, showing enthusiasm for future gatherings and continued friendships. The friends cheered, expressing excitement to play together again, supporting each other and enjoying their shared adventures. Jade focused on impressing his new mother-in-law, preparing the best present while maintaining his earnest determination and love for Garnet. Jade, Dorami, and Garnet planned to travel worldwide together, excited for adventures and collecting beautiful rocks along the way. They discussed presents and visiting Dorami's parents, ensuring each journey included meaningful experiences and thoughtful gestures for friends and family. Jade realized Garnet might feel happy about their plans, but also concerned about long distances and being apart sometimes. Garnet expressed that she was glad Jade was willing to go far for her. Though worried about missing him, Jade reassured Garnet, promising he didn't want to be apart, keeping their bond close, even during distant adventures. Jade explained he would feel lonely without seeing Garnet, so he promised to keep returning to the guild regularly. He admitted that he might suffer from loneliness if he didn't come back, showing his deep affection for Garnet. Garnet suggested that since they were a couple, they could meet without guild visits, easing Jade's worry about burdening her. Jade reflected he would still go to the guild because he enjoyed seeing Garnet, keeping their connection alive. Jade confessed he loved seeing Garnet in her uniform, smiling brightly, reinforcing his affection and deep emotional attachment to her. Jade complimented Garnet, saying she looked like an angel from the first moment he saw her, praising her extraordinary beauty. He offered to cook a meal with love, ensuring Garnet and Dorami had the strength to continue their adventures together. Dorami eagerly agreed, showing excitement and determination, while Jade and Garnet smiled, appreciating her energetic and adventurous spirit. Jade invited Garnet to join them for breakfast, considering her needs while strengthening bonds through shared meals and time together. Garnet happily agreed, expressing warmth and joy at being included, reinforcing her connection and support for both Jade and Dorami. 3 days later, Jade sat quietly, thinking about Garnet, holding a cup, reflecting on how happy and grateful he felt. Dorami noticed Jade spacing out. He apologized, explaining he had been thinking about Garnet again, showing his unwavering affection. Dorami cheerfully praised Jade, saying his progress and hard work made Garnet fall in love, boosting his confidence happily. Dorami encouraged Jade, hoping he would make Garnet happy, acknowledging their relationship was still new but filled with promise. Jade resolved to do his best for Garnet, determined to maintain her happiness and nurture their growing romantic relationship. Jade sat quietly, lost in thought, replaying memories of Garnet and Dorami. His heart swelled with anticipation and nervous excitement. Dorami noticed his distant expression and nudged him gently, teasing him for spacing out. Jade smiled sheepishly, realizing how happy he felt. Jade's mind raced with plans, but he froze, wondering where he should take Garnet on their first official date. Alba enthusiastically encouraged Jade to spend more time with the guild receptionist, urging him to take a bold step toward happiness. Jade's heart raced in shock as he realized Alba suggested going on a date, an idea he had never dared to imagine. He imagined a successful outing, believing that spending time with the receptionist could bring her joy and strengthen their bond. Jade carefully weighed options, determined to make the first date memorable, knowing failure would make future chances difficult. Alba offered a simple solution, suggesting Jade take her shopping, giving him a practical opportunity to connect with her. Alba explained how buying matching items could bring Jade and Garnet closer, suggesting a playful start to their first outing. Jade realized this could help him learn Garnet's preferences, using the shopping trip as practice for the real date. The next day, Jade felt surprised and excited to be shopping with Garnet, observing her choices carefully in the department store. He reminded himself to be helpful as her boyfriend, aiming to make the experience comfortable and enjoyable for Garnet. Garnet selected patterned tableware, hoping to make the shared meals lively, while Jade paid attention to her tastes and opinions. Jade felt surprised at Garnet's thoughtful approach, realizing she considered their shared experiences, even in small choices. Garnet appreciated Jade's willingness to help, noting how choosing proper tableware could make meals feel special and festive. Jade eagerly searched the shelves, trying to find the perfect items while Garnet calmly observed, considering her preferences. He suggested a plate with a heart design, hoping it would match her taste and make her happy. Garnet smiled gently, expressing that she found the heart-patterned plate cute, showing her approval and satisfaction with his choice. Jade complimented Garnet, telling her she looked cute, which made him feel bold and earnest in expressing his feelings. He continued praising her, noting how great she looked, and linking it to the plates they were choosing together. Garnet blushed, feeling shy at Jade's enthusiastic comments, which made the moment feel intimate and slightly embarrassing. Jade apologized for getting carried away, and Garnet reassured him that she wasn't upset, easing the tension between them. Garnet suggested they have dinner at her home to try the new plates, creating a natural continuation of their shared day. Jade thanked Garnet for the invitation, feeling grateful and excited for the opportunity to share their shopping experience. Garnet reflected on their outing, smiling softly, as she realized it had been a wonderful first date. She expressed joy, clearly appreciating the time spent together and the simple moments that made the day special. Jade looked surprised as Garnet confirmed it was a proper date, while she smiled, feeling content and shy. Garnet explained that the first date was a success, and Jade realized the day had truly strengthened their bond. Alba thanked Jade for preparing the meal, expressing joy and appreciation for the delicious food. Garnet and Jade shared their gratitude, acknowledging the effort and warmth behind the cooking, while Garnet hesitated slightly. Jade resolved to find Garnet's father, determined to learn more about the man she admired and respected. Garnet revealed that her father had disappeared during an adventure 12 years ago, explaining why he was so important. Jade promised to bring her father home, vowing to support Garnet and fulfill her heartfelt wish, despite the uncertainty. Garnet expressed her faith in Jade, though she worried about the potential dangers he might face on his journey. Jade reassured her, explaining that he was strong and used to such adventures, ready to handle challenges ahead. He realized Garnet's concern was not for him as a hero, but because she loved him as a man. Jade smiled warmly, feeling motivated and appreciated by her trust, knowing her love gave him strength. Garnet felt relief, comforted by his confidence, while Jade promised to return safely, keeping her reassured and at ease. Alba reassured Jade that they would handle the information gathering, giving him confidence in their plan. She accidentally spilled juice, immediately apologizing, while Garnet looked calmly at the situation, ready to assist. Garnet noted that the juice spilled on Alba herself, subtly pointing out it was too late for new clothes. She offered some of her clothes, unsure if they would fit Alba, showing care and practicality. Alba tried on the clothes, delighted to feel like a princess, thrilled by the thoughtful gesture and new outfit. Garnet explained the origin of the clothes, noting they were bought at a regular shop and were normal for her age. Alba expressed surprise at their apparent value, asking if she could keep them, while Garnet clarified their history. Jade noted that Garnet's mother had made her wear the clothes, which were once unpleasant but fit her style now. Alba excitedly showed off the outfit, asking Jade for his opinion on how it looked. Jade reassured Alba that she looked adorable, and Alba happily promised to take good care of the clothes. That night, Alba slept peacefully, her new outfit neatly placed beside her, reflecting on the day's events. Alba woke suddenly from a nightmare, calling out loudly, while Jade rushed to check on her. Concerned, she explained that someone had been hitting her in the dream, prompting Jade to try to reassure her. Alba revealed she was a white dragon, explaining her fears and why she reacted strongly to the news. Jade understood her fear, explaining that the neighboring country outlawed hunting white dragons, calming Alba's worries. Alba admitted her fear of traveling to the neighboring country, worried that her true identity could be discovered. Jade reflected on how he underestimated Alba's anxiety, realizing she remained cautious, despite her adventures. He suggested she stay behind or be cared for by Garnet, trying to ease her worry and ensure safety. Alba confessed she was super scared but determined, expressing her desire to contribute and help everyone. Her resolve strengthened, showing her bravery and willingness to support Garnet and Marin despite the risks. Alba expressed her desire to help Garnet and Marin, wanting both friends to be happy when their father was found. She insisted on accompanying Jade to the neighboring country, determined and ready for the journey ahead. Jade agreed, noting that two were better than one, and planned to leave at dawn the next day. The next morning, they prepared to depart, with Garnet seeing them off and offering encouragement and care. Jade reassured Garnet, telling her the thought counted, and she smiled, comforted by his sincerity and consideration. Garnet expressed gratitude, telling Jade his kindness was sweet, which made him smile warmly in return. She watched him leave, her expression soft, reflecting on the trust and care they shared before the journey. Jade, Alba, and Garnet set off toward the neighboring country, ready for an adventure to find Onyx, determined and hopeful. Jade continued walking through the dense forest with the receptionist. The second day of searching for Onyx San had begun, and he pressed forward without stopping, determined to reach their goal. The receptionist hesitated, worried about the distance remaining to the town. Jade insisted he was fine, ignoring the thought of camping out if their progress slowed. Before departing, the receptionist prepared for the journey, accepting a side quest to subjugate a ghost while traveling toward the monarchy of Linvuk. Jade cheered, encouraging the receptionist that completing the ghost quest would bring them food and rest once finished. Suddenly, the receptionist realized the challenge ahead involved confronting a wraith. Both braced themselves as the forest grew ominous, the journey's danger finally clear. The receptionist trembled, confused by the differences between a ghost and a wraith. Jade thought it strange that a dragon like her could still be scared of monsters. Jade explained that ghosts were formless beasts that transformed into the deepest fears of whoever faced them, revealing their true power. They imagined the ghost might take the shape of a spider. Jade noted that the strength of these creatures varied. The receptionist admitted fear of overwhelming power, but Jade reassured her that he would defeat whatever appeared. She recalled defeating a basilisk long ago, realizing she no longer feared the dangers ahead, ready to continue their quest. The receptionist praised Jade for his strength, relieved that their journey might end without trouble. However, uncertainty lingered about the ghost's current form. A strange sound echoed through the trees. Both noticed it didn't resemble wind, suspecting the presence of a large creature. Jade suggested the sound might be the ghost itself, potentially transformed into a massive monster. They cautiously advanced through the forest, searching for the source of the noise as tension rose. Finally, they discovered a large dragon lying on the ground, its presence revealing the ghost's formidable and unexpected form. Jade and the receptionist observed the black dragon, noting its immense strength and realizing it was a rare creature in this region. Jade identified the dragon as the ghost they had been tracking, surprising the receptionist with his insight. They considered the dragon's natural habitat, recalling that black dragons typically dwell on high mountain summits and do not tolerate being looked down upon. Jade approached cautiously, instructing the receptionist to stay behind while he investigated further. He reflected on ghost behavior, understanding that it would take the form of whatever they feared most before initiating an attack, preparing for a careful encounter. Jade faced the black dragon cautiously, measuring its presence and preparing for the next move. The receptionist peered from the bushes, anxious but determined to observe safely. Suddenly, the dragon transformed, revealing a shape that resembled the receptionist's greatest fear. Both were shocked as an elderly woman appeared from the transformation, astonishing them with the unexpected form. The receptionist realized the apparition mirrored her grandmother, the very thing she feared most, and Jade confirmed it was indeed her grandmother's form, completing the ghost's challenge. The receptionist noted that the grandmother didn't look scary at all, recalling that she once had been frightening long ago. Jade wondered how to defeat the ghost, trying to understand the challenge and the ghost's attacks, which did not physically harm them. The ghost shifted form, deciding to transform into whatever the receptionist feared most, instead of her grandmother. Jade moved forward, observing cautiously, while the receptionist watched with apprehension, unsure what the ghost would take next. Suddenly, a massive bear appeared, representing her deepest fear, leaving the receptionist shocked and ready to face it. The receptionist noticed the grandmother's figure didn't appear scary now, though she remembered a time when it had been intimidating. Jade worried about how to defeat the ghost and considered strategies, noting that the ghost's attacks didn't cause real harm. The ghost transformed into a massive, terrifying bear, representing the receptionist's deepest fear, and she screamed in surprise. Jade leapt into action, confronting the bear directly, ready to protect the receptionist. After a tense struggle, Jade defeated the bear and collected the mana stone, completing the quest and easing the receptionist's fear. The receptionist celebrated, excited to finally rest on a soft, comfortable bed after their long adventure. She asked Jade if he had fought the grandmother, surprised by the sudden appearance during their quest. Jade explained he hadn't fought her, and the grandmother had been kind, supporting him when he decided to become an adventurer as a child. He recalled getting lost in the woods for 3 days, and how his grandmother had scolded him, teaching him an important lesson. The receptionist listened in awe, realizing that Jade's fear of his grandmother stemmed from a memory he had never forgotten, shaping his respect for her. The receptionist laughed, wondering which grandmother, hers or Jade's, was scarier, smiling at the thought. Jade mentioned that Dorami also had a grandmother, curious about what she had been like. The receptionist explained her grandmother wasn't blood-related, but had raised her, clarifying her unique family situation. She recounted moving to an abandoned mine to stay hidden, explaining it was because her grandmother nearly discovered her secret. Jade learned that she had wandered aimlessly as a child, seeking food and survival, revealing her resourcefulness and independence. The receptionist was surprised that Jade could tell she had barged into someone's house, realizing he was perceptive. She explained, she knocked repeatedly and eventually tried opening the door, hoping to get some food. Inside, she found a table full of food, leaving her excited and ready to eat. Jade asked how much she ate, astonished to learn she had eaten everything in front of her. She recounted running into the attic when her grandmother returned, almost crying from embarrassment, but relieved after understanding the situation. The receptionist listened as Dorami recounted staying in the attic for about a year, scared of her grandmother's anger. She explained that whenever her grandmother went to bed, she would sneak out to get food, careful to avoid confrontation. At one point, her grandmother discovered her and began climbing the attic, forcing Dorami to escape through a window. Jade realized that Dorami had never actually met the grandmother directly during her childhood escapes. Now Dorami wanted to meet her properly, to thank her and apologize for all the trouble she caused long ago. Jade asked Dorami about the bright town she had seen at night, curious if it was a major city. Dorami revealed a town she remembered, and Jade suggested they could try going there to learn more. Jade smiled, mentioning that they could also bring a present for Garnet-san while visiting the town. The receptionist thought about her grandmother and resolved to find her this time, determined not to run away. Both stood under the night sky, Dorami asking for another chance to meet her grandmother properly, ready to make amends. Jade and the receptionist arrived at the bustling city of Linvik. The commercial streets were filled with vendors and townsfolk, creating a lively atmosphere that stretched across the cobbled avenues. The receptionist noted how grand the city was compared to her grandmother's simple home, while Jade tried to recognize familiar landmarks, but found nothing he knew. Excited, the receptionist admired the abundance of shops, imagining all the things they could explore. Jade thought about someone who had stayed hidden for a year, missing these sights. Jade considered replacing his broken sword and suggested purchasing alternatives from the stores, while the receptionist observed his attachment to his weapon. Before searching, Jade decided to gather intel about the city. Together, they moved forward, ready for the next adventure in Linvik. Jade and the receptionist arrived at the Linvik Guild Hall. The building stood grand and imposing in the commercial zone, with banners fluttering above the entrance. A guild clerk explained that personal information could not be shared due to strict policies. Jade realized their plan to gather details would be more difficult than expected. The clerk added that only family access was allowed. Jade thought about his future marriage plans, but understood they would not help him now. They decided to visit inns and bars where adventurers gathered, hoping to collect useful information discreetly. The receptionist handed Jade a token, explaining it was for finding their friend's father. Onyx together, they prepared to continue their search. The receptionist apologized to Jade and the young girl, explaining that the guild rules prevented her from giving direct help. Jade accepted her limitations and waited patiently. The young girl offered her favorite rocks as a gift, wanting to help despite her small size. The receptionist was touched by the gesture, surprised by the girl's sincerity. The receptionist decided to personally ask the guild master for permission. Jade supported her, understanding her cautious approach, while encouraging her to try. The young girl entrusted her rocks to them, asking them to take care of them, expressing gratitude with a hopeful smile. The guild master welcomed Jade warmly, recognizing him instantly with his help. The trio's mission to find Onyx gained new hope. Jade, the receptionist, and the young girl met with the guild master. They expressed gratitude, and Jade asked if the guildmaster remembered him. The guildmaster recalled Jade's previous deeds, explaining that he had helped defeat a powerful black dragon when other adventurers were too weak. Jade explained that Onyx, the father of someone he cared about, had disappeared 12 years ago. The guildmaster listened carefully. The young girl and Jade requested the guildmaster's assistance in finding Onyx. The guildmaster agreed without hesitation, trusting Jade completely. The group felt renewed hope, ready to continue their quest together. The guildmaster told Jade that he wanted to repay a past favor, recognizing Jade's previous contributions. Jade and the young girl thanked him warmly, feeling relieved and encouraged by his willingness to help. The guildmaster mentioned that finding records from 12 years ago would take 3 days, but Jade reassured him it was not a problem. Both Jade and the young girl expressed gratitude again, acknowledging the guildmaster's effort and support. The guildmaster asked them to return in 3 days, promising they would have the information they needed to continue their search for Onyx. The next morning, Jade and the young girl discussed how to spend the next 2 days. Jade wanted to find a gift for Garnet, while the girl suggested practical ideas. The young girl recommended giving local fruits, recalling how tasty the peaches from the inn were. She described the deliciousness, explaining how it felt like a whole new experience. They collected seeds from the innkeeper to plant at home, feeling excited for future growth. Jade agreed to visit a fruit stand on their last day, planning to bring fresh produce and gifts back home. Jade and the young girl decided to explore a store while shopping for gifts in the city. Inside, they admired the various items displayed, noticing clocks, bottles, and small trinkets. The young girl suggested items that Garnet might like, while Jade considered practical and cute options for a present. They picked a watering can, imagining how Garnet could use it for her plants, discussing how it would bring her joy. Garnet received the gift warmly, thanking Jade. The young girl smiled, and Jade felt happy, seeing her appreciation and delight. Jade decided to buy a first gift for Garnet. He suggested a watering can, and the young girl immediately picked a snail-shaped one. The young girl expressed her love for snails, hugging the watering can with delight. She explained that when she was alone, a snail had been her companion and listener, giving her comfort. While shopping, she found a wooden stick, similar to her old sword, marveling that it felt like it had been reborn. The young girl held the stick proudly, excited that her sword's spirit continued, while Jade watched her with a smile. Jade decided to buy a flute as a gift, planning to practice and perform for everyone. The young girl cheered excitedly. She explained that playing a flute was a good way to pass the time during long walks on adventures. Since they were already in the store, Jade suggested buying a gift for the young girl's grandmother, making the outing feel even more meaningful. The young girl discovered a perfect hat, admiring its detail and imagining how pleased her grandmother would be. She held the gift happily, feeling joy from selecting something thoughtful, while Jade smiled at her excitement. Jade and the young girl carried a stack of gifts, feeling they may have overdone it. The young girl thanked Jade for helping collect the presents. The young girl spotted a woman in the distance, wondering if she could be her grandmother. She decided to approach quietly to confirm, making sure it was the right person. Jade and the young girl prepared to greet her, holding the gifts carefully as they approached. Jade suggested apologizing first, while the young girl considered whether to call her grandmother out or wait to see her reaction. The young girl hesitated to apologize to her grandmother, worried she might react angrily. Jade offered to accompany her, but she insisted on going alone. She explained it was her responsibility to apologize for her mistake, and wanted to handle it herself. The young girl spotted her grandmother leaving and decided to follow quietly to ensure she reached the right place. Jade and the young girl carried the gifts carefully, keeping a respectful distance as they approached. Finally, they arrived at the grandmother's house, and the young girl prepared herself to offer a sincere apology. Jade and the young girl stood at the grandmother's door, hesitant to knock. The young girl debated whether to approach immediately. She worried about bothering her grandmother during tea time, trying to respect her routine. Jade suggested heading home for lunch first, but acknowledged she should go at her own pace. As the young girl observed, her grandmother appeared unexpectedly, catching them off guard. The grandmother's gaze was stern, and the young girl felt the tension rise. Jade and the young girl prepared themselves, holding the gifts tightly while facing the grandmother's watchful eyes. Jade and the receptionist unexpectedly encountered the older woman, who questioned their presence, shocked. They realized they had been discovered. The receptionist nervously explained they were only pretending, attempting to play a role and not cause any trouble. The older woman scrutinized them, acknowledging their disguise, but emphasizing the need for a proper leader, hinting at responsibilities beyond their play. The receptionist pointed out the house's strong structure, noting it resembled a castle, which seemed suitable for a base of operations. The older woman agreed enthusiastically, imagining herself living there one day, while appreciating the seasoned walls and the potential the house offered. The older woman shouted as the receptionist accidentally touched something, startling her. Jade watched nervously, trying to calm the situation. The receptionist apologized, explaining she had only been examining the wall, noticing its worn but sturdy condition. Jade tried to involve Dorami, encouraging her to speak to the older woman and show appreciation for the house. The receptionist hesitated, unsure how to express herself, feeling both nervous and compelled to explain. She confessed that she genuinely liked helping people and saw the house as an opportunity to assist, while Jade silently supported her intention. The older woman insisted she wasn't too old to clean her house, while the receptionist nervously complimented her youth. She apologized, worried about her comment on the woman's age, causing a slight awkwardness between them. The older woman acknowledged the house was dusty and agreed to let them clean if they focused on tidying. The receptionist energetically started cleaning the windows, determined to make the house spotless, while Jade and the older woman observed. She continued with determination, vowing to restore the house to its original condition and make it look completely new. The receptionist energetically began scrubbing the floors, screaming as she pushed herself to clean every corner. She swatted away dust and dirt, determined to drive out every trace of neglect from the house. The older woman reminded Jade to monitor her, ensuring she rested if she became exhausted, trusting him with her care. Jade watched quietly, impressed by her dedication and commitment to completing the task despite her fatigue. She refused a break, insisting on seeing the cleaning through to the end, demonstrating determination and responsibility while Jade assisted her. Jade reminded the receptionist to take a break, noting that she might be hungry and exhausted after cleaning so much. The receptionist confidently continued, explaining that she wanted to tackle the attic next, determined to finish every task. She discovered the attic and was surprised by its condition, eager to clean it thoroughly. After finishing, she admired how spotless the room had become, noting new bedding and improvements she hadn't noticed before. She cheerfully declared the cleaning complete, speculating that the improvements might be for guests, proud of the work they had accomplished together. After finishing all the cleaning, the receptionist stretched and declared that she was starving from all the hard work. The older woman called down to Jade and the receptionist, reminding them that the food would get cold if they didn't come downstairs. The receptionist was surprised to hear about food and asked if it was okay for her to eat, her eyes widening. Jade explained that the meal had been prepared specifically for them, so it would be rude not to eat. They looked down to find a beautifully arranged meal, complete with dishes and drinks, making them both delighted and appreciative of the effort. The receptionist's stomach loudly reminded her of her hunger, and the older woman questioned if she was truly that hungry. She explained that they hadn't eaten lunch due to being busy cleaning, and apologized for not speaking up sooner. The older woman reminded her to eat while the food was still hot, ensuring they wouldn't waste the meal. The receptionist thanked them joyfully and grabbed a plate, excited to taste the stew and other dishes. She enjoyed her first bite, savoring the food with a look of satisfaction and gratitude, finally able to rest after all the work. The older woman encouraged them to enjoy the meal, reminding Jade to eat before it got cold. The receptionist reflected on the kindness she received, noting that she had been given food and a bed to sleep in. Jade advised her to accept the hospitality for now, despite her wish to help out more, understanding her exhaustion. The receptionist thought about missing a chance to apologize, promising herself she would do so tomorrow. She fell asleep, exhausted from cleaning, while Jade noted how long she had been working and how tired she must be. Jade noticed it was still early, but the lights from the main street made the area bright, prompting him to consider getting some sleep. He admired the nighttime scenery, wishing the receptionist could see the view, feeling it would impress her. Jade imagined taking her on a date to see the mountains, picturing the gorgeous view and planning for a future outing. The older woman asked if he was still awake, surprised by his late-night vigilance. He confirmed he was, while noticing the receptionist had fallen asleep, exhausted from her work and care, making him reflect on her dedication. The older woman asked Jade if he had time to talk, and he agreed, curious about what she wanted to discuss. She requested some of his time, and he accepted, showing his willingness to listen. She offered him tea, and he decided to have a cup, preparing for a calm conversation. They discussed sugar in the tea, and Jade noted it was unusual, because Dorami had mentioned she normally enjoyed sweets. He reflected on this difference while observing the sweets on the table, trying to understand the older woman's habits and personality. The older woman asked Jade if he had expected guests, questioning the likelihood of anyone visiting her home. Jade explained that their visit was out of gratitude for her letting them clean her house and providing a meal. He noted how she had ensured the receptionist didn't touch the wall, showing her concern for safety and propriety. The older woman explained her worry about blood on the walls if the receptionist got hurt, revealing her cautious nature. Jade realized that her stern behavior was actually care for others, and she had been concerned about Dorami potentially cutting herself on a splinter. Jade reflected on the sweets and donuts, still doubting the older woman's habits, but concluded that she was likely Dorami's grandmother. The older woman asked where they lived, and Jade explained that they were from the capital of the Sundale Kingdom and had only stopped by. She decided to express her thanks while she still could, acknowledging Jade's presence and care. The older woman expressed gratitude for bringing the receptionist, happy to see her cared for and safe. She recognized the receptionist immediately, noting how she had grown taller over the year, but she would not mistake her for anyone else. Jade observed the size of the older woman's house, noting it seemed large for a single person to live in. The older woman explained that her daughters had lived there decades ago, and eventually they all became independent. She described the feeling as complicated, happy to see them grow yet lonely, prompting Jade to reflect on his own family aspirations. Jade imagined spending time with his own family someday, and recognized that one day his own children might leave as well. The older woman called Jade a strange one, reacting to his reflections on family, highlighting her blunt yet caring personality. The older woman reflected on her life, sharing that even while living alone she fantasized about having children. She noted that her children now have their own families, and imagining them parting ways is painful. She explained that her life wasn't all bad, recalling how a cute companion appeared unexpectedly and brightened her days. She remembered noticing the receptionist staying with them from the second day, a bold and surprising move. She felt sorry for the receptionist when she nervously tried to eat, showing her empathy and thoughtfulness. The receptionist reflected on the girl's behavior, noticing she had pretended not to see him to avoid running away. Jade realized all the sweets left out had been prepared specifically for her, showing the older woman's thoughtfulness. The older woman recalled feeling sorry that the receptionist only ate leftovers each day, cherishing those small moments. She expressed gratitude for the happiness the girl brought over the entire year, while Jade insisted thanks should go the other way. The older woman worried that pushing the girl too much might scare her off again, highlighting her careful and considerate nature. The older woman explained that she wanted to care for the girl as if she were her own grandchild, providing her a safe home. Jade realized the girl had misunderstood her, thinking she was angry, and had run away out of fear. He noted that the older woman was relieved to see the girl grown and healthy, having always worried about her. The older woman observed how the girl had sought to reunite with Dorami at the fountain, appreciating her longing and hope. Jade reflected that the older woman recognized him as kind, understanding that both had acted thoughtfully and with care toward the girl. The older woman expressed that simply seeing the girl again was enough to bring her joy, showing deep affection. Jade reflected on the situation, finally understanding what had transpired between the older woman and the girl. He resolved that tomorrow he would need to step in and mediate between them, ensuring the girl and the older woman could interact peacefully. Jade and Dorami arrived at Linvox's bustling commercial city. Jade carefully completed all errands requested, collecting goods with meticulous attention and care. Dorami held the full basket of peaches, smiling brightly. She resisted tasting them, thinking of her grandmother's happiness upon receiving the fruit. They walked through crowded streets fulfilling the grandmother's errands. Jade worried his previous mistakes might upset her, but Dorami stayed quietly reassuring beside him. Jade contemplated apologizing for past mistakes. He felt nervous, unsure of how Dorami's grandmother would react, while Dorami watched him with patient understanding. The grandmother observed silently, pretending not to notice any faults. She understood Jade needed courage to apologize. Teaching the children patience and sincerity, Dorami resolved to apologize to her grandmother when they returned home. She wanted to set things right without delay. Jade encouraged her, smiling. He supported Dorami, hoping she could express her feelings clearly and regain her grandmother's trust. The two arrived at the grandmother's house, tired but determined. The wooden roof and quiet surroundings welcomed them back safely. The grandmother greeted them warmly, appreciating the fruits they brought. She suggested they relax, showing gratitude and understanding for their efforts. Dorami prepared to speak, nervous but determined. She stepped forward, ready to tell her grandmother something important with sincerity and courage. Dorami bowed deeply, apologizing for sneaking food from her grandmother. She expressed genuine regret for not telling her earlier. She looked up silently, feeling nervous. Dorami worried about her grandmother's reaction, but hoped her sincerity would be understood clearly. The grandmother asked gently if Dorami enjoyed the food she had left out, observing her with kind, understanding eyes. Dorami smiled, confirming that every meal, whether hot or cold, had been delicious. She felt relieved and happy. The grandmother encouraged Dorami to return and try her food again. Dorami blushed, appreciating her warmth, and silently promised to come back. The grandmother praised Dorami, telling her she was a good girl. Dorami felt reassured and happy about her grandmother's kind words. Dorami hugged her grandmother, expressing gratitude for everything. Her smile brightened the room, reflecting relief and deep appreciation. Jade and the grandmother exchanged gentle smiles. Their shared understanding created a warm, comforting atmosphere, as Dorami observed quietly. The grandmother suggested making a cake. Dorami's eyes widened in surprise, excited by the prospect of enjoying a fresh, sweet dessert. Dorami smiled, eager to eat as much cake as she wanted. The grandmother encouraged her, sharing warmth and happiness through the plan. Dorami cheered happily, offering to help bake the cake. Jade joined in, excited to assist and share the joyful task together. They prepared the cake and sweets carefully. The grandmother watched, smiling, as the kitchen filled with warmth and delicious aromas. After finishing, they presented the cake and treats. Dorami and Jade looked satisfied, proud of their effort and teamwork. The evening arrived. The city was calm, and the soft sunset highlighted the completion of a fulfilling day's adventures. Dorami and Jade reflected on the trip. The capital's nostalgic charm reminded them of home, making the long journey worthwhile and memorable. Dorami expressed excitement about returning to the guild. She wanted to share her adventure stories while Jade carried the packages carefully. At the guild, Jade was warmly welcomed by fellow adventurers. Everyone greeted him happily, acknowledging his accomplishments and heroic deeds. Jade humbly thanked them. Despite being a high-ranking adventurer, he remained modest, appreciating recognition while staying focused on his personal goals. The adventurers explained how Jade's victories had improved safety. They shared stories about reduced danger and increased opportunities for peaceful adventures. Jade reflected that his quests, though personally motivated, also positively impacted others. He felt satisfied knowing his efforts helped friends and allies. Jade waited eagerly in line at the guild, excited for the chance to speak with Garnet-san again about his quest report. When it was his turn, Jade introduced himself to Garnet-san and politely explained he was there to report a completed quest. Garnet-san looked at Jade with her usual composed expression. Jade admired her calm demeanor and felt slightly nervous yet focused. She asked him to wait briefly while she prepared, giving Jade a moment to appreciate her presence and elegance silently. Garnet-san examined the mana stone carefully, her tone slightly more cheerful than usual. Jade noted her demeanor, feeling reassured and respected. Garnet handed Jade a check for 20 million gul after examining the mana stone. Jade wondered if she was happy to see him. Jade accepted the payment, feeling extremely happy. He thanked Garnet politely, grateful for the reward and recognition for completing the quest successfully. Dorami returned home, excited. She stretched her arms, thrilled to be back safely, and finally reunited with her familiar, comforting surroundings. Dorami asked Jade about sorting the gifts. Jade explained he wanted to prepare her presents carefully before visiting Garnet later that day. Meanwhile, another adventurer walked alone, pondering the information he lacked about Onyx-san. He prepared to deliver news cautiously to Garnet afterward. Jade examined guild records and planned to search Linvik's capital. Dorami looked surprised as someone knocked at the door unexpectedly. They opened the door, greeted warmly by Garnet-san. Dorami and Jade felt relief and happiness, seeing her familiar, friendly face. Garnet-san welcomed them back with a gentle smile, her calm demeanor soothing both Jade and Dorami after their long journey. Jade and Dorami offered gifts from their trip. Garnet-san asked about their journey, creating a warm and joyful reunion moment. Garnet suggested discussing important matters over dinner. Jade agreed, curious and eager, preparing to share details of his recent discoveries. Jade explained his plan to search Linvik's capital, reporting Onyx-san's absence. Garnet listened attentively, showing understanding and patience for his efforts. Garnet reassured Jade, telling him there was no need to rush. Her calm expression encouraged him to proceed carefully with the task. She admitted missing her father, expressing loneliness when Jade and Dorami were absent. Jade empathized, feeling determined to resolve her concerns quickly. Jade confessed his feelings, expressing his love for Garnet. He vowed to protect her, help her be happy, and search for her father. Garnet remained silent, listening thoughtfully. Jade's determination and sincerity were clear, leaving her reflecting on his devotion and the urgency of his mission. Garnet looked at Jade with affection. She imagined introducing him to her father, calling him gentle and loving, sharing their future hopes. Jade noticed Garnet's concern. She was anxious about her father approving their relationship, making him empathetic and determined to support her fully. Garnet smiled slightly, reassured by Jade's words. He complimented her, acknowledging her perfection, causing her to feel both pride and nervous anticipation. Dinner arrived. Garnet observed the food, appreciating its aroma. Jade admired her qualities, her beauty, kindness, and exceptional cooking skills, making him thoughtful. Dorami, completely full, expressed satisfaction after eating. Jade reflected on their journey, relationships, and the joy of sharing meals with family and friends. Garnet smiled. Observing Dorami's full expression, Jade commented on eating peaches after dinner, prompting laughter and gentle teasing from both. Jade apologized for possibly overdoing the gifts. Garnet reassured him, mentioning he carefully selected them, showing thoughtfulness and consideration for her preferences. Garnet clarified it wasn't bothersome. She appreciated the gesture, recognizing Jade's thoughtfulness, and expressed gratitude for his care and attention to detail. Jade thanked Garnet sincerely. He promised to treasure the gifts she received, demonstrating his respect, affection, and desire to honor her feelings. Dorami looked on, impressed. Jade internally reacted, overwhelmed by Garnet's casual but heartfelt words, highlighting her kindness and the depth of his emotions. Garnet thanked Dorami for the peaches. She complimented their taste, making Dorami feel proud and appreciated for her thoughtful gesture. Jade explained that he bought the peaches, but Garnet emphasized the thought behind the gift, valuing Dorami's role in choosing them. Dorami reflected on Garnet's words, feeling gifts could be memories themselves. She was happy seeing her efforts appreciated genuinely by Garnet. Jade suggested sharing adventure stories as gifts of memory. Dorami questioned whether such stories could truly be considered presents to Garnet. Garnet encouraged Dorami to tell a story as well. Dorami prepared eagerly, wanting to share experiences and memories with Jade and Garnet. Garnet eagerly listened, as Dorami decided to share a collection of stories. She seemed excited, her energy filling the room with warmth. As the night grew late, Garnet grew sleepy, the clock showing the passing hours. Jade noticed her fatigue, concerned for her well-being. Garnet revealed she had taken the next day off to spend more time together, planning for a special day with Dorami and Jade. Jade reminded Garnet about taking a bath, realizing she didn't have one at her place, and offered a solution at home. They decided to relax at Jade's house, since all public bathhouses were closed, ending the evening with care and comfort shared. Dorami excitedly announced she would share many stories, her energy filling the room with joy. Garnet noticed how tired Dorami was getting, realizing it was late and time for rest. Garnet mentioned she had taken the next day off so they could spend more time together. Dorami prepared for bed, and Garnet reminded her to bathe first, noting the lack of nearby bathhouses. They decided to use their own bath, with Dorami happily insisting Jade join them, eager for the shared moment. Dorami enthusiastically decided to share many stories with Garnet. She smiled brightly, eager to recount her adventures and experiences. Garnet noticed Dorami growing sleepy as the night grew late. He suggested she get some rest, concerned for her well-being and wanting to ensure she was comfortable. Garnet revealed he had taken the day off, so he could spend more time with Dorami and Jade. He reminded them about taking a bath first, and Dorami suggested they go to their home, preparing for a cozy shared evening together. Garnet invited Jade to join her in the bath, her expression gentle and sincere. Jade froze, stunned and embarrassed, unable to hide his shock at the unexpected offer. He wondered if Garnet was serious or joking, but there was no clear way to tell. Trying to stay composed, Jade decided he would follow her afterward, though he felt nervous. Garnet nodded softly and entered the bath first, leaving Jade to gather his courage and follow her. Garnet guided Jade toward the bath, but he hesitated, feeling it was overwhelming to join her immediately. Jade tried to calm his nerves, realizing he couldn't even hold Garnet's hands properly without blushing uncontrollably. Garnet enjoyed the bath with a child, smiling peacefully, while Jade stayed outside gathering courage before entering. Jade concentrated on clearing his thoughts, watching the playful scene, trying to control his excitement and anticipation. Finally, Garnet sighed contentedly, confirming the bath had been perfect, leaving Jade relieved and inspired to join her. Jade wiped his brow, relieved he maintained composure, thankful that Garnet had enjoyed the bath, feeling a rush of happiness. Jade noticed Garnet's gentle smile, realizing she had been making his heart race all day, admiration filling him quietly. Thinking of their upcoming date, Jade wanted to escort Garnet properly, hoping to act confidently as her boyfriend tomorrow. He resolved to practice holding her hand naturally, preparing fully for the next day to avoid awkwardness or hesitation. The following morning, Garnet greeted them warmly, carrying a basket, the day beginning with a peaceful, promising start for Jade. Jade blushed, realizing Garnet was even cuter today, appreciating the perfect weather as they planned to spend time outside together. Jade noticed the necklace Garnet wore, remembering he had practiced holding her hand properly, determined to impress her this time. Garnet offered homemade lunch, and Jade's heart raced with excitement, eager to try the meal while enjoying her company. Jade thanked Garnet for preparing lunch, feeling thrilled for their date and excited about sharing the experience together. The group enjoyed their day off, playing music and relaxing, with Jade feeling it was truly the best day ever. Garnet prepared items for a picnic, Jade watching with admiration, appreciating the effort she put into their special day together. The group arrived at the park, Dorami excited, Jade and Garnet smiling, ready to enjoy a peaceful and fun lunch. Jade realized he hadn't held Garnet's hand yet, surprised at how quickly time passed while enjoying their outdoor activities. Garnet revealed she made plenty of sandwiches, encouraging them to eat freely, Jade determined to cherish every moment with her. The handmade lunch looked perfect, detailed with variety, filling Jade with excitement and gratitude for Garnet's thoughtfulness and care. Jade and Garnet prepared to eat their picnic lunch, Dorami excited, all eagerly anticipating the delicious food Garnet had made. Jade marveled at the sandwiches, praising Garnet, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude and happiness for her thoughtful, handmade meal. While walking in the park, Garnet noticed a theater sign, sparking curiosity about watching a play after their meal together. Garnet asked if Jade was interested in plays, and he confirmed, eager to share the experience and enjoy her company. Jade smiled at Garnet, happy she was comfortable, excited for the play, and appreciating their growing connection on this day. Jade and Garnet approached the theater, hoping their first play together would become a cherished memory for all of them. The lights dimmed as the play began, Dorami, Jade, and Garnet watching intently, eager for the unfolding story. Jade observed the romantic tale on stage, reflecting on how social differences affect love, captivated by the performance. Jade noted the contrast to his relationship with Garnet, grateful their connection didn't face such social barriers. He looked at Garnet, thinking of her as a princess in his eyes, treasuring her presence and their shared experiences. Jade and Garnet watched the play, intrigued by the story of a princess and knight, facing obstacles and a royal marriage. The knight hid his feelings while the princess accepted the proposal for her country, illustrating sacrifice and complicated social pressures. Jade reflected as the wedding scene unfolded, considering the challenges of love and hoping his bond with Garnet remained strong. The play's climax showed the knight defeating enemies and confessing love, leaving a lasting impression of courage, loyalty, and devotion. Jade looked at Garnet, realizing in his eyes she was a princess, treasuring her presence and their shared experience deeply. Garnet reflected on the play's sad tale, noting the knight's courage inspired Jade and appreciating how fortunate he was in love. Jade resolved to show courage like the knight, determined to finally hold Garnet's hand during their own shared moment. Dorami fell asleep during the play, leaving Jade and Garnet quietly watching, careful not to disturb her peaceful rest. Jade decided to carry Dorami, thinking about holding her hand during their next date and returning to their lunch bench. As the day ended, Jade noted Dorami wouldn't wake soon. He looked at Garnet, ready for future moments together. Jade noticed Garnet looking at him, worried about her questions regarding his next trip, while she seemed hesitant to speak. Garnet explained she was taking time off to introduce Jade to her mother, leaving him nervous but eager. Jade confirmed he was nervous but ready, realizing it was finally time to meet Garnet's family and gain their approval. Garnet reassured Jade that he need not worry, only showing how close they'd grown would earn her mother's blessing. Jade and Garnet held hands, promising to show their closeness, deepening their bond and preparing for the upcoming meeting together. Jade asked Garnet if they could hold hands, and she shyly admitted she was thinking about it too, smiling softly. Garnet reassured him, saying she would hold his hand any time. Though her heart raced and hands were slightly sweaty, Jade noticed Garnet looked nervous, sensing she had something important to tell him. Anticipating her words with curiosity and care, Garnet presented a gift to Jade, offering something meaningful, her expression earnest and emotional, leaving him surprised and touched. The gift was a pendant matching Jade's, symbolizing their bond and deepening connection, filling both with warmth and mutual affection. Garnet explained the pendant's significance, describing how her parents used them, symbolizing love and commitment, and handed it to Jade. She recalled her mother's words, "Give it to the person you love," emphasizing the pendant's emotional value and family tradition. Garnet expressed her desire to have a relationship like her parents, wanting closeness with Jade, leaving him both surprised and moved. Jade accepted the pendant, agreeing to strengthen their bond, showing his commitment and mutual understanding between them. With a heartfelt smile, they promised to be together forever, holding hands and cherishing each other, embracing their love and the meaningful gift of the pendant. Garnet asked if she could put the pendant on Jade, smiling softly. He eagerly agreed, feeling nervous but happy. She hugged him briefly while placing the pendant, leaving Jade surprised and blushing, trying to calm his racing heart. Jade reminded himself it was just the pendant being placed, focusing on staying composed as Garnet completed the gesture. Garnet commented that the pendant suited him perfectly, and Jade thanked her warmly, feeling a deep sense of connection. They admired each other's pendants, smiling softly, cherishing the meaningful gift and the bond it represented in their relationship. Dorami woke up from her nap, confused about why they were outside, as Jade and Garnet gently explained the situation. Dorami cheered happily, realizing she could finally play with Marin, while Jade mentioned visiting Garnet's mother in 2 weeks. Garnet noted the sun was setting and the air might get chilly, offering a thoughtful hand to Jade. Jade suggested they head home, extending his hand, smiling warmly as Garnet looked back, ready to follow him. Garnet smiled softly, agreeing to go, taking Jade's hand in hers, their connection strengthened and hearts full of warmth. Jade held Garnet's hand, noticing its warmth, while Dorami walked beside them, sharing the peaceful end to their day. Jade arrived at the Capital Guild Hall in Linvik, determined to continue the search for Garnet's missing father. The guild stood tall, its banners fluttering as he prepared for the tasks ahead. He spotted Garnet nearby, her cheerful expression lifting his spirits. Her presence reminded him why he persevered, giving him renewed focus. Jade learned that records of Onyx's visits would take 5 days to review. The long wait tested his patience, yet he remained diligent. The capital celebrated the king's birthday with a festival. Jade noticed the guild's unusual quiet, granting him a small advantage to work efficiently. Garnet asked about the festival's duration. Jade considered the limited time they had, knowing each day brought them closer to answers about her father. Jade and Garnet planned to explore the city during the festival, hoping to collect souvenirs while enjoying the celebrations. Garnet prepared to introduce herself to her mother, determined to gain her approval and strengthen the bond between them. Jade felt nervous about presenting himself as Garnet's partner, yet he remembered her words promising support if their closeness was shown. Holding hands, Jade and Garnet demonstrated their connection, walking through the festival with steady determination. The moment felt reassuring as Garnet reminded Jade of their previous closeness, easing his nerves and solidifying their trust. Jade and Garnet arrived at the festival, amazed by the crowds and decorations. Garnet's excitement lifted Jade's spirits as they moved through the lively streets. Garnet explored the festival stalls, tasting food and trying playful items, fully immersed in the vibrant atmosphere. She enjoyed a drink so much she thought of sharing it with Momochi, showing her caring nature even amidst the celebration. Jade explained that Momochi, the peach seed Dorami, was staying at Garnet's home, reminding them of responsibilities awaiting them later. Curious, Garnet noticed something unusual at a nearby stall, her attention caught and drawing Jade along as they approached together. Garnet noticed a tent at the festival, hosting a contest for the cutest participant. She became excited at the idea of winning for Marin. Determined, Garnet expressed her wish to join the contest, with Jade supporting her from the steps nearby. Jade encouraged her, thinking it would be a fun story for Marin when they returned. Giving Garnet confidence, they prepared for the competition, buying items needed, with Jade assisting her with the list. Garnet revealed she already had everything necessary, impressing Jade with her readiness and determination to win. Garnet showed off her clothes, excited to look like a princess for the contest. Jade admired her determination and cuteness. Jade encouraged her to try something new, suggesting she make a special memory from the competition. Garnet listened carefully, learning how to explain the fashion and details to Marin when they reunited. She realized how thoughtful the idea was and became even more enthusiastic about participating. Excited, Garnet grabbed Jade's hand, ready to go shopping for anything needed to succeed in the contest. Dell excitedly holds up a skull pendant in the clothing store, believing it represents a monster she has defeated. She decides she wants an even better pendant. Determined to find a bigger and more impressive skull pendant, Dell prepares to search the store. Al, the employee, notices her and thinks the pendant might be too small, but he watches her determination. Dell politely asks Al for assistance. He is surprised by her request, but agrees to help her find the right pendant. Al recognizes Dell as the girl separated from her mother earlier. He admires her maturity and willingness to work hard and offers guidance. Dell explains she is helping her parents and is not an employee. Al confirms she needs his help, and they continue searching together, with Al supporting her efforts. Dell admires Dorami's style and asks Al for advice. Al agrees, thinking Dorami's fashion knowledge will be helpful. Dell and Al explain they need an accessory that matches Dorami's dress for a contest. Dorami listens and considers what to suggest. Dorami offers a pendant for the contest, but also shows a skull pendant, thinking it looks cooler and might be better for Dell's goal. Dell becomes determined after hearing about the contest, declaring she is aiming for the gold. Dorami encourages Dell to prepare fully, suggesting she use makeup and get her nails done to shine in the competition. Dorami instructs Dell to properly comb her hair. Dell hesitates, overwhelmed by the amount of work. Dorami explains her experience winning first place last year, and insists Dell should follow her advice to succeed. Dell is amazed to learn Dorami came in first. Dorami downplays her achievement, but Dell is inspired by her guidance. Dorami demonstrates walking in heels, telling Dell she can move gracefully with practice. Dell struggles, but watches carefully. Dorami steps confidently, showing perfect posture and elegance. Dell observes closely, determined to follow the example and prepare for the contest. Dell attempts to walk gracefully, but Al tells her she is doing it all wrong. Dell struggles to follow his advice. Dorami reminds Dell that she won first place last year and insists Dell listen carefully to her instructions for the contest. Dell is amazed by Dorami's past victory and learns she is a well-known model from the capital. Dell declares her own determination, recalling her experiences and hard work leading to this moment. Dorami acknowledges Dell's goal and motivates her to challenge for first place, aiming to elevate her performance even further. Dell tries walking in heels but struggles. Al points out she is doing it incorrectly, stressing her potential is being wasted. Dorami explains that heels are important for winning and acknowledges Dell's effort in helping her prepare. Dell hesitates, unsure about wearing heels, but observes that Dorami is encouraging and not forcing her. Al decides to support Dell by taking a pair of heels for her to use in practice. Dell gratefully accepts the heels, appreciating Dorami and Al's guidance and support for her contest preparation. On the day of the contest, Dell confidently announces she is going. Al wishes her luck and expresses support. Dell approaches the contest area and Al observes her closely, wondering if she will manage her first competition smoothly. Inside the waiting room, Dell notices everyone's nervousness, which makes her anxious as well, but she tries to stay composed. Dell grips her flute, reminding herself to perform naturally, focusing on what she normally does. Dell begins playing her flute, producing a gentle, flowing melody, capturing the attention of everyone in the room and starting her contest performance. Dell continues her performance, and the other contestants watch attentively, impressed by her focus and skill. The audience begins clapping as Dell finishes her piece, showing their appreciation and admiration for her talent. Dell looks surprised at the applause, realizing how much she has improved in a short time, and how her practice is paying off. Dorami, with a confident expression, observes Dell, recognizing her growth and determination throughout the preparation. Dell notices her transformation and comments on her appearance, while Dorami explains that makeup can enhance presentation, reflecting Dell's change from yesterday. Dell expresses her desire to win the contest, just as she is without changing herself, showing determination and self-confidence. Both Dell and Dorami face each other with determination, declaring they won't lose to each other, signaling a friendly rivalry and mutual respect as the contest begins. Jade faced her rival, determination burning in her eyes. The contest was fierce, and neither was willing to give up. The crowd watched intently as the two contenders sized each other up. Last year's champion stood poised, while Jade prepared herself for the challenge ahead. Jade began her performance, moving gracefully across the stage. Her steps were precise, reflecting the hours of practice she had endured. She revealed a new skill she had developed, demonstrating her growth since the previous year. Her rival watched carefully, impressed by the improvement. Suddenly, Jade's step faltered, and she stumbled forward. The audience gasped as she crashed, leaving her fate in the contest uncertain. After the fall, Jade struggled to get up. Her rival quickly checked on her, concerned for her condition. Jade examined her heel, realizing her shoe had broken, but she tried to remain composed despite the setback. The audience watched silently, surprised by the accident. Their attention shifted from the contest to Jade's determination. The next round of the contest began. Jade hesitated, torn between continuing and retreating. While her rival prepared to compete, Jade reflected on her year of training, knowing she had improved. But the challenge ahead still felt daunting. Jade, still recovering from her fall, listened carefully as her rival reminded her of the advice she had shared the day before. Despite the broken heel, her rival offered her own shoes, insisting Jade could continue without worry. Jade received the shoes gratefully, her determination renewed as she prepared to return to the stage. Her rival suggested an alternative, even considering moving without shoes, showing flexibility and care for Jade's safety. Excited and reassured, Jade focused on performing her brand new walk, determined to show the improvement from a year of practice. Jade performed her new walk confidently on stage, impressing the audience with her skill and determination. Her rival watched closely, acknowledging the improvement and seriousness in Jade's movements. The crowd clapped enthusiastically, showing their appreciation for the impressive performance and Jade's perseverance. Her rival stepped onto the stage, preparing for the next round, while Jade's focus remained steady. After the contest, Jade walked happily with her friends, holding a gift box and celebrating her hard-earned achievements. Jade hurried after her friend, following her footsteps as she tried to leave, still carrying the gift box. Jade asked why her rival had given her shoes, surprised and touched by the unexpected help. Her rival explained it was natural to help someone in need, showing thoughtfulness and fairness in the contest. Jade received a shiny gift, a reward reflecting her effort and the kindness shared during the event. Her rival smiled, explaining the gift could only be earned by participating, making it a perfect reward for Jade. Jade's rival complimented her, praising her musical performance and the new way she walked, acknowledging her growth. Jade and her rival shared a handshake, smiling at each other, celebrating both competition and friendship. Their companion joined in, sharing the joy of the contest and the accomplishments they had achieved together. 4 days later, Jade reported in at the Capital Guild Hall after completing a quest, showing her dedication and responsibility. Shaw faced a guild officer with determination, ready to wait patiently, as long as it took to accomplish her goal. Garnet worked diligently at the guild, her focus impressive as she handled a new quest request. Jade explained the details of the task, noting the warm and gentle smile Garnet gave during their interaction. Jade thought to himself how cute Garnet looked, admiring her professionalism and charm in action. He reflected on his happiness, feeling pure bliss from having Garnet as his girlfriend and cherishing their shared moments. Observing from afar, Jade noticed Garnet interacting with other children, smiling softly, as he watched her kindness continue. Dorami spoke to Jade, but something felt off. Jade noticed a subtle change in her behavior. He wondered if something had happened with the other children, observing her reactions, and noticing a faint mark on her hand. Jade approached Dorami, greeting her warmly as she waved, trying to reassure him and ease the tension. He asked if anything was wrong, noticing that her expression seemed down, and sought to understand her feelings. Dorami smiled and reassured him, while Jade observed carefully, noticing subtle signs in her behavior that revealed more than words could. Dorami felt discouraged, worried that all the other children had become adventurers, and that her stories would no longer matter. Jade noticed her concern, and asked gently why she seemed down, observing her unease closely. Dorami admitted she felt powerless to do what she had once claimed in her stories, expressing her reliance on Jade's presence. Jade suggested she try venturing out on her own again, encouraging her to gain confidence while still supporting her. He reassured her that small neighborhood missions would be a proper adventure for her age, helping Dorami regain her courage. Jade encouraged Dorami, explaining how successfully completing a mission as his envoy would make others admire her skills and effort. Dorami, inspired and motivated, eagerly accepted the challenge, committing to be Jade's envoy. He assigned her tasks, including picking up clothes from the tailor and delivering them to the washhouse, giving her practical responsibilities. Dorami arrived at the tailor to pick up the dress Jade had requested, demonstrating her independence and willingness to take initiative. She expressed gratitude as she received the new dress, feeling accomplished and happy for completing the task successfully. Dorami arrived at the washhouse, praised for coming on her own, feeling proud and accomplished. She reflected on her previous worries, realizing that completing Jade's missions allowed her to tell her stories confidently again. Dorami decided to focus on finishing her tasks, holding her head high and determined to succeed. While walking, she noticed two cats fighting and immediately intervened, showing her courage and protective nature. Dorami scolded the larger cat for bullying the smaller one, ensuring justice and displaying her growing responsibility as a young adventurer. Dorami stood her ground, determined to defend the smaller cat, gripping her toy sword tightly. She tried to negotiate with the larger cat, hoping to stop the fight peacefully. The larger cat leapt at her, causing her to scream in surprise and fear. Dorami struggled as the cat attacked, trying desperately to protect the smaller one. She chased after the larger cat when it ran off with her toy, determined to retrieve it and ensure justice. Dorami, exhausted and out of breath, trudged through the streets, feeling overwhelmed by the challenges she faced. She realized she had lost her toy sword and felt lost, thinking her mission had failed. Determined to move forward, she resolved to keep walking, hoping to eventually find her way home. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, startling Dorami and making her pause in surprise. She turned to see who had spoken, recognizing the voice that seemed so familiar. Standing before her was Swiren, catching her by surprise and bringing hope amidst her exhaustion. Dorami walked through the quiet alley, spotting Swiren at a distance. Swiren noticed her too and greeted her warmly. Dorami remembered Swiren as the apothecarist who had helped them craft a special medicine before. Seeing her now brought relief and recognition. They decided to walk together through the city streets. Dorami felt safer having Swiren accompany her, avoiding the dangers of the night. Holding hands, they continued their path, each step bringing a quiet understanding and connection between them. Finally, Dorami arrived home, greeted by another familiar face, feeling both tired and comforted after the evening's events. Dorami explained how her day had gone wrong. A small kitten had been bullied, and another cat stole a sword, causing her to feel frustrated and helpless. She reflected on her own shortcomings, feeling she wasn't reliable enough as an adventurer and disappointed that she got lost in the capital. Dorami worried that her experiences were insufficient to share meaningful adventure stories, fearing she wasn't growing as she had hoped. Her companion reassured her, saying losing a weapon or getting lost were common experiences all adventurers must face eventually. Hearing this, Dorami felt comforted and motivated, realizing that setbacks didn't define her and that persistence was key to becoming a true adventurer. Dorami realized that through her recent experiences, she had grown stronger as an adventurer. She felt a quiet sense of accomplishment. Determined to improve further, she resolved to keep doing her best, aspiring to be as strong and capable as her mentor. She remembered how meeting Swiren had helped her find her way home after getting lost. Grateful for her guidance and support, Dorami and her companion prepared to face the next challenge together, ready to act as a team and support one another. At the door, they were surprised by Garnet's arrival, her presence bringing a new opportunity and warmth to their evening. Garnet arrived with gifts, including momochi, delighting Dorami and her companion. They warmly welcomed Garnet, expressing gratitude for her care and happy to see her again. The group sat together, sharing tea and conversation, relieved to relax after the day's adventures. Garnet's presence brought joy and anticipation for their upcoming trip, brightening the mood in the room. Though one friend, Onyx, was absent, they shared stories and plans, looking forward to future adventures together. Garnet shared research about Onyx's past guild visits, discovering no records for 12 years in the capital. Looking further, they found Onyx had used guild services 14 years ago, suggesting a long history of adventuring. The guild usually only tracked 12 years, but some members had gone beyond. Uncovering Onyx's extended travels, it seemed likely he had journeyed across multiple countries, exploring new lands and completing quests far from home. Unlike most adventurers, Onyx pursued exploration for the love of adventure itself, traveling widely and experiencing the world beyond familiar borders. Garnet reflected on Onyx's ongoing adventures, realizing he was still exploring the world beyond familiar lands. Dorami and her companion expressed determination to search for Onyx, vowing to find him no matter where he traveled. They imagined the day they would all gather to hear Onyx recount his great adventures, excited for the stories to come. The following day marked the start of a trip, with travel beginning under bright skies and mountains in the distance. As the journey commenced, they marveled at the scenery and felt anticipation for the adventures and discoveries that awaited them. Dorami encouraged Marin, reassuring her they were almost at their destination and everything would be fine. Excitedly, Dorami held Momochi, eager to introduce the pet to Marin, anticipating a joyful encounter. Garnet admitted she was nervous, her heart racing as she prepared for the meeting at her home. She explained her anxiety stemmed from introducing her boyfriend formally to her mother, feeling the weight of the moment, despite her nerves. Garnet wanted Dorami to know the truth, expressing her wish to introduce him as her lover, rather than merely a friend. Garnet expressed her love for Dorami's companion, affirming he was the person she cherished most. Inspired, Dorami's companion vowed to improve as a boyfriend, promising to take their relationship to the next level. Garnet smiled warmly, acknowledging that he was already amazing, bringing comfort and happiness to the moment. Dorami eagerly asked about the sweater and gloves, excited for the thoughtful gifts they would receive on their trip. They laughed together, sharing moments of learning, like knitting lessons, and anticipating more joyful memories during their adventures ahead. Jade practiced knitting diligently, creating gloves to exchange with Dorami as a thoughtful gift. He admitted he was still learning, starting with scarves, which were easier than gloves. His first attempts were imperfect, showing the challenge and patience required to master the craft. Dorami encouraged him, noting his progress was much better than his initial tries, boosting his confidence. Jade resolved to improve quickly, motivated to protect Dorami, and ensure she never had to worry, reflecting his care and determination. Garnet asked to use Jade's hands as a reference for making gloves, seeking a closer connection. Jade offered his hands freely, happy to help and slightly flustered by the intimate gesture. Garnet gently held his hands, examining them carefully and smiling warmly at their interaction. Their fingers interlocked as she checked each finger for size, causing Jade's heart to race with excitement. Despite the embarrassment, Jade felt joy and affection, appreciating the care and thoughtfulness Garnet put into this simple, meaningful moment. Jade carefully agreed to check Garnet's hand size, determined to do it gently and respectfully. As he observed her hand closely, he noticed its delicate and refined structure, appreciating its craftsmanship like beauty. Garnet smiled softly, teasing Jade lightly as he reacted to the ticklish sensation. Jade apologized, feeling embarrassed but happy, while Garnet reassured him, easing his nervousness. Dorami, quietly observing, remarked she was getting hungry, signaling a light-hearted moment and a pause in their tender interaction. Dorami and Jade enjoyed the sandwiches Dorami prepared, praising her efforts and enjoying the moment together. Jade decided to try a new flavor with strawberry jam, causing a small commotion on the table. Suddenly, a distressed adventurer called for help, interrupting the calm as he warned of a monster threatening the train. Jade noticed a massive monster threatening a train. Panic spread among the passengers, and he realized immediate action was needed. The monster, an iron eater, had stopped further along the tracks. Its defenses and appetite for metal made it extremely dangerous. Jade decided to confront the creature despite not having an official request or reward. He understood that leaving it alone would put everyone in danger. Determined, Jade urged the station officer to lead him directly to the monster. His focus on protecting others left no room for hesitation. Passengers watched as Jade prepared to face the Iron Eater. His resolve and selflessness proved why he had earned the title of hero. Jade prepared to confront the monster, reassuring the passengers that he would return safely. Their encouragement motivated him further. The Iron Eater remained on the tracks, chewing through metal. Jade observed the situation carefully, noting the minimal damage to the rails. He stepped forward cautiously, planning to move the monster away from the train tracks without harming it. With incredible strength, Jade lifted the massive creature, astounding everyone nearby who had never seen such power. He threw the monster off the tracks, clearing the path and preventing disaster, demonstrating both skill and heroism. Jade delivered a powerful punch, striking the Iron Eater and creating a massive impact that destroyed it instantly. Passengers and onlookers watched in awe as the monster collapsed, unable to believe the fight had ended so quickly. The station staff and passengers cheered for Jade, expressing immense gratitude for his courage and quick thinking. Jade smiled humbly, assuring everyone that he simply did what was necessary to protect them. He thanked the children and Garnet for their support, feeling a sense of accomplishment and relief after saving the day. The guild receptionist praised Jade for defeating the monster, noting how cool he looked in action. Jade felt happy seeing her smile, knowing it was more rewarding than any material reward. That night, with the tracks under repair, Jade and the group searched for a place to stay for the night. The innkeeper explained only one room was available, due to high guest volume, leaving them momentarily uncertain. Jade accepted the situation calmly, ready to take the available room while making light of the circumstances. The receptionist offered Jade to stay in her room, giving him the key for the night. She insisted there were no other inns nearby, and that he shouldn't sleep outside, showing concern for his safety. Jade hesitated but realized he couldn't refuse her kindness, feeling both nervous and grateful. As they entered, he noticed there was only one bed in the room, causing him to rethink the sleeping arrangement. Jade decided he would sleep on the floor to avoid sharing the bed, feeling both awkward and respectful. The group discussed taking a bath the next day since nearby bathhouses were closed. Jade prepared to sleep, while the receptionist asked what he was doing, showing concern for his comfort. He realized there were no open furniture stores, so sleeping on the existing bed was best. Jade was surprised when he understood that meant sharing the bed with the receptionist. Feeling nervous and flustered, the receptionist suggested everyone could fit by squeezing in, and Jade hesitated, trying to politely navigate the situation. Jade asked if it was okay for him to take a particular sleeping arrangement, worrying about comfort. The receptionist reassured him, saying she wouldn't mind if they slept next to each other. Jade panicked internally, realizing it sounded like he was suggesting sleeping together, though that wasn't his intention. He felt conflicted, thinking it was too awkward to let Dorami sleep between them at this point. Finally, everyone settled down for the night, and Jade couldn't believe how the situation had unfolded as he lay next to the receptionist. Jade struggled to sleep, feeling the warmth and scent of the receptionist beside him, making it hard to relax. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep while she rested peacefully. The night passed slowly, leaving him sleep-deprived but still captivated by the comforting presence of the receptionist. By noon, the next day, Jade reflected on the lack of rest but focused on the new day ahead. As they reached his hometown, Jade admired the scenery and prepared to visit his house, ready to continue the journey with his companions. Jade, Dorami, and the receptionist arrived at his family home, feeling both nervous and excited. The house stood quietly in the countryside, and the receptionist encouraged them to come inside without hesitation. Jade felt nervous as he realized this was the home he grew up in, making it a special place. The receptionist reassured him that it was just an ordinary house, and that his mother would not be home until evening. Gathering courage, Jade entered the house, while Dorami's cheerful presence made the moment lighter and welcoming. Jade and his companions were welcomed warmly at his family home, greeted by familiar faces. Everyone was excited to hear about Jade's adventures, with Dorami expressing joy at seeing him again. Inside the house, Jade was served tea and the receptionist stayed nearby, watching everyone interact happily. They noticed Dorami's growth and enthusiasm, showing that she was preparing for future quests with Jade. Dorami eagerly asked to join them on quests while they stayed at Jade's house, excited for the adventures ahead. Jade assured Dorami and the others that he would take responsibility and protect them during the day's activities. The children cheered, excited to begin exploring, while the receptionist suggested waiting until the next day for some plans. Jade reflected quietly, hoping this visit would become a happy memory for everyone, including himself. He agreed to show Dorami around the house, eager to make her feel included and welcome. The group prepared to explore, ready for a day of fun, learning, and bonding in Jade's hometown. Jade noticed the receptionist turning pale and asked if she was okay, concerned about her reaction. He internally admitted that her cuteness made him nervous, unsure how her parents would react to him. Jade worried whether his clothes and appearance looked appropriate, seeking reassurance from the receptionist. The receptionist complimented him, saying he looked handsome, which caused him to blush and feel flustered. Though overwhelmed by the praise, Jade acknowledged it, and they continued interacting, strengthening their bond while preparing for the day ahead. The receptionist praised Jade, saying he was kind, level-headed, and someone she could rely on. Jade, overwhelmed by her words, accidentally fell backward in surprise, showing how flustered he was. He admitted his feelings, thanking her sincerely for going out with him, expressing his love openly. The receptionist reacted gently, patting his head to reassure him and show care. She explained that being touched by a partner sent a jolt of electricity through her, and asked him to try more. Deepening their emotional connection, Jade gently touched Garnet's hair, noticing how soft and smooth it felt compared to his own. Garnet reassured her, feeling comforted by her smile and presence, appreciating this quiet moment alone together. After exploring the house, the group paused for dinner, waiting for Garnet's mother to return home. Dorami excitedly announced the arrival of Garnet's mother, bringing a sense of warmth and familiarity to the household. Garnet watched, surprised, as his mother entered, feeling a mixture of nervousness and awe at her presence. Jade and Dorami arrived at a quiet village home, greeted by Sandra, Garnet's mother. Jade admired how Garnet's looks mirrored her mother's gentle features. Sandra looked curiously at the newcomers, prompting Jade to gather his courage. He prepared to introduce himself properly to make a good impression. Jade bowed politely, introducing himself, while Dorami cheerfully announced her name. Sandra smiled, noticing the children's politeness and Jade's earnestness. Sandra warmly returned their greetings, expressing delight at meeting them, and making the atmosphere more welcoming. Jade and Dorami exchanged handshakes with Sandra, establishing a friendly connection that marked the beginning of a deeper bond. Dorami sniffed Sandra's hand and complimented its scent. Jade watched, amazed at how quickly Dorami grew close to Sandra. Jade decided he wanted to be friendly with Sandra too. Nervously, he prepared gifts to show his sincerity. He presented cookware, tea, and various snacks, hoping the gifts would leave a good impression. Sandra noticed the effort and was impressed. Jade felt nervous, but relieved, seeing her happy reaction. Sandra smiled warmly, praising the gifts. Jade felt reassured, knowing he had begun building a connection with Garnet's mother. Jade worried whether Sandra would like the gifts he and Dorami brought. He felt relieved when she smiled, appreciating their effort. Sandra noticed Jade had not touched his food. She gently prompted him, curious about his hesitation. Jade sat at the table, anxious about the unspoken tension. He realized they hadn't addressed the elephant in the room yet. Garnet encouraged Jade quietly, and Dorami cheered him on as he tried to eat. Jade finally spoke up, determined to tell Sandra something important. Gathering courage to express his thoughts directly, Jade nervously prepared to speak, unsure what Sandra might want to discuss. Dorami watched curiously. Sandra thanked Jade for helping Marin during her difficult time, catching him by surprise. Jade was astonished that Sandra knew about his efforts. Garnet quietly observed, supporting him. Sandra expressed gratitude to Dorami as well, acknowledging her friendship with Marin, which made Dorami proud. Jade resolved to tell Sandra about his relationship with Garnet properly, hoping to receive her blessing. Jade confidently announced to the guild that he and Garnet were now dating, drawing surprised glances from those around him. Sandra, observing quietly, gave a small approving smile while Jade stood beside Garnet, still unsure of her reaction. To Jade's shock, Garnet laughed gently and confirmed she had already known, putting him at ease with her cheerful demeanor. Jade felt relief and joy as he noticed Garnet's sincere smile, realizing her acceptance made everything official in his heart. Sandra approached and asked if he was truly okay dating her daughter. Jade nodded, and she responded warmly, giving her blessing. Jade and Garnet stood together as someone asked if they truly loved each other, both showing quiet yet clear affection. They smiled warmly, confirming that their hearts were fully devoted to one another, bringing a sense of peace to the moment. Sandra stepped forward to bless their relationship, entrusting Garnet's care to Jade, who promised to make her happy. Relief washed over them as they received the blessing, ready to enjoy a meal together and share simple joy. The next morning, Jade and Garnet greeted each other happily, cherishing the calm and love of a new day. The smell of breakfast filled the room, catching the attention of the young girl, who smiled and sniffed with delight. Jade asked if breakfast was already prepared, and Garnet explained her mother had made it before leaving for work. The table was set with fresh, steaming dishes, each arranged carefully and looking appetizing. Jade praised the soup, noting it was delicious, while Garnet explained her mother had used the special salt he had brought. Excitedly, the girl wanted to try the cookies too, and they decided to wait for her mother's return for tea. The young girl suggested going out to do something until her mother returned, as long as everyone enjoyed it. Jade and the others agreed, asking him to show them around town while the little girl expressed excitement. Garnet smiled, and the group decided to take a walk together, turning it into a hometown outing. Jade felt overjoyed, holding Garnet's hand, thrilled that a simple walk with her was a dream come true. They discussed where to visit first, enjoying the warmth of each other's hands and the happiness of shared time. Jade, Garnet, and the others admired the local flowers, with Jade commenting on the town's natural beauty and suggesting a picnic. They walked past charming gardens, noting a house with impressive drawings, surprising the young girl with its detail. The group approached the mansion, admiring its size and elegance, intrigued by its history. They learned it belonged to Kimishi, a famous painter from over 300 years ago, whose works had inspired many. Garnet and Jade reflected on the artist's legacy, observing the numerous paintings left from his travels around the world. Garnet shared the story of Kimishi, whose father's admiration inspired him to become an adventurer and explore the world. The group stopped before a grand mansion, marveling at its size and beauty as they admired its detailed exterior. The young girl eagerly pointed out something exciting, urging Jade to come and see the impressive sight up close. Jade posed dramatically on a display, pretending to be a hero with sword in hand, amusing everyone. He realized the display was modeled after him, causing embarrassment, but also laughter from Garnet and the others. Jade admired a detailed sword display, impressed by how well it was modeled, though he felt a little embarrassed posing with it. Garnet surprised him by offering to buy it, leaving Jade shocked and flustered at her generosity. The young girl added a playful request, asking for a miniature version of Jade to carry as a good luck charm. Jade and Garnet explored the shop, recalling her childhood visits and Garnet's love for drawing. Jade noticed a drawing resembling onyx, realizing Garnet had many cherished creations from her past, displayed around her home. Garnet reflected on her father, recalling how hard it was to draw portraits because he constantly made funny faces. She shared how her father would then proudly show her drawings to everyone in town despite her embarrassment. Blushing, Garnet admitted it had been awkward at the time, but Jade reassured her that her father just wanted to show off his talented daughter. Jade grew serious, thinking about Onyx, who had been missing for years, and resolved not to give up searching for him. He promised Garnet he would find Onyx, even if it meant traveling the world, reassuring her of his determination. Jade and Garnet shared a quiet moment, gazing at each other with unspoken understanding and care. Garnet expressed gratitude and reminded Jade not to dwell too much on troubling issues, emphasizing the value of their time together. Holding hands, they silently agreed to move forward together, reaffirming their bond and mutual support as they faced the future. Jade spent time in Garnet's hometown, meeting her family and becoming close with Sandra. The days passed quickly as he joined in the warmth of her home. Meanwhile, Dorami and Marin went on quests together, battling monsters and enjoying their adventures side by side. Their teamwork strengthened their bond as they faced challenges. Jade felt the support and kindness of Garnet's family, which made his stay at Laboon more memorable. He grew comfortable among them. After 3 days, the group prepared to depart, grateful for the hospitality and care they received during their stay. Garnet and Sandra smiled warmly as they saw their friends off. The visit was brief but left lasting joy and connection for everyone. Dorami and Marin excitedly promised to visit again, sharing stories of their adventures with Jade and Garnet. Garnet embraced them warmly, reminding them to take care as the cold season approached, showing concern for their well-being. Dorami nodded carefully, acknowledging Garnet's advice while holding on to her, appreciating the heartfelt moment. Unexpectedly, Garnet kissed Dorami on the cheek, leaving Jade surprised and flustered at the sudden display of affection. Everyone laughed lightly as Jade recovered, understanding it was just a friendly gesture. The farewell left a lasting warmth among them. Garnet explained to Jade that a goodbye kiss was a family tradition, surprising him with the notion. Jade reflected on the idea of a farewell kiss, imagining a future moment where he could do the same. He blushed deeply, feeling it was too difficult to act now, yet wished secretly to give Garnet a kiss as well. The group hurried to catch the departing train, keeping pace as the journey's end approached. Dorami and Marin waved cheerfully from the platform, encouraging Jade and Garnet to visit again soon, leaving a bittersweet farewell. Jade, Garnet, Dorami, and Marin waved from the train, promising to return soon, their hands pressed against the window as the journey began. The next day, Dorami lay exhausted over her drawings, staring blankly at the scenery outside. Still reflecting on the trip, Jade approached, asking if anything had caught her attention, while Dorami admitted she was just enjoying the nice weather. Jade reminded her to take it easy after returning from a long trip, watching over her carefully. Dorami complained about growing weak from drawing too long, hinting she wanted to go outside while Jade looked on, concerned and amused. Dorami suggested going outside, eager to explore weapons, while Jade looked on, slightly surprised by her enthusiasm. She added armor to her list, showing her curiosity and adventurous spirit. As if she were a young adventurer in training, Jade studied her drawings carefully, realizing her growing interest in adventure and asking if she truly wanted to become an adventurer. Dorami, wide-eyed, expressed surprise at how Jade knew her desire. As he explained their shared experiences made it obvious. He reflected on her past jealousy and adventures, acknowledging her enjoyment with Marin, and gently suggested she could ask the king if she wished to become an adventurer. Jade asked Dorami if she truly wanted to become an adventurer. She hesitated, unsure, but admitted she did. She explained her concern that, as a dragon, her flower crest might never bloom, doubting her potential. Jade reassured her, explaining that dragons could also obtain the crest. Realizing Dorami didn't know this yet, he described a powerful monster that uses the flower crests, opening Dorami's eyes to the possibilities ahead. Jade further explained the mana stone called a devil tree, which grants adventurers their crest at the guild, inspiring Dorami to consider her future more seriously. Jade explained to Dorami the danger of the devil tree, a monster that could give powers but might take over the mind and body, making her reconsider. He reassured her that using the mana stone to gain the crest was safe and wouldn't take control of her body. Dorami realized there was indeed a way for her to gain a flower crest safely. Her determination growing, she asked eagerly if she could achieve it, and Jade encouraged her with a confident sure. Dorami rejoiced, imagining herself as an adventurer, feeling like she was seeing a younger version of herself, inspired and ready for the journey ahead. Dorami excitedly decided to dress appropriately and prepare to seek the king's approval, determined to become an adventurer. Jade, thinking ahead, considered her safety, noting that if she transformed into a dragon, she could face danger but also benefit from learning self-defense. They descended the stairs together, Jade silently supporting her dreams while Dorami focused on her new attire, full of excitement. Jade wondered if the king would allow a dragon to become an adventurer, recognizing the unprecedented nature of this request. The king greeted Jade warmly, acknowledging his decision to pursue leadership and the path to becoming an adventurer, marking an important moment in their journey. Jade explained to the king that Dorami had a special request, seeking approval to pursue her dream of becoming an adventurer. Dorami boldly greeted the king, emphasizing how long it had been since their last meeting, showing her determination. The king confirmed her identity as the White Dragon Girl and asked if she had been staying out of trouble, receiving her affirmation. She stated clearly that she wanted to become an adventurer, presenting her request formally and confidently. The king reflected on the responsibility and challenges of adventuring, reminding her that the path would not be easy, but acknowledging her courage. Dorami expressed gratitude for the protection she received, but insisted she still wished to become an adventurer, determined to bring happiness to others through quests. She recalled how Jade always did his best for everyone, inspiring her to be strong and helpful like him in every situation. She admitted she wanted to be useful and strong, noting how completing quests always made others smile, reinforcing her ambition. Dorami formally requested the king to grant her approval to become an adventurer, showing resolve and confidence. The king acknowledged her growth, noting how much she had matured since the last time he saw her, impressed by her determination and spirit. The king granted Dorami permission to become an adventurer, acknowledging her determination to help everyone. Dorami cried tears of joy, expressing her gratitude and promising to do her best, full of excitement and relief. The king encouraged her, expecting great things, while Jade watched proudly, supporting her journey silently. The king instructed Jade to continue looking after her, showing trust in his guidance and care. Jade and Dorami set off to the guild for registration, with Dorami eagerly anticipating the flower pattern she would receive, ready for her new adventure. Marin is excited after the king grants her request to become an adventurer. She heads to the guild hall, eager to register and start her journey. On the way, she suddenly remembers an important rule. Adventurers must register properly. She realizes she lacks the necessary age, hometown, and funds to complete the registration. Marin feels overwhelmed and frustrated. Without money or official credentials, she doubts whether she can begin her dream of adventuring at all. The guild staff reassures her that age, hometown, and fees are not a problem. He offers to cover the registration fees so she can start. When asked for a last name, Marin admits she has none. The staff suggests using Dorama, the name given to her. Marin accepts and begins her life as an adventurer. Officially, Jade Finks approached the guild, eager to use a new weapon. Garnet suggested a matching name, and he agreed, hoping it would help him one day become a hero. They walked together through the city. Garnet explained she had already told others they were related, and she simplified his age for convenience. Jade noticed it was Garnet's birthday. She mentioned Marin also became an adventurer at 12, inspiring Jade to follow the same path. Jade quietly wished Garnet a happy birthday. Garnet smiled brightly and thanked him, sharing a moment of warmth and encouragement. Jade and Dorami discussed her birthplace. Dorami only remembered it being extremely cold, struggling to recall other details. She explained, she had lived there with a woman, though she could not remember the woman's name. Dorami recalled that the woman taught her to speak and cared for her in many ways. Jade realized this person could transform between dragon and human. Dorami wondered if the woman might have been her mother, piecing together her memories. She remembered being dropped off in a warm place, warned to hide her dragon form, and told to survive alone, reflecting on the woman's guidance. Jade listened as Dorami recalled her early travels. She remembered the struggles she faced while journeying alone. In the end, they could not discover details about her birthplace, so they recorded her village as Kasad. Dorami confidently introduced herself at the guild, declaring she was 12 years old from Kasad, and wished to become an adventurer. She handed over the registration fee, attracting the attention of the guild staff and other adventurers. Dorami began filling out the necessary documents with determination, having practiced in advance, ready to start her life as an adventurer. Dorami placed her dominant hand over the orb, ready for the final step to determine her flower crest. She concentrated, wishing for her crest to be suitable for enhancing or attacking. The orb glowed, revealing a complex pattern on her hand. As the results appeared, Jade announced that Dorami received the attacker crest, confirming her role in combat. Dorami celebrated, thrilled to know she could use powerful magic, completing her registration process, and officially becoming an adventurer. Dorami smiled as she was officially declared a fully fledged adventurer, marking the start of her new journey. Everyone congratulated her warmly, and she thanked them with genuine happiness. The next day, she visited the armory to obtain the equipment she would need for her adventures. Dorami spotted a shield, similar to the one Marin had, and asked if she could get it too. Jade explained the shield's cost and its importance for fighting monsters, while Dorami eagerly accepted it, preparing herself for the challenges ahead. Dorami proudly held her new shield, excited to finally have her own equipment for adventuring. She thanked Jade, feeling eager and motivated to begin exploring and going on quests. Jade thought about the type of weapon that would suit her, considering her readiness compared to other adventurers. Dorami looked through the armory but found nothing suitable for her. Feeling a little discouraged, Jade explained that the armory did not stock the type of weapon she wanted, helping her understand why she couldn't find it. Dorami passionately declared she would find the perfect sword, determined to get a custom version. Jade explained that while the sword looked cool, the dragon-coiled design might not function effectively as a weapon. He suggested having a skilled craftsman create a custom sword specifically for her, though it might take time. Dorami resolved to visit the blacksmiths, hoping they would agree to make her ideal weapon. She prepared herself mentally, determined to persuade the craftsman and obtain the sword that would match her abilities and ambition. Dorami reacted in surprise, as she was reminded that children weren't normally allowed in the workshop. Jade and Dorami observed as she interacted with the blacksmith, showing determination despite the rules. Dorami insisted she wanted to help with the work, demonstrating her commitment and skill. Jade noticed the sword looked like it was made by a mastersmith, highlighting the quality of her custom weapon. The blacksmith insisted on enforcing his rules, but Dorami kept her promise to follow through while Jade admired her determination. Dorami pleaded to help, expressing her admiration and desire to be like her father. Jade observed the interaction, noting that despite the strict tone, her father was a caring parent. Her father explained that adventurer weapons were too important for inexperienced hands, emphasizing responsibility. Dorami, Jade, and her father's discussion led to an unexpected arrival, as Jade appeared at the workshop to support her. The workshop staff and blacksmiths recognized Jade, causing a stir while Dorami prepared to continue her mission to obtain her perfect weapon. Dorami asked if she could commission a sword, politely navigating the blacksmith's surprise. Jade interjected humorously, clarifying that the request was for Dorami, not himself. Dorami introduced herself, emphasizing that she was still a child but determined to have a say in her weapon. The blacksmith recognized her reputation, having heard stories of her adventures with Jade, surprising Dorami. Dorami insisted that a specific craftsman, Kajimina, make her sword, officially starting the custom commission with confidence. Dorami's father questioned her ability to create a sword, expressing concern about her inexperience. Dorami confidently asserted that she trusted the young blacksmith to craft a fantastic weapon. Her father, moved by her confidence, agreed to let her take the lead on the sword's creation. He reminded her of the responsibility, emphasizing the importance of safety as lives depend on well-made weapons. Dorami thanked her father, promising to uphold his reputation and give her best effort in crafting the sword. Kajimina began discussing the design of Dorami's weapon, asking for details on her vision. Dorami explained that while she wanted the dragon visible, she didn't want it wrapped around the blade. She insisted that Kajimina make the design, showing excitement for the unique features. Kajimina expressed concern about the intricacy of the dragon design, unsure if it could be executed easily. She noted that if her father made the sword, the details could be preserved, suggesting a collaboration to achieve Dorami's ideal weapon. Kajimina reminded Dorami that the true appearance of a weapon is discovered through trying, emphasizing practical experience. Jade encouraged Dorami to believe in herself, while presenting her vision to Kajimina. Dorami asked if Kajimina was certain about the design, showing both caution and excitement. She reflected that, before she could face even a simple enemy, she would encounter challenges, understanding the need for preparation. Dorami concluded that believing in herself was essential, accepting responsibility for the weapon's creation, and her growth as an adventurer. Dorami realized someone believed in her, even though she was inexperienced, filling her with determination. Her father, moved by her trust, vowed to give 110% effort to ensure the sword would meet her expectations. The final agreement was made, with Dorami, her father, and Jade joining hands in unity, ready to begin creating the perfect weapon. 2 weeks had passed since Dorami commissioned her new sword. She eagerly awaited its completion, visiting the smithy each day. At last, the sword was ready. Dorami received it with excitement, holding the wrapped weapon as Jade watched with interest. She unwrapped the blade, revealing a finely crafted hilt with intricate designs. Dorami's joy was clear, as she admired the craftsmanship. Dorami held the sword high, showing Jade every detail. The weapon matched her exact specifications, shining under the sunlight. The sword gleamed brilliantly. Dorami felt ready for her next adventure, confident in her new perfectly made weapon. Dorami examined her new sword, noticing its sharp edge and elegant design. Jade observed, impressed by its quality. She thanked the smith, Kajimina, for crafting such a perfect weapon. The sword exceeded all her expectations. Kajimina smiled warmly, feeling appreciated for her effort. Dorami expressed her gratitude for the smith's skill and trust in her. Dorami raised the sword, ready to test it on her next quest. Jade and Kajimina followed, supporting her adventure. At the Capital Guild Quest Hall, Dorami prepared for her new mission, confident in her sword and her abilities. Dorami approached the reception desk, feeling nervous as she prepared to start her next quest. Jade watched her closely. Jade reflected on Dorami's growth as an adventurer and realized Garnet likely knew about her new role. He hoped everything would go smoothly. Even while performing her duties, Garnet maintained her calm professional demeanor. Jade admired her consistent kindness and reliability. He recalled how Garnet's friendly aura had supported him during his first quest. That warmth remained unchanged. Garnet smiled at Dorami, and the gesture surprised Jade, leaving him momentarily stunned by her gentle presence. Jade secretly watched Dorami at the guild while promising Garnet that he would protect her during her first quest. When Dorami noticed him nearby, Jade became nervous and quickly looked away. Dorami happily accepted a slime subjugation quest from Garnet. After receiving the instructions, she prepared herself seriously and promised to return with the slime's mana stone. Dorami proudly showed Jade her first quest request before leaving the guild. Garnet quietly observed the two while Jade looked surprised by Dorami's excitement and determination. Before the mission started, Jade and Garnet exchanged calm smiles. Both trusted Dorami and hoped her first adventure would end safely. Jade accompanied Dorami to the grasslands where slimes appeared. While Dorami prepared herself with confidence, a slime quietly emerged nearby and waited in front of them. Dorami carefully hid behind the bushes while watching the slime. Jade stayed nearby and quietly observed her first battle attempt. As Dorami approached the slime with confidence, she accidentally stepped on a branch and immediately revealed her position nearby. The slime quickly noticed Dorami and jumped toward her. Shocked by the sudden attack, she lost her calm completely there. Dorami decided to fight directly instead of escaping. However, the slime attacked repeatedly and pushed her backward during combat badly. Feeling frustrated after struggling against the slime, Dorami prepared her newly learned water magic and focused all her strength seriously. Dorami released her water magic toward the slime with confidence. The attack finally struck the monster directly during battle successfully. Excited after landing her first attack, Dorami fired another water spell immediately. Multiple direct hits pushed the slime backward repeatedly. Instead of weakening, the slime suddenly became larger after absorbing the water magic. Dorami stared nervously after realizing her serious mistake. The strengthened slime attacked Dorami heavily with increased force. She struggled behind her shield while every impact became harder to endure. Dorami realized both her sword and water magic were useless against the slime. Even so, she continued fighting desperately without retreating. After exhausting every option, Dorami abandoned magic completely and charged forward, striking the giant slime directly, using only her fists fiercely. Dorami continued punching the slime repeatedly without stopping. Despite her exhaustion, she refused to retreat and attacked with determination alone relentlessly. Jade watched silently from nearby bushes, while Dorami fought bravely. Even without magic enhancement, she challenged the slime without fear anymore. After countless attacks, the weakened slime suddenly flew backward across the field. Dorami stared ahead nervously while waiting for its response carefully. The slime finally disappeared after Dorami's final strike. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, she happily celebrated her first successful completed quest with Jade. After defeating the slime, Dorami proudly held the mana stone toward the sky. She felt her adventure truly started that very day. Jade treated Dorami to candy after returning safely from the quest. Dorami happily enjoyed the sweet reward beside him during sunset peacefully. While walking through town together, Jade suggested visiting Swiren's apothecary. Dorami listened quietly while still feeling proud about her completed quest today. Jade explained they needed potions and antidotes for future adventures. He also wanted to thank Swiren for helping Dorami previously before. Excited about preparing for more adventures ahead, Dorami quickly agreed with Jade and followed him happily toward the apothecary shop together. Dorami and Jade arrived at Swearen's apothecary to buy medicine. Dorami happily entered the shop while thinking about future dangerous adventures ahead. Inside the shop, Dorami encountered a frightening woman carrying a large weapon. The terrifying appearance immediately shocked her and completely froze her. Believing Swearen was in danger, Dorami panicked and demanded answers from the strange woman standing inside the apothecary nervously there. Jade calmly explained the woman was Swearen's grandmother. After hearing the explanation, Dorami finally relaxed and lowered her guard, slowly afterward. Kui revealed she visited the shop because Swearen had become lazy recently. Jade and Dorami listened quietly while wondering about Swearen's condition together. Dorami proudly told Kui she recently became an adventurer. Jade helped explain they came to purchase potions for future dangerous journeys together. Kui presented several high-quality potions across the counter. Dorami carefully examined the medicine while becoming impressed by the shop's excellent supplies there. Kui warned Dorami not to depend on potions recklessly during adventures. Dorami promised seriously that she would avoid unnecessary dangerous situations from now. Interested in traveling somewhere new, Kui asked Jade for recommendations. Jade suggested visiting Laboon, a peaceful town known throughout the nearby region. Dorami excitedly explained that Kami's beautiful paintings decorated many places in Laboon. Kui listened with interest and considered visiting the town someday herself. Jade asked Kui whether she had traveled beyond the country before. Then he revealed they were searching for an adventurer named Onyx. After hearing the name, Kui remembered meeting Onyx many years earlier. Jade immediately focused carefully on every detail she remembered about him. Jade looked surprised after discovering Kui personally knew Onyx. Kui calmly explained many adventurers often visited her apothecary during their journeys before. Kui recalled that Onyx last visited the shop around 12 years earlier. After that day, nobody heard news about him anymore afterward. Kui remembered Onyx purchasing frostbite and lava potions, despite the warm weather. His unusual order remained unforgettable inside her memory for years. After hearing about Onyx's strange purchase, Jade seriously asked Kui what destination the missing adventurer mentioned before leaving the apothecary years ago. Kui remembered Onyx saying he planned to travel toward the Ice Kingdom. Jade immediately reacted with surprise after hearing the unexpected destination mentioned. The Ice Kingdom was known as a frozen land covered in snow throughout every season. Very few adventurers willingly traveled there safely before, while imagining Onyx disappearing within the snowy kingdom years earlier. Jade quietly wondered whether the missing adventurer remained alive somewhere there still. Jade followed Garnet across the empty field while investigating Onyx's disappearance. An old merchant revealed Onyx had visited the area 12 years earlier. Jade hurried back to Garnet after discovering new information. He learned Onyx secretly traveled toward the Ice Kingdom before suddenly disappearing without leaving traces. Garnet quietly remembered her father after hearing Jade's report. She finally understood that Onyx had chosen to enter the dangerous Ice Kingdom alone. Jade watched Garnet lower her head silently inside the room. Even after learning Onyx's location, Garnet still looked deeply troubled and uncertain. Jade prepared for the harsh journey toward the Ice Kingdom. Despite knowing the country's freezing dangers, Onyx had still traveled there without hesitation alone. Jade informed Garnet that he would leave for the Ice Kingdom the next day. Garnet quietly admitted she would miss him deeply. Jade understood Garnet's sadness after hearing about her father. He promised himself he would bring Onyx back safely from the Ice Kingdom. Garnet looked at Jade with relief and gratitude. After carrying loneliness for many years, she finally trusted someone beside her again. Garnet smiled gently while encouraging Jade before his departure. Jade then remembered he still wanted to give something important to Garnet before leaving. Garnet handed Jade handmade gloves for the freezing journey ahead. Jade carefully accepted the gift while feeling closer to Garnet than before. Jade happily tried the gloves Garnet made for his journey. Garnet quietly watched him while feeling relieved that the gloves fit perfectly. Jade smiled brightly after receiving Garnet's handmade gift. Holding the gloves carefully, he felt motivated for the dangerous journey ahead toward the Ice Kingdom. Garnet looked at Jade warmly after hearing his appreciation. She decided she would treasure the memory of this peaceful moment forever beside him. Dorami suddenly appeared after hearing about the knitted gloves. Garnet admitted she had also prepared something special for Dorami before the upcoming journey together. Dorami became excited after learning Jade was making another pair personally. Meanwhile, Jade planned to continue knitting during their long trip northward together. Jade prepared to leave after saying goodnight to Garnet. However, Garnet suddenly stopped him before he could walk away from the house. Jade turned back after hearing Garnet's quiet voice. Nervous and blushing, Garnet struggled to express the feelings she had been hiding carefully. Garnet gently held Jade's hand beneath the night sky. Jade became speechless after realizing how important he had already become to Garnet. Garnet looked directly into Jade's eyes while asking him to return safely. Jade quietly promised himself he would never betray her feelings. After Jade left, Garnet remained standing outside beneath the night sky. Both carried the same feelings while waiting for their next reunion together. Jade and Garnet slowly closed the distance between them beneath the quiet night sky. Their hidden feelings finally reached each other without hesitation anymore. Garnet gently embraced Jade while sharing their first kiss together. Jade carefully held her close before beginning the dangerous journey toward the Ice Kingdom. After the kiss ended, both remained close while blushing quietly together. Jade realized Garnet had become the most important person waiting for his safe return. Jade promised Garnet that he would definitely return safely from the Ice Kingdom. Garnet watched him leave while holding tightly onto that important promise afterward. Standing alone beneath the stars, Garnet smiled softly while thinking about Jade. She patiently waited for the day they could meet each other again. After Jade's departure, Garnet remained outside beneath the quiet night sky. She silently prayed for Jade's safe return from the dangerous northern journey. Back inside the house, Garnet realized becoming Jade's lover changed her deeply. Every moment apart from him now felt painfully lonely and difficult. Garnet remembered the kiss they shared earlier that night. Thinking about the moment again made her face grow warm with embarrassment and happiness together. While touching the necklace near her chest, Garnet reflected on her feelings. She wondered when she first gathered the courage to love Jade completely. Standing alone beneath the stars, Garnet could only continue waiting patiently. She prayed that Jade and Dorami would safely return home together someday. The next morning, Jade and Dorami officially departed for the Ice Kingdom. Garnet quietly watched them leave while hiding her loneliness behind a gentle smile. Jade and Dorami traveled across forests, roads, and mountain paths for many days. The closer they moved northward, the colder the surrounding environment became. 1 week later, Dorami struggled against the freezing weather during their journey. Even with warm clothes, the Ice Kingdom's cold remained extremely difficult for her. After crossing the snowy mountains, Jade and Dorami finally arrived near the Ice Kingdom. Both stared silently at the frozen land spreading before them. As night approached, the freezing wind became even stronger around the village entrance. Jade decided they should quickly find an inn and rest safely inside. Jade and Dorami finally reached a small snowy village inside the Ice Kingdom. They quickly entered a nearby inn to escape the freezing weather outside. The innkeeper warmly welcomed Jade and Dorami after hearing about their difficult journey. He kindly encouraged them to relax and recover from the harsh cold. While speaking with the innkeeper, Dorami explained they were adventurers heading toward the guild hall. The old man immediately became interested after hearing their destination. The innkeeper revealed that adventurers rarely visited the isolated snowy village anymore. Jade quietly listened while sensing the village might hide important information about Onyx. Dorami proudly showed the flower-shaped crest she carried with her. After seeing it, the innkeeper suddenly reacted with surprise and growing interest toward the travelers. The innkeeper carefully examined Dorami's crest with surprise and admiration. He immediately recognized the rare 5-petal enhancer crest carried proudly by her. After seeing the powerful crest, the innkeeper praised Dorami as an experienced adventurer. Dorami modestly explained she was still learning despite her impressive abilities. The innkeeper revealed he once fought monsters for many decades in the past. However, age eventually weakened him, leaving those difficult battles behind forever afterward. While speaking near the snowy window, the innkeeper explained the village's decline. Most young workers had already abandoned the isolated settlement for larger cities elsewhere. Jade quietly thanked the innkeeper for sharing information about the region and guild. Sitting beside the warm fireplace, he prepared for tomorrow's investigation ahead. Inside the inn, Jade studied the map carefully while Dorami slept peacefully nearby. He realized the journey toward the capital would still be extremely long. Jade understood they needed to cross dangerous snowy mountains to continue searching for Onyx. Despite the harsh conditions ahead, he refused to abandon their mission. While looking at the map, Jade remembered Garnet's gentle smile from before his departure. He wanted to reunite Onyx with Garnet and see her happy again. Holding the map firmly, Jade silently promised Garnet he would return safely someday. Until then, he asked her to patiently continue waiting for their reunion together. Jade and Luluri arrived at a snowy village near the Ice Kingdom capital. They stayed overnight while searching for information about Onyx's past. The cold weather surprised Luluri, but the inn's hot spring helped her recover. Jade prepared to continue their journey toward the capital together. The inn manager asked about the hot spring the next morning. Jade and Luluri happily explained that the warm bath refreshed both travelers completely. The old manager sadly explained that many young villagers had already left. Jade quietly listened while learning about the village's difficult situation and decline. After hearing the manager's story, Luluri asked Jade for permission to stay temporarily. She wanted to help the struggling village with daily work. Jade offered to help the inn manager cut trees around the village. He understood the old man struggled without enough workers remaining there. The inn manager worried about dangerous monsters living inside nearby forests. He warned Jade and Luluri that normal adventurers could not survive easily. Luluri proudly revealed Jade's true rank to the inn manager. She confidently explained that Jade was a powerful rank 10 adventurer already famous. The inn manager suddenly recognized Jade's name from the Sundale Kingdom. He looked completely shocked after realizing the legendary adventurer stood before him personally. The manager explained that many young villagers admired Jade greatly. Inspired by his heroic reputation, they left home to become adventurers themselves someday. Jade blamed himself after learning the villagers left because they admired his adventures. Feeling guilty, he immediately apologized to the inn manager sincerely. The inn manager explained village life had always been quiet and limited. Jade's heroic reputation inspired young people to explore the outside world. The manager thanked Jade for giving the younger generation courage and dreams. He believed Jade helped them pursue futures beyond the snowy village. Jade quietly reflected on his journey and remembered becoming an adventurer mainly to approach Garnet. Still, he appreciated positively influencing other people, accidentally. After understanding Jade's intentions, the inn manager accepted their assistance happily. Jade and Luluri prepared to handle the dangerous monsters near the forest. Jade and Luluri entered the snowy forest searching for suitable trees. Luluri became confused because every tree around them looked completely identical. Jade explained they only needed enough wood for village deliveries. He mentioned someone named Yuki lived near the edge of the settlement. While searching deeper inside the forest, Luluri noticed a strange snowman standing alone nearby. Jade assumed it belonged to an old village tradition. Jade selected a large tree and prepared to cut it down himself. He asked Luluri to wait safely while he handled the work. After Jade walked away, Luluri stared carefully at the strange snowman. She suddenly felt the figure seemed much closer than before somehow. Luluri became terrified after the strange snowman suddenly grew legs and stepped forward. She realized the mysterious figure had truly been moving nearby. Panicking immediately, Luluri called Jade back toward her position. Jade looked surprised while the strange snowman silently stood behind them inside the forest. Jade noticed the snowman actually seemed closer than before. He casually suggested destroying it if the strange figure continued frightening Luluri unnecessarily there. Luluri stopped Jade because the snowman might belong to the villagers. Instead, both decided to carefully confirm whether the strange creature really moved independently first. To test the situation, Jade and Luluri pretended to focus on cutting trees nearby. Meanwhile, the strange snowman quietly watched them from behind suspiciously. Jade immediately sensed danger, after noticing the snowman transform into a terrifying monster. The creature revealed sharp claws and prepared itself for attacking. Luluri realized the strange snowman had disguised itself to trick travelers. Jade calmly confirmed the creature was actually a dangerous monster hiding inside the forest. As the monster rushed toward them aggressively, Luluri quickly prepared a powerful wind spell. She understood both of them needed to fight immediately together. Luluri's magic attack failed to completely stop the charging monster. Seeing the danger approaching her directly, Jade stepped forward to protect Luluri without hesitation. Jade launched himself toward the monster, with overwhelming speed and power. Jade fought the snow monster directly inside the forest. Using his sword skillfully, he overwhelmed the creature before it could counterattack successfully anymore. Jade's final strike completely destroyed the snow monster with tremendous force. Snow scattered everywhere, while the powerful attack echoed throughout the silent frozen forest. Luluri happily praised Jade after the battle ended safely. Jade noticed she hid her injured hand carefully, while pretending nothing serious had happened during combat. Luluri explained she avoided using her flower crest's power because she wanted genuine growth. Jade warmly encouraged her determination and praised her personal effort sincerely. After collecting large amounts of firewood, Jade and Luluri carried everything through the snowy forest. The long walk also became useful stamina training for them. While carrying firewood through the snow, Luluri imagined meeting Garnet again proudly. She hoped Garnet would notice how much stronger she had become recently. Luluri continued imagining Garnet warmly praising her hard work and growth. Meanwhile, Jade quietly listened nearby while watching her excited expression carefully beside him. Thinking about Garnet made Luluri smile during the long journey. She wished they could reunite soon after returning from their travels through the Ice Kingdom. After walking for hours, Jade and Luluri finally reached Yuki's house near the village outskirts, both prepared to deliver the collected firewood successfully there. Luluri carefully carried the heavy firewood basket toward Yuki's entrance, despite struggling slightly with the weight. After arriving at the house, Jade knocked carefully on the wooden door. A mysterious woman named Yuki slowly appeared and questioned the unexpected visitors. Jade introduced himself and Luluri politely while delivering the firewood. The moment Yuki looked directly at Luluri, her expression suddenly changed completely. Yuki immediately demanded an explanation from the unexpected visitors. Her intense reaction confused both Jade and Luluri, who did not understand her sudden suspicion. Jade calmly explained they came from the village inn, carrying firewood. Luluri happily showed the delivery while trying to ease Yuki's nervous misunderstanding. Luluri explained they brought firewood to thank Yuki for helping the inn manager earlier. Yuki quietly listened while observing the cheerful young girl carefully. After hearing their explanation, Yuki thanked Jade and Luluri sincerely. She invited both visitors inside her house and offered them warm milk to rest. Although Jade worried about disturbing her, Yuki insisted they stay briefly. Soon, warm milk waited on the table inside the quiet snowy cabin comfortably. Inside the warm house, Luluri happily enjoyed the hot drink beside Jade. She noticed Yuki's small home still felt comfortable, despite its isolated location outside. Yuki remained hooded, despite the warm room, and explained she disliked cold temperatures. Curious about them, she asked Jade and Luluri about their adventurer lives. Luluri proudly revealed proof that she had become an adventurer herself. Yuki stared at her seriously, surprised the cheerful girl chose such dangerous work. Luluri explained, Jade was an incredibly strong rank 10 adventurer. Although shocked by Jade's reputation, Yuki relaxed after hearing he treated people kindly and warmly. Excited by Yuki's interest, Luluri eagerly offered to share stories about her adventures. As the conversation continued, the peaceful atmosphere inside the cabin slowly softened Yuki's guarded attitude. Luluri happily enjoyed spending time together with her there. Noticing the sun beginning to disappear beyond the snowy forest, Jade prepared to leave. He reminded Luluri they should return before darkness covered the village completely. After finishing the warm milk, Jade and Luluri prepared to leave Yuki's cabin. Luluri politely thanked Yuki before planning tomorrow's early morning schedule together. Yuki quietly watched Jade and Luluri approach the door to leave. Her expression slowly changed while she silently considered something important inside her thoughts deeply. Just before they stepped outside, gathering her courage, Yuki strongly insisted Jade and Luluri remain overnight at her cabin. Jade followed Lululia through the snowy village while she suddenly stopped him before he returned toward the crowded inn. Lululia nervously asked Jade to remain overnight because the approaching blizzard would become dangerous once darkness covered the mountain roads. Jade learned the storm was worsening quickly, and Lululia offered her quiet cabin as temporary shelter during the freezing night. Jade hesitated because the inn remained distant, while Lululia silently waited beside Lumia, hoping he would accept her sincere request. After understanding the dangerous weather outside, Jade finally accepted Lululia's offer, making her smile warmly with visible relief and happiness. Lululia welcomed Jade and Lumia into her snowy cabin, preparing warm stew while the heavy blizzard continued outside throughout the night. During dinner, Lumia happily enjoyed the warm meal beside Jade, while Lululia quietly watched their peaceful moment together with satisfaction. As the storm became stronger outside, Jade thanked Dorami for lending her bed, though he still felt slightly uncomfortable accepting kindness. Dorami gently reassured Jade there was no problem, while Lumia quickly fell asleep after spending the exhausting snowy day helping everyone. Jade noticed Lumia looked peaceful and content sleeping beside them, making the quiet cabin feel warmer despite the raging blizzard outside. Jade listened quietly while Lululia explained how Lumia always enjoyed their adventures together and treasured every moment they shared deeply. Lululia remembered the first day Lumia met Jade, while Jade silently watched Lumia sleeping peacefully beside the warm fireplace that night. Although Lumia had already shared many stories, Lululia still asked Jade whether he wished hearing even more about her memories together. Jade immediately admitted wanting to know everything about Lumia, making Lululia smile softly after hearing his sincere feelings toward her companion. While snowstorms continued outside the cabin, Lululia slowly explained Lumia's difficult experiences, as Jade carefully listened beside the burning fireplace. Lululia gently told Jade he had become Lumia's guardian, recognizing how important he had already become within her peaceful, everyday life. While sleeping peacefully beside them, Lumia quietly wished for Jade's happiness, leaving both Jade and Lululia completely surprised by her words. Lululia became embarrassed after accidentally hearing Lumia's strange sleeping confession, while Jade remained confused beside the quiet cabin bed that night. Hiding her embarrassment, Lululia quickly claimed everyone misunderstood Lumia's sleepy words, though Jade still looked unconvinced by her explanation. After calming herself, Lululia quietly wondered whether Lumia truly held deeper feelings toward Jade beyond their usual traveling companionship together. After hearing Lumia's words earlier, Jade carefully asked Lululia whether she might actually be Lumia's real mother, despite their unusual relationship. Lululia became completely shocked by Jade's sudden misunderstanding, while Jade awkwardly explained her caring behavior reminded him strongly of maternal affection. Jade admitted Lululia seemed deeply attached toward Lumia, especially after accidentally calling her another unfamiliar name during their late-night conversation together. Lululia explained Lumia once lived beside another woman inside a distant frozen country, though she denied having any family connection herself afterward. While watching Lumia sleep peacefully, Jade realized painful memories probably prevented her from honestly speaking about her forgotten past and feelings completely. Jade calmly revealed knowing Lumia's true form already, shocking Lululia, who immediately realized he understood the secret she carefully protected. Jade promised never exposing Lumia's true identity, reassuring Lululia he had no intention placing either of them in danger afterward. Although still cautious, Lululia quietly observed Jade beside the sleeping Lumia, carefully considering whether his words could truly be trusted completely. Remembering Jade's honest behavior toward Lumia, Lululia admitted Lumia deeply trusted him because his intentions always remained sincere and gentle throughout. After finally accepting Jade's feelings, Lululia decided placing her own trust within him, lowering her guard for the very first time. Lululia finally removed her disguise completely, revealing her true appearance while calmly standing before Jade inside the quiet snowy cabin afterward. Lululia confessed she was actually a white dragon, and also Lumia's real mother, shocking Jade after hearing the hidden truth completely. After learning her identity, Jade respectfully asked why Lululia separated from Lumia, despite clearly caring deeply for her daughter throughout everything. Lululia explained dragons constantly faced territorial conflicts, dangerous battles, and endless hunters, making peaceful survival extremely difficult for their entire species. To hide her imperfect human transformation, Lululia chose living within cold regions, using thick clothing to conceal her remaining dragon features. Lululia explained she separated from Lumia's father during pregnancy, while Jade wondered whether the white dragon still lived somewhere nearby afterward. Jade remained speechless after hearing Lululia's painful memories, quietly realizing their family separated because humans and dragons desired different futures completely. Although Lululia deeply loved her husband, she wanted Lumia living peacefully as a human instead of surviving dangerous dragon conflicts constantly afterward. Lululia believed humans lived safer lives without fearing adventurers daily, convincing herself separation from Lumia's father protected their daughter best emotionally. After admiring humanity's peaceful lifestyle and conveniences, Lululia wished becoming human herself, though her husband ultimately disagreed before their heartbreaking separation occurred. While Lumia slept peacefully after dinner, Lululia quietly watched her daughter, remembering the difficult choices she carried alone for many years. Lululia explained hiding her dragon identity became impossible completely, forcing her separation from Lumia to prevent future danger and unwanted attention. Jade finally understood Lululia sacrificed everything solely for Lumia's happiness, even enduring loneliness since the moment her daughter was born afterward. Watching Lumia sleep quietly nearby, Jade realized Lululia had carried painful burdens alone, without anyone truly understanding her struggles before tonight completely. Jade curiously asked about Lumia's strange nickname, while Lululia revealed her daughter never once remembered or mentioned her original name afterward. Jade asked whether Lumia should learn her original name again, but Lululia gently requested, keeping the current name unchanged for now afterward. Lululia admitted Lumia should continue living happily with the name Jade gave her, since she no longer remained Lumia's true guardian anymore. Trusting Jade completely, now, Lululia sincerely asked him continuing protecting and caring for Lumia after their unexpected reunion during the snowy blizzard. Jade proposed Lululia live beside Lumia again, explaining white dragons receive protection within Sundale monarchy instead of persecution from frightened humans there. Determined helping their family reunite peacefully, Jade promised requesting permission personally from the king while offering Lululia nearby land and shelter afterward. Although grateful toward Jade's kindness, Lululia sadly refused returning immediately, asking him keeping her true identity completely secret from Lumia for now. Lullaria asked Jade to keep her identity hidden from her daughter, because sudden truth would disturb the girl's future dreams. While resting quietly, Lullaria explained that her daughter finally found motivation and continued training hard toward becoming a respected adventurer. Jade listened carefully as Lullaria watched the distance, hoping her daughter would someday surpass her achievements and walk proudly forward. Remembering the girl's determination, Jade understood Lullaria's feelings completely and prepared himself to accept the responsibility she entrusted carefully. Lullaria bowed deeply before Jade, asking him sincerely to continue protecting her daughter while guiding her future adventures from afar. Jade accepted Lullaria's request seriously and promised to protect her daughter, making Lullaria finally show a relieved smile afterward. As they continued traveling together, Lullaria quietly reflected on fate while watching her daughter sleeping peacefully beside Jade nearby. A guild member mentioned a missing adventurer named Onyx, causing Jade to react immediately after hearing details matching someone familiar. Lullaria explained she once met someone similar 12 years earlier, making Jade suspect the missing adventurer and Onyx were connected somehow. Wanting to learn more, Jade carefully asked Lullaria about the mysterious man she met before becoming pregnant with Dorami long ago. Lullaria remembered meeting the mysterious man after suffering frostbite when he kindly offered medicine before leaving the Ice Kingdom afterward. After hearing the details, Jade became convinced the missing adventurer and the man Lullaria met 12 years ago were identical. Jade quickly asked where the man traveled afterward, but Lullaria explained he never revealed his destination before leaving her behind. Although hesitant at first, Lullaria finally remembered the dangerous mission the man mentioned shortly before disappearing from the Ice Kingdom completely. According to Lullaria's memory, the mysterious adventurer planned to subjugate a Medusa, making Jade realize the situation became far more serious. After hearing about the Medusa mission, Jade imagined the terrifying monster and questioned whether the adventurer truly fought such dangerous creatures alone. Several days later, Jade and Dorami returned to the Sundale monarchy to prepare carefully before traveling back toward the Ice Kingdom. Although Dorami stayed confident about defeating Medusas together, Jade warned her that even powerful adventurers could become petrified by their magic. To counter the Medusa's stone body, Jade explained his strategy involving lava potions, traps, and careful preparation before starting the battle. Dorami listened curiously as Jade described the lava potions, special explosives capable of melting rock when activated under proper conditions. Dorami worried the previous adventurer failed against the Medusa, but Jade believed proper preparation could still defeat the dangerous monster successfully. Jade explained that Medusas were powerful yet fragile monsters, especially vulnerable against lava potions and strong attacks from safe distances afterward. Dorami became confused after hearing this, wondering why Medusas remained feared monsters, despite possessing weaknesses skilled adventurers could exploit easily. Jade explained Medusas surrounded themselves with petrified victims, making battles extremely dangerous because careless attacks could harm innocent people trapped nearby. After hearing Jade's explanation, Dorami realized the missing adventurer Onyx likely failed after his carefully prepared strategy unexpectedly collapsed during battle. Dorami excitedly suggested using music to lure the Medusa outside, while Jade appreciated how much confidence she gained during their journey. Before leaving the village, Dorami happily promised to share more stories next time, while Lullaria quietly watched them depart through the snow. After hearing Dorami's cheerful farewell, Lullaria smiled warmly and looked forward to meeting her daughter again sometime in the future peacefully. Lullaria once again entrusted Dorami to Jade, reminding him carefully to continue protecting and guiding her daughter during future dangerous adventures ahead. As they traveled home together, Jade and Dorami prepared for the Medusa mission while planning to report everything later to Garnet properly. After returning from the Ice Kingdom, Dorami immediately noticed the capital's cold weather while continuing home together beside Jade peacefully afterward. As they walked through town, Jade suddenly recognized a familiar voice calling his name from nearby before quickly turning around surprised. Garnet welcomed Jade and Dorami back warmly. After hearing they returned early because they discovered important information regarding the missing adventurer Onyx. Shocked by the news, Garnet immediately invited them inside and seriously listened while Jade confirmed the information they gathered during their investigation. Inside the house, Jade explained that Onyx challenged a dangerous Medusa alone, leaving Garnet deeply worried after hearing the risky circumstances involved. Garnet asked whether Jade and Dorami planned to defeat the Medusa themselves, hoping Onyx's petrification could finally be reversed afterward someday. Jade explained they returned early partly because defeating the Medusa might allow Garnet to reunite with Onyx once again in future. Dorami reminded Garnet that Jade still carried another important matter in his heart. making Garnet quietly focus her attention toward him. Before leaving for the dangerous subjugation mission, Jade admitted he wanted to speak honestly without leaving behind future regrets or hesitation afterward. Seeing Jade's serious expression, Garnet calmly asked what he wished to tell her before the upcoming battle against the powerful Medusa. Gathering his courage at last, Jade confessed his feelings honestly to Garnet after carrying those emotions silently for a very long time. After hearing Jade's sincere confession, Garnet warmly accepted his feelings and admitted she loved him as deeply in return afterward. Encouraged by Garnet's answer, Jade promised they would rescue Onyx together, while Dorami proudly declared she would fully support their mission. Although still worried about the dangerous journey ahead, Garnet smiled softly and promised she would patiently wait for both of them. Before preparing for departure, Jade asked Dorami to organize their belongings while he remained behind to discuss several matters with Garnet privately. After Dorami left the room happily, Garnet thanked Jade sincerely for always protecting Momochi and supporting her throughout every dangerous journey together. Jade revealed another concern to Garnet, explaining the upcoming Medusa quest carried far greater risks and much higher stakes than before. Because of the mission's danger, Jade decided he could not allow Dorami to accompany him during the upcoming battle against the Medusa. Jade explained Dorami would follow him anywhere without hesitation, forcing him to secretly leave alone before she discovered his true intentions afterward. Although Garnet understood Jade's reasoning, she worried Dorami would cry deeply after realizing he disappeared, despite being someone extremely important to her. Before sunrise, Jade planned to leave secretly alone because he refused to place Dorami in danger during the upcoming Medusa subjugation mission. Entrusting Dorami to Garnet's care, Jade bowed respectfully while Dorami peacefully watched the night sky, unaware of his decision to leave. Jade prepared to leave for an important task and asked a trusted woman to look after the young girl while he was away. After hearing her response, he felt relieved knowing the girl would remain in safe hands during his absence. With a gentle smile, the woman promised to care for the girl and ensure she enjoyed her time there. The next day, Jade returned and headed straight to see how the girl was doing. Upon reaching her bedside, he found her asleep and checked her condition, feeling a quiet sense of guilt as he watched over her. After leaving the house, Jade was surprised to find Garnet waiting outside to see him before his departure. With a calm expression, she explained that the young girl had woken up early and wanted to send him off. Before continuing his journey, Jade once again entrusted the girl's care to Garnet, who readily accepted the responsibility. Hearing her thoughts, he realized the girl's happiness came not only from good meals, but also from Garnet's constant presence. A gentle promise was exchanged as Garnet asked him to return safely, and Jade left carrying that wish with him. Before departing, Jade gathered his courage and asked Garnet if she would go on another date with him after he returned. A deep blush spread across her face as she accepted, turning his request into a promise she intended to keep. Unable to hide her feelings, Garnet stepped forward and embraced him, while Jade froze in surprise at the sudden closeness. As they remained together, he gently returned the embrace and listened to her speak with growing affection. Moments later, Garnet made one final request, hoping to deepen their bond before Jade's journey began. While holding Garnet close, Jade promised that he would return safely, but she admitted she did not want to be left with regrets. Confused by her words, he tried to respond, only for Garnet to stop him before he misunderstood her intentions. Gathering her courage, she revealed that she wanted to share a kiss with him as well, giving him another reason to come back. Rather than granting the request immediately, Garnet decided to save it for his safe return and offered it as a future reward. Jade renewed his promise to come home, while Garnet vowed to wait for him until that day arrived. After renewing his promise, Jade prepared to leave and exchanged a final gesture of farewell with Garnet. Suddenly, Dorami rushed out in a panic, calling for him to wait because she was not ready yet. Breathing heavily, the young girl hurried over and insisted that she only needed a little more time. Although Jade appreciated her feelings, he gently explained that she would remain behind this time and apologized for disappointing her. Shock filled Dorami's face at first, but Garnet stepped forward to comfort her, and together they decided to wait for Jade's safe return. Trying to comfort Dorami, Garnet offered to cook anything she wanted while Jade was away. Despite the tempting offer, Dorami admitted that she would rather travel with Jade than stay behind. Hearing that, Jade explained that the coming mission was far too dangerous, and that even a single mistake could be fatal. Rather than backing down, Dorami declared that she was ready to face any risk if it meant staying by his side. Clinging to him tightly, she revealed her true fear, not the danger ahead, but the possibility of becoming someone who could no longer help Jade. Overcome with emotion, Dorami broke into tears and grabbed Jade's clothes, refusing to let her feelings remain unspoken. Seeing her determination, he paused and listened as she held on tightly, unwilling to give up. A gentle hand rested on her head, and Jade quietly considered the resolve she had shown. At last, he accepted her wish and agreed to let her accompany him on the journey. Relief immediately washed over Dorami as she confirmed his decision, while Jade added the condition that she must stay behind him whenever danger appeared. After accepting Jade's condition, Dorami eagerly promised to support him however she could, and rushed off to prepare for the journey. Excitement quickly replaced her earlier worries as she focused on the fact that Jade had finally agreed to bring her along. With a bright smile, Dorami declared her complete trust in him, showing how much his decision meant to her. Filled with confidence, she boldly announced that they would confront Medusa together, while Jade and Garnet watched her determination. Several days later, the travelers arrived at the ice capital and stood before the guild hall, ready to begin the next stage of their mission. Upon entering the ice capital's guild hall, Jade explained that he had come to accept the quest to subjugate Medusa. The receptionist's expression immediately changed when she heard the request, drawing the attention of nearby staff members. Noticing the uneasy atmosphere, Jade began to suspect that something unexpected had happened while Medusa remained undefeated. A guild employee reluctantly confirmed that the situation was exactly as he feared. To Jade's shock, the receptionist informed him that the quest to subjugate Medusa had already been terminated. Stunned by the announcement, Jade struggled to understand why the Medusa quest had been cancelled, despite remaining unfinished. Jade learned the Medusa subjugation quest had been cancelled, leaving him surprised because the dangerous monster still remained undefeated. Meanwhile, the receptionist explained countless adventurers had failed, forcing the guild to withdraw the mission before more lives were lost. Hearing the full reason, Jade understood repeated defeats endangered skilled adventurers, burdened the guild, and threatened innocent people nearby. Instead of accepting defeat, Jade stepped forward, deciding the dangerous mission had become his responsibility despite everyone else's hesitation. Filled with confidence, Jade revealed his rank 10 adventurer status, convincing the stunned receptionist he possessed the strength to challenge Medusa. After hearing Jade's declaration, the receptionist hurried to confirm his identity with the guildmaster before accepting the dangerous request. Soon afterward, the guildmaster recognized Jade immediately, astonishing everyone by welcoming the famous hero without any hesitation. Although surprised by the reaction, Jade remained humble, while the guildmaster praised his achievements and trusted his strength against Medusa. Smiling calmly, Jade requested the Medusa subjugation quest, explaining that battling dangerous monsters was simply part of his duty. Finally, the guild staff gratefully accepted his offer and prepared to share every important detail needed for the challenging mission. The guildmaster explained the Medusa's domain had been discovered decades earlier, and countless adventurers had pursued the deadly monster without success. Over many years, powerful adventurers accepted the mission because its enormous reward reflected the extreme danger surrounding the Medusa. Eventually, repeated failures forced the guild to cancel the quest after realizing every expedition ended with more tragic casualties. Recalling those painful losses, the guildmaster revealed close friends and their families had become victims of the impossible mission. Moved by the story, Jade accepted the responsibility, earning the guildmaster's sincere gratitude for offering hope once again. Curious about Jade's determination, the guildmaster asked his reason, prompting him to reveal a missing adventurer connected to the Medusa. To everyone's surprise, Jade disclosed the missing adventurer was Onyx, the father of the woman he deeply loved. Recognizing the name, the receptionist realized she had personally accepted Onyx's final Medusa subjugation request many years before. After confirming the connection, Jade concluded Onyx likely remained somewhere inside the Medusa's dangerous domain despite the passing years. Without delaying further, Jade requested the monster's exact location and prepared to depart for the mountain where the Medusa ruled. Before departing, Jade reassured the grateful guild members, promising to reach the Medusa's domain and complete the dangerous mission safely. Confident in his abilities, Jade accepted one final request to rescue every victim the Medusa had turned into stone. Together with his companion, Jade encouraged everyone to remain hopeful before leaving the guild amid heartfelt cheers and support. Several days passed as the pair crossed rugged mountains, steadily approaching the remote territory claimed by the fearsome Medusa. Entering the 4th day of travel, Jade's companion began showing signs of fatigue while their difficult journey continued toward the destination. Continuing their climb, Jade encouraged his companion after estimating only a few more hours remained before reaching the Medusa's castle. Suddenly, his companion noticed a mysterious sparkle in the distance, drawing both of their attention toward the mountain ahead. After observing the light, Jade explained, it came from the Golden Peak, where the sunrise made the entire mountain shine brightly. Instead of accepting the explanation, his companion imagined the glittering sight concealed valuable treasure, hidden inside the ancient castle. Excitement quickly replaced exhaustion as she enthusiastically pictured the mountain overflowing with treasure while Jade watched her amusing fantasy. Encouraged by dreams of hidden treasure, Jade's companion hurried ahead while he quietly doubted reality could match her growing expectations. A few hours later, both travelers finally reached the destination, leaving Jade's companion stunned by the breathtaking sight before them. To her amazement, the enormous castle shimmered brilliantly, revealing walls that appeared to be constructed entirely from pure gold. Seeing the magnificent fortress, Jade confirmed they had found the Medusa's domain, while his companion admired the kingdom's incredible wealth. Despite the castle's beauty, Jade questioned how such an abandoned place had remained perfectly preserved after so many years. Observing the glittering fortress, Jade questioned whether the castle had always possessed its unusual golden appearance from the very beginning. Recalling the guild's briefing, he realized nobody had ever mentioned anything remarkable about the castle before the expedition. Remembering past reports, Jade noted every surviving adventurer escaped after encountering the Medusa without describing the fortress as golden. Meanwhile, his companion wondered why fleeing witnesses had ignored such an extraordinary sight, if the castle had always looked that way. Considering every clue together, Jade suspected the mysterious castle had only transformed into solid gold sometime in the recent past. Deciding speculation was pointless, Jade led his companion toward the castle entrance to uncover the truth hidden inside the mysterious fortress. Standing before the massive gate, Jade carefully unlocked the entrance while his companion waited with growing anticipation beside him. As the heavy doors slowly opened, both adventurers prepared themselves for whatever dangers awaited beyond the glittering castle walls. Instead of meeting the Medusa immediately, they discovered countless golden figures scattered throughout the courtyard, leaving them completely shocked. Examining the scene, Jade realized the Medusa had transformed its victims into solid gold, rather than ordinary stone. Inspecting the golden victims, Jade realized the Medusa's powers should affect living creatures alone, making the transformed castle even more mysterious. Accepting the uncertainty, the pair advanced carefully through the fortress, remaining alert because the monster's unusual abilities posed an unpredictable threat. Suddenly, Jade noticed wind flowing from a broken window, suggesting something inside the abandoned castle was still moving. Growing suspicious, Jade asked to borrow his companion's binoculars so he could inspect the distant opening more carefully. After receiving the binoculars, Jade immediately focused on the broken window, hoping to uncover the source of the strange movement. Peering through the binoculars, Jade carefully searched the castle interior while his companion waited anxiously for his findings. To his surprise, Jade spotted several stone statues, revealing another strange phenomenon hidden within the mysterious fortress. Realizing both golden and stone victims existed, the pair concluded another unknown monster might be lurking alongside the Medusa. Remaining calm, Jade decided they first needed to identify every threat before confronting the monsters inside the castle. Rather than rushing forward, both adventurers ventured deeper into the fortress, hoping to gather information before forming their battle strategy. Advancing through the silent courtyard, Jade suddenly noticed his companion freeze after spotting something unexpected, hidden deeper inside the castle. Following her warning, Jade turned toward a towering figure standing ahead, immediately realizing the strange sight demanded closer attention. To their astonishment, the Medusa itself had become a golden statue, suggesting an even more powerful monster had already appeared within the castle. Staring at the glowing golden Medusa above them, Jade and his companions realized a powerful magical beast now infested the castle. Snow fell heavily as the group retreated from the golden castle, taking shelter inside a small cabin high on the mountain's 8th peak. Before the meeting could properly begin, Dorami hesitated and admitted there was something important she needed to bring up first. Destroying the statues, she explained, would revive the trapped people, but it might also let the golden monster attack them again. Timing mattered most, they decided, since destroying the statues right before the final battle offered the safest possible outcome for everyone. Would defeating the golden monster truly undo its magic? Dorami asked, wondering if the people would return to normal afterward. Certainty eluded Jade, but he admitted that believing in that outcome remained their only reasonable option at this point. According to the revived Medusa, the statues scattered across the courtyard were likely still alive, contradicting what Jade had assumed earlier. Agreeing with her explanation, Jade shifted the topic and suggested they finally settle on a proper name for the creature. Something sparkling seemed fitting, the Medusa offered, and together they settled on calling it the Golden Monster from now on. Dorami's gaze drew unexpected attention from the Medusa, leaving her uneasy, while Jade brushed the moment aside and continued speaking. With introductions handled, Jade called everyone back to focus, insisting their real strategy meeting needed to start immediately. None of them had actually witnessed the golden monster's true form, Dorami pointed out, questioning what exactly there was left to plan. Simply walking into the castle seemed logical to Jade, though Dorami feared the creature may have already claimed it permanently. Luring the monster outside felt safer, Jade argued, since confirming its appearance from a secure distance reduced unnecessary risk. Every statue resembled a person, he reasoned, meaning the creature likely transforms anything shaped like a human into solid gold. A human-shaped decoy might work perfectly, Dorami suggested, though finding a suitable object for that purpose proved difficult. Stone statues were beyond her ability, but Dorami realized falling snow could easily be molded into a convincing human shape. Excitement lit up Jade's expression as he agreed, adding that dressing the snow figure in clothes would sell the illusion. Confidence radiated from Dorami as she promised to craft an impressively skillful snow statue, ready for tomorrow's planned test. Dorami arrived at the Golden Castle the next day, pulling a cart filled with snow packed tightly enough for shaping. Satisfied with her progress, Dorami declared the snow statue complete, insisting this amount would be more than sufficient for their plan. Jade stripped down completely so his clothes could be placed on the statue, leaving him standing there fully exposed in the cold. Once dressed, the snow figure looked convincing enough that Jade suggested everyone retreat to a hidden spot and simply wait. Snow now covered the Medusa statue nearby, and nervous anticipation built as they wondered exactly when the monster would appear. Time passed quietly until Dorami suddenly noticed movement, alerting Jade just as something approached the decoy from within the castle. A massive, fanged treasure chest lunged forward, revealing itself as the true form behind the so-called golden monster all along. Confused, Dorami pointed out that snow statues were turning into gold too, prompting Jade to identify the creature as a mimic. According to Jade, this clever beast disguised itself as a treasure chest, specifically to prey upon people gathering in one place. Puzzled, Dorami questioned how an ordinary mimic could possess such strange power, since typical mimics lacked any golden transformation ability. Jade theorized the creature had eaten a deviltree fruit, granting it the unusual ability to turn things into gold. Beyond direct contact, merely touching the chest with a tongue seemed enough to spread the golden transformation across nearby surfaces. Watching the mimic struggle uselessly against something too hard to bite, Dorami thought it suddenly looked rather foolish and harmless. Determined to end things quickly, Jade declared they finally understood the Golden Castle's mystery and should defeat it immediately. Curious about the method, Dorami asked how they would fight it, since one punch might instantly turn a fist golden. Jade proposed using a sword instead, reasoning that steel would grant a brief moment of safety before contact spread further. He explained that the instant his blade touched the mimic, he intended to release his grip rather than hold on. Dorami hesitated, insisting that particular sword mattered greatly to Jade, since he clearly treasured it as something important to him. Jade acknowledged her concern, admitting he understood the risk fully, yet remained prepared to lose the blade if necessary. Reflecting quietly, Jade recalled reaching the rank of 10 flowers that same day, content knowing some things were worth sacrificing. Garnet had once gifted him that very sword, and Jade remembered the day she placed it into his hands. With Dorami cheering silently from behind, Jade charged forward, feeling this moment carried a fated significance connected to Garnet's father. Sparks flew across the frozen ground as steel clashed violently, Jade's expression hardening with each powerful swing he unleashed. Anticipation crossed his face the instant the mimic lunged, and Jade darted forward, ready to intercept its attack directly. Danger flashed through his mind upon realizing Dorami stood directly behind the creature, forcing him to adjust his strike immediately. Metal scraped against metal as the mimic thrashed wildly, and Jade pressed his offensive despite the creature's desperate resistance. Confusion gripped Jade as something unexpected happened mid-swing, leaving Dorami startled and unsure what exactly had gone wrong. Right before their eyes, the golden transformation crept across the blade, turning Jade's treasured sword into solid, gleaming gold. Guilt washed over Jade as he apologized, blaming himself for losing the sword because Dorami had been standing too close. Concerned more for his safety than the weapon, Dorami expressed relief that Jade remained unharmed, apologizing for frightening him earlier. Watching the mimic clutch its stolen prize, Jade realized it had been hiding behind him from the very beginning, unnoticed, until now. Steeling himself once more, Jade faced the creature directly, wondering exactly how he could defeat it without another weapon. Standing without his weapon now, Jade faced the mimic alone, silently working through how to defeat it. Springing into action, Dorami's shield shattered instantly as she called out his name, offering herself as a replacement weapon. Grateful for the gesture, Jade recognized that fighting defensively while protected might finally give him a fighting chance. Startled by his sudden decision, Dorami questioned where Jade had gone, only to hear he still needed her assistance. An idea formed in his mind, though Jade admitted internally, this reckless plan relied entirely on pure desperation. Left with no alternative, Jade launched himself forward, hurling his own body directly at the monstrous chest ahead. Impact sent both combatants flying apart violently as the creature's massive tongue lashed out again toward its target. Twisting midair with precision, Jade delivered a devastating kick that shattered the mimic's tongue on direct contact. Momentum carried him further as Jade spun through the air, refusing to slow down despite the punishing collision. Snow exploded outward from the force of the clash, leaving Dorami anxiously calling out to check if Jade survived. Relief flooded through him as Jade rose triumphantly, raising his golden-turned arms while calling Dorami's name aloud. Reassuring her immediately, Jade confirmed everything was fine now, since the dangerous mimic had finally been defeated completely. Overwhelming joy erupted from Dorami as she cheered loudly, celebrating their victory together with an exaggerated, delighted shout. Curiosity struck Dorami afterward, as she asked how Jade managed to strike the mimic without suffering its transformation. Explaining calmly, Jade revealed his head and feet had already lost sensation just before becoming completely golden himself. Barely surviving that encounter, Jade admitted the victory came razor thin, crediting Garnet's gloves for ultimately saving him. Without that protection, he explained, bare-handed contact would have left his entire body frozen solid on impact. Gratitude filled the group as the castle slowly returned to normal, with trapped adventurers inside, beginning to revive naturally. Eager to reunite with everyone, Jade suggested hurrying inside quickly, since confusion likely spread among the awakening adventurers. Warning them urgently, a guard cautioned that walking further remained dangerous, since anyone spotted risked being turned to stone instantly. Relief washed over Jade as he announced the golden transformation affecting everyone had finally been completely undone. Startled by the revelation, the elderly man questioned them directly, hearing that Jade and Dorami had defeated Medusa themselves. Examining a crystal fragment closely, the man confirmed it was undeniably Medusa's magic stone, proving their claim was genuine. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he clasped Jade's hand tightly, struggling to find words adequate enough to express his thanks. Quietly moved by the exchange, Dorami expressed sincere relief that everyone involved had ultimately survived the ordeal unharmed. Explaining further, the man revealed they had come specifically to rescue people petrified by Medusa long ago. Believing the petrification had likely been lifted already, Jade mentioned wanting to explain everything directly to the rescued group. Encouraged warmly, the man insisted Jade shouldn't hesitate, welcoming any request he might have without hesitation. Grateful for the offer, Jade asked for help gathering the revived adventurers inside, since ensuring their safety mattered greatly. Agreeing without question, the man promised to handle matters here, while directing Jade toward those waiting outside instead. Warning about potential panic, he suggested some adventurers might attempt escaping the castle grounds out of confusion. Handing over supplies, another member offered frostbite medicine, urging Jade to distribute it to anyone requiring immediate treatment. Hours later, gratitude was exchanged once more as the group confirmed the adventurers represented the final rescued survivors. Roughly counting heads, someone estimated 40 people total, though finding a specific man named Onikisu could wait until later. Addressing everyone calmly beneath the night sky, Jade requested their attention before explaining the situation they now faced. Choosing his words carefully, Jade revealed everyone present had suffered directly because of Medusa's petrifying curse. He continued, explaining Medusa had been added to an unbeatable monster list 4 years ago, following repeated failed attempts. Beyond petrification, he explained, a shape-shifting mimic had also lurked within the castle, turning everything it touched into gold. Both threats had finally been eliminated, Jade confirmed, marking successful rescue efforts for every trapped adventurer inside the castle. Gently, Jade admitted that 50 years had actually passed, far longer than anyone trapped inside could have realized. Wrapping up the briefing, Jade urged everyone against lingering longer, insisting they descend the mountain quickly since danger had passed. Nearby, several adventurers voiced agreement enthusiastically, though Dorami suddenly winced, prompting Jade to ask what was wrong. Wincing again, Dorami admitted her hands hurt badly, and Jade quickly recognized the early signs of frostbite forming. Remembering something important, Jade realized he had already given away his remaining frostbite medicine to other adventurers earlier. Panicking slightly, Jade called out to the crowd, asking urgently if anyone happened to carry frostbite medicine available. Responding immediately, a nearby adventurer offered his own supply, boasting it was specially crafted by a skilled pharmacist. Confident in its effectiveness, the man promised quick results, flexing proudly while handing the remedy over without hesitation. Recognizing him at last, Jade called out gratefully, relieved to have finally found the man named Onikus among the crowd. Jade finally reaches Onyx after searching desperately, thanking him for the frostbite medicine, while the older man reacts with overwhelming tearful gratitude. Beside her, someone startles awake suddenly, watching Dorami with confusion as an unexpected reaction bursts out loudly right next to them. Jade notices something strange on Dorami's hand, realizing in shock that her crest mark has somehow transformed into 3 flower petals. He remembers the Medusa statue crumbling earlier, and wonders aloud if she absorbed leftover magic essence during that destructive moment. Dorami tells him not to worry, explaining her frostbite came from tirelessly building snow statues for everyone despite the freezing weather. She adds proudly that this victory belongs entirely to her, since she grew stronger purely through her own personal effort. Overjoyed, she cheers at the top of her voice, celebrating that she achieved the 3-flower rank completely through her own strength. A grateful older adventurer praises her warmly, thanking her for the medicine while affectionately telling the young dragon she did wonderfully. Jade decides he will explain everything to Onyx later, then hurries off determined to reunite the group with Garnet quickly. The whole party raises their fists together, cheering in agreement that they should immediately start descending the mountain now. Back at the guild that night, Onyx sits alone at his desk, anxiously wondering whether Jade and the others remain safe. A sudden rumbling noise startles him, and a staff member rushes in urgently, announcing that something serious is happening outside. A massive crowd of adventurers materializes in a swirling flash of light, leaving the stunned guild master rushing toward the commotion. Jade arrives with Garnet close behind him, declaring triumphantly that he defeated Medusa and safely brought everyone home again. The guildmaster greets the returning group with visible relief, expressing genuine happiness at seeing every one of them unharmed. He asks whether someone can confirm each returning member's identity against the official quest roster prepared for this expedition. Garnet volunteers to check everyone personally at the special counter, while the tired adventurers begin lining up one by one elsewhere. Dorami excitedly reveals to another member that Onyx was actually the person who provided her frostbite medicine earlier. Jade agrees they should tell him properly, insisting they explain things carefully beforehand so nothing causes unnecessary confusion later. He admits that he and Garnet are quietly keeping their relationship secret for now, and Dorami happily promises to help however she can. 20 minutes had passed when Jade turned to the group, expressing sincere gratitude since their quick assistance had truly saved everyone involved. Startled by hearing his own name, Onyx stared at the young man beside him, clearly puzzled about how a stranger could know him. "Could it be that you already know who I am?" Onyx asked, and Jade confirmed it eagerly, admitting he'd long admired Onyx's adventures. 12 years had gone by, yet Jade insisted those old stories remained as vivid to him as something from just yesterday. Realization dawned on Onyx as he asked if this was the boy from Casado village, and Jade confirmed it without hesitation. Ever since that day, according to Jade, the once small boy had pushed himself constantly visiting the guild daily to complete quests. Back then, Onyx recalled, the receptionist who had helped him was none other than his own daughter, Garnet, all along. Memories surfaced of how small his daughter had once been, and Onyx marveled quietly at how much time had truly slipped away. Worry crept into his voice as Onyx asked about Marin's well-being. Though Jade quickly reassured him, she remained cheerful and full of energy. A quieter thought followed as Onyx wondered whether his pregnant wife had eventually given birth to a healthy baby girl. Because their families lived so close together, Dorami explained, Garnet often let her and Marin visit, and the two had grown inseparable. Panic flickered through Jade's mind at the thought that visiting Garnet's family might accidentally expose their carefully hidden relationship. Without missing a beat, Jade offered to personally guide Onyx home, while Dorami cheerfully insisted on joining them along the way. Touched by the offer, Onyx smiled faintly and agreed that following these two young adventurers home sounded like the right choice. Everything settled quietly afterward, once confirmation arrived from the guildmaster that every adventurer had returned safely from the expedition. Together, the group made their way back toward the Sundil Kingdom, finally arriving home after such a long, draining journey. Noticing how unfamiliar the capital looked after 12 long years, Onyx listened as Jade offered to show him around. Personally, passersby greeted the returning pair warmly, praising Jade and Dorami for working so diligently despite the late, tiring hour. Impressed by the reaction, Onyx commented that Jade seemed deeply respected, prompting another adventurer to call him everyone's beloved hero. Fired up by the praise, Dorami vowed she would follow Jade's path, determined to keep adventuring until reaching 10 flowers herself. Knocking urgently at the door, Dorami announced their return, while Onyx stared at the familiar house, overwhelmed by sudden memories. The door slid open to reveal Garnet, who paused mid-greeting the moment she recognized the unexpected visitor standing behind them. Speechless for a moment, she finally whispered "Father." Softly meeting his gaze across the quiet, Star-lit evening garden. Overcome with emotion, Onyx apologized for worrying her, admitting that 12 years apart naturally made her look completely unrecognizable now. Garnet reassured him gently, saying it was fine that he'd finally returned after being away from home for so long. She mentioned softly that both her mother and Marnan had been eagerly waiting, hoping he would come back someday, blushing slightly. Garnet admitted she'd grown up hearing countless stories about her father from her mother over the years. Onyx apologized again for missing so much, though Garnet interrupted, confessing she'd actually admired Jade long before knowing this connection. Instead of scolding her, Onyx laughed it off, insisting reaching 10 flowers so young naturally deserved genuine admiration from anyone. Garnet added proudly that Dorami had already reached 3 flowers herself, impressively fast given her relatively young age. Relieved, she smiled warmly, grateful to finally see both familiar faces again after everything they'd endured together recently. Dorami cheerfully agreed, admitting she especially looked forward to watching everyone's expressions closely while eating a warm meal together. Garnet gently interrupted, inviting them inside since she needed to start preparing food for their long-awaited reunion dinner. Excited, Dorami declared they'd happily join the celebration, insisting shared meals always tasted far better when eaten together. Jade agreed to stay for dinner, though Onyx quietly pulled him aside, asking if he could speak with him briefly. Visibly nervous, Onyx admitted he wanted to confirm something important with Jade, while the opportunity was still available. Bluntly, Onyx asked whether the two were officially dating, and before Jade could answer, Dorami blurted out that everyone already knew. Outside the guild, Onyx stopped Jade and Garnet in their tracks, asking bluntly whether the two of them were truly a couple, and Garnet froze completely, stunned that her father had already figured it out. Without wasting a moment, Jade bowed his head and confessed everything, apologizing for hiding the relationship, while Onyx studied him silently before finally murmuring that he understood. "Please keep taking care of my daughter," Onyx said firmly, and Jade answered at once, promising without any hesitation that he absolutely would. Stunned that his confession had been accepted so easily, Jade struggled to find words, but Onyx reminded him that a man who once risked his life for Garnet deserved his trust. According to Onyx, nobody could throw themselves into danger like that unless love came from the heart, and Garnet clearly looked at Jade the very same way. Once again Onyx asked him to look after Garnet going forward, and she turned to her father with a bright, grateful smile, thanking him warmly. Determination filled Jade's expression as he swore that from this point on, he would give everything he had to make Garnet happy. Relief washed over Jade now that Garnet's father had approved of their relationship, and Onyx laughed heartily before inviting the whole group inside his home. Curious, Onyx asked if Garnet already knew about Sandra's own relationship, and she confirmed it, adding that she had approved during Sandra's last visit home. Talk soon turned to a short trip, and Garnet asked her father whether he would like to join them for the 3-day journey. "Of course we should go," Garnet said happily, certain that both her mother and her little sister Marin would be thrilled to see them. 2 days of travel later, the group reached Rabun, the quiet hometown where Garnet had spent her childhood before leaving it behind. 12 years had passed, yet Jade noticed the town barely seemed to have changed at all, with the same food stalls and grilled fish stands still lining the square. Further down the road, Garnet's childhood home finally came into view, and everyone agreed it was the perfect place to stop and share a meal together. A young girl came running outside, cheering excitedly at the sight of her older sister, then welcomed Jade and the others, while urging them to stay and relax. Sandra hesitated at the doorway, unsure whether the tired man standing there was really Onyx, and he greeted her softly using her old childhood nickname. Tears of relief filled Sandra's eyes as she welcomed him home at last, and Onyx simply whispered that he was finally back where he belonged. Nearby, a young woman studied him carefully before working up the courage to ask, almost in disbelief, if he might actually be her father. Warmth spread across Onyx's face as he realized this was Marin, and she threw her arms around him, admitting she had longed to meet him for years. Eager to know more about her, Onyx asked to hear all about her adventures, wondering quietly if she would still welcome him as family after so long away. Sandra expressed heartfelt gratitude to Jade for bringing Onyx home safely, admitting she had wished for this reunion for years, and Onyx smiled quietly at her words. Onyx told everyone to take their time and simply relax, encouraging Jade and the others to enjoy a proper family gathering together without worrying about anything else. Garnet clarified they weren't returning to the capital immediately, since she had already promised Sandra they would visit again the following afternoon, prompting Sandra to plan a feast. Saying their goodnights beneath the starry sky, the group parted ways cheerfully, though Garnet noticed something faintly different about herself while smiling toward the others. The next day arrived quickly, and Dorami declared excitedly that she would show Marin her impressive magic, while Marin practically bounced with anticipation to see it. Waiting outside since Garnet's house wasn't quite ready yet, Jade mentioned that Dorami had never actually met a real adventurer before meeting Marin that day. Still puzzling over Garnet's strange mood earlier, Jade watched as Dorami suddenly unleashed her spell, and jagged crystal spikes burst upward, glittering with delicate rose patterns. Marin gasped in amazement, calling the display both cool and beautiful, while Dorami beamed proudly and thanked her for the enthusiastic compliment. According to Jade, the spell combined water and wind magic in a remarkably intricate way, turning complex imagery into something fully and vividly realized. Anicaps praised Dorami as a truly promising young adventurer, noting she had already reached the impressive rank of 3 flowers at such a young age. Refusing to be outdone, Marin insisted she wouldn't lose to Dorami, and vowed to catch up quickly, determined to reach that same rank herself soon. Dorami cheerfully suggested that once Marin became a 3-flower adventurer, the two of them could finally form an adventuring party together. Marin agreed enthusiastically, clasping Dorami's hand tightly amid the glittering crystal flowers, while Jade and Sandra watched fondly and cheered the girls on. Suddenly, Dorami's stomach growled loudly, and Jade laughed, suggesting it was probably time for everyone to head back toward the house. Marin agreed they should hurry along, teasing that a delicious feast was surely waiting patiently for them back at home. Standing at the door, Garnet insisted she wouldn't step inside unless Jade opened it for her first, leaving him slightly confused by the odd request. Shrugging it off, Jade agreed to go along with her wish and pushed the door open, stepping aside politely for everyone to enter. The moment the door swung open, confetti and flowers burst into the air as everyone shouted happy birthday wishes directly toward a stunned Jade. Bewildered, Jade could only ask what was happening, while Marin admitted she didn't fully understand either, but congratulated him warmly anyway. Garnet gently reminded him that today was actually his birthday, and Jade realized with embarrassment that he had completely forgotten the date himself. Marin proudly announced that now that she had turned 12, she was finally old enough to accept quests alongside Jade, following in her sister's footsteps as a debut adventurer. Curiosity got the better of her, and Marin asked Garnet how she still remembered so clearly the exact day Jade had accepted his very first quest. Garnet revealed that Jade had first taken a quest 11 years ago, on this very date, standing right where she once worked. Surprised, Garnet admitted she never expected Jade to have kept that memory so vividly, treasuring the day their paths originally crossed. Blushing slightly, Garnet confessed that Jade had stared at her face for nearly 60 seconds without moving, completely frozen in place. That reaction, she explained, was exactly why she remembered their meeting so fondly, deciding right then to plan a surprise party. Marin and Drami begged everyone to hurry up and eat, while Jade extended his hand toward Garnet, wishing her a happy birthday as the whole family gathered around a table full of cake and flowers, celebrating together with warmth and gratitude.